Ma'am, switch on your video. Connecting to cloud server in our.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Sudhakar.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Congrats on your award. We're very proud of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
We can't hear you, Dr. Sudhakar. 1 minute. Yes.
Are you able to hear, ma'am?
Anju, you're on mute now.
No.
Mute.
Are you able to hear, ma'am?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Congrats, Dr. Sudhakar. Very proud of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
All set?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll start exactly on time. Dr. Suguna, welcome.
I think she is logged in, but she has to join now.
Good morning, everyone. It's 8:47. We will go live at 8:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Suguna. You need to unmute. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day, ma'am.
Yeah, you too. Nice
Happy birthday.
to see her on her birthday. We got to see you on your birthday.
Yes, ma'am. It's a great pleasure seeing all.
Welcome, Mukherjee, sir.
Hello, good morning, and I don't know Dr. Saguna so well, but a very, very happy birthday.
Hello,
Thank
sir.
you so
Welcome
much,
to you.
sir. It's my pleasure to have you all.
You should charge them double, okay, after the meeting is over.
Yeah. Welcome, sir. All the best, everyone.
Thank you. We are live
Thank
now.
you, ma'am. All the best, ma'am.
There's a slight change in the program. I mean, I'm going first. You know that now, Dr. Gua?
Yes, sir. We have changed even in the program agenda.
Okay, thank you. Because I think Sanofi goofed it up. I'm just introducing basal insulins, and Avdesh is speaking more on the differential basal. So
Sure, sir. We
Makes
changed. No problem.
it's been going very well so far from what I've heard, what I've read. Internationally, congratulations. Yeah, very good.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So we will start sharp at 9. We are live now. We'll start at 9.
I'm disappearing. I'll join back 1 minute to 9.
Yes, sir. We'll join that.
Good morning, Harish. Thank you, Harish. So we are on for today's meeting.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, Pradeepa. How are you? Good
Hi,
morning.
sir. Good morning.
We've come to the last day.
Yes, we are all set, sir. The first speaker, Dr. Mukherjee, has joined, and our 2 chairpersons have joined. We'll start at 9 sharp.
Pradeep, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I am hearing all the noise about the program. Very
I hope
nice.
you're hearing good noise.
very loud and nice and clear and good noises.
Thank you. We had some outstanding speakers, and today's is, power packed, as you can see. So, in fact, the problem we have when we see, if we have only one hall, then half the number of speakers, it gets cut. So that's one thing. You have 2 halls. Now, for me, both are important. I don't know which one to go. So generally, Anjana and I divide. So I put her there, and I think, and sometimes we switch, and make guest appearances here and there. But I can only stick to one hall. Otherwise you'll miss the thread anyway. So that's one of the difficulties of organizing. Of course, the same thing is there in face-to-face also. When you have 3 halls, it's sometimes, people come for my conference and go, and I wouldn't have met them, even face-to-face. I've had people and they get very upset. I said, I'm speaking in the other hall. How can I see you? You come in just before a meeting and you leave just after a meeting, and I'm talking in the other hall. How can I even see you? So the problem is there, but what to do?
Many a times as an organizer, you don't even have time to listen. You see, like this time, IdeaCon, I was a secretary, so I was running around helter-skelter.
Exactly. You can imagine how it, and every time, when mic doesn't work in one place, you are under tension. No, you can't be focusing on the talk or anything. Those kind of things, are.
But this year, I think you expanded a bit. Na? The whole of Friday was. Did you have the whole of Friday before or no?
No. Actually, you're right, because last time we broke off early. By about 1 o'clock, we kind of closed, and then 4 o'clock. So 3 hours gap we gave, thinking that in the afternoon nobody will come. This time we had to think. So up to 3 we went, and then 4 again we started. We hardly had time for lunch. And by the time we're 3:45, again you have to be ready. 3 means it'll spill over by the time you close everything, 3:15. Then by 3:45 you have to be back. So it's been continuous, like 12 hours. Yesterday when we finished was 9:30. And we start sharp on time, as you'll see. So 9 to about 12 and a half hours with one gap, 1 hour, not even 1 hour, 45 minutes in between. It's quite exhausting, and 2 halls and continuously can't even walk about much, you have to see.
That's the beauty of online. You see, you can eat anytime you want. You can
Correct. Yeah. That is true. And then even see, the one good thing is I can still hear and see even if I'm in the room. So I can still, you know.
Are you all collected in one place, in one hotel or one room?
No. See, Anjana and I are at home. We just put this here. It's my library.
Okay.
So Anjana and I and Ranjit are at home, whereas the rest of the team is in the hospital. So Pradeepa and all of them are in the hospital. And different location. For example, Sudhakar, my consultant, is from Velo. And he's my consultant. Congrats, Sudhakar, you got the award yesterday
Good morning.
from the health minister. Great.
Wow. Okay. Congrats.
You got a best doctors award yesterday from our local health minister. So
That's a big deal, you know.
yeah, I know. Even I haven't got one.
Big deal. Well done, Dr. Sudhakar. Yeah.
Well done, Sudhakar. Sugna is also there. So Sugna heads our Coimbatore branch. So we have Vellore and Coimbatore represented here. So good. Avdesh is joined or?
He's just going to join. He was in WhatsApp communication. We have just swapped. I'm speaking first, he's speaking second. So I think we're a bit more relaxed now.
Oh, you're speaking first, is it now?
Yeah, because I'm just introducing basal insulin.
Okay.
On Glargine 300.
There's a slight change, sir.
Okay. No problem.
No point him speaking 300.
I know. No, it's entirely. This is what they gave, so I just put it like that. So no issues at all. Yeah, correct. You're right. It should have been the other way around. Yeah. So we still have 4 minutes. So. JJ, in one of the presentations yesterday, I forget whose it was, they showed, the response to, after secondary failure to oral drugs, response to basal insulin first and to premixed insulin first, somebody neutral, not from a company. And they actually showed a better improvement in A1C with basal. So that kept me thinking, why is that? And, then I realized, it's because the physician has more confidence in giving the basal, thinking, this no hypo will come. Whereas if you give me a premixed, of course, it'll cover postprandial and all, but you're always scared, you'll get hypo. Especially in the night alone, if you're giving, I'm very scared of, especially giving the old, maybe Rhizotec is fine. But with Mixtard and all, I always go slow. Whereas if it is Glargine or Degludec or something, come on, we'll get the fasting down. Nothing will happen. So in the end, actually, you get better control with that.
All these studies are biased according to me. It depends on which patient population.
Exactly.
How you're seeing. I mean, I can dig 50 patients who have done well on basal. I can dig 100 patients who have done well on premix. So
correct. And it's also individualized. I think it depends on a case mix and everybody there's a different response.
But I downloaded your article while preparing for this talk. Not showing it, but I'll mention it in the passing. We wrote somewhere in December 2020 came out.
Okay.
About how the landscape has changed from, which is true. I mean, Indian landscape has changed from premix to basal.
Yeah. Of course, you have to choose your patient. That is also there. So
remember, we did a premixed. You did a premixed. What you call ad board in one of your.
Yes. Correct.
That's also there.
No, see, if you look at it from that point of view, the high carb load. The other way, I also can argue the other side and say, even if you bring down the fasting, PP will be high. Now, the Westerners don't agree about that. They say if fasting is fixed, PP is fixed. That's not true. entirely in our population that we must admit. Fasting can be normal and you have a carb breakfast and boom, it goes up,
Both have their places. You have to
Both are
choose
their
the-
place. Both are their place. And it's also a good combination, although it's a little might sound irrational. Giving a premix in the morning and a basil at night.
Do you agree with that one? Do you agree with that one?
I do that. The reason is I'm scared of the premix at night. Of course, after the rhizodecanol came, it's fine. But see, the premix they use mostly to cover the fasting and to give a little bit more to fill in the gaps. The basil. And then the premix in the morning to cover the rest. So it works.
So
well.
can we start, sir?
On time. Yeah, I think we should start.
Okay, sir. Thank you. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Dr. Mohan's Group of Diabetes Institutions, I extend a very warm welcome to each and everyone present here in the virtual space of day 3 and the final day of 8th Dr. Mohan's International Diabetes Update 2021. Guiding you through the proceedings of Professor M. Vishwanathan Hall today is myself, Dr. Guha Pradeepa. We have interesting lineup of sessions, and we will now start with our first symposium for the day, which is on basal insulin. The symposium will be chaired by Dr. Sudhakar and Dr. Sugnapriya. Dr. Sudhakar, I would like to introduce a chairperson. Dr. Sudhakar is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Vellore. He completed his MBBS from MS Ramaya Medical College, Bengaluru, and diploma in diabetology from Zagreb, Croatia. He underwent special training in Department of Diabetology at Madras Medical College, Chennai, and served as diabetologist at Sri Narayani Multi-Specialty Hospital and Research Center at Vellore. Dr. Sudhakar has been a member of various scientific associations and participated in several national and international conferences. We welcome you, Dr. Sudhakar.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Sugnapriya as a co-chair, and she is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Coimbatore. She has completed her MBBS from Coimbatore Medical College and has a diploma in family medicine from Annamalai University and post-graduation in diabetology from Cardiff University, UK. She has acquired many certifications associated with various universities in diabetes in evidence-based diabetes management, GDM, thyroid disorders, insulin, and insulin pump therapy. Her areas of interest include GDM and preventive aspects of the disease, and she has conducted several diabetes screening and awareness camps. Today is her birthday, and we would like to wish her many happy returns of the day, and we welcome you to this
Many happy returns of the day.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
We would like to welcome our speakers for this session, Dr. J.J. Mukherjee and Dr. Avdesh Singh. I now request the chairpersons to kindly introduce the speakers and conduct the session.
So good morning all. It's a great pleasure to invite Dr. J.J. Mukherjee to present the first topic of the day, basal insulin in type 2 diabetes, redefining the insulin therapy landscape over 2 decades in India. He is a senior consultant, Department of Endocrinology and Diabetes, Apollo Hospital, Calcutta. He's trained in endocrinology at London, and he served as a senior consultant at National University Hospital, Singapore. His areas of interest include pituitary and adrenal disorders, endocrine hypertension, neuroendocrine tumors, diabetes, and thyroid disorders. He was awarded the fellowship of the Academy of Medicine, Singapore, and was elected fellow of the Royal College of Physicians. He is an editor in a case-based comprehensive approach handbook and an associate editor, Diapedia, and assistant editor of Neuroendocrinology Journal. And he has more than 55 publications in peer-reviewed journals. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sugnapriya. Once again, happy birthday. I wished you a few times now.
Thank you, sir.
Now, can I share my screen? I haven't got the authority yet. Can somebody give it to me? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, sir.
So you can see my slides, I presume now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so as you know, there's a, first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Mohan. Thank you very much, Dr. Guha. Pradeepa, thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be a part of this conference. Just a pity that I am sitting in Kolkata and not I'm not in Chennai. Whenever I come, I would love to polish my Tamil there, but this is a pity. So sitting from Kolkata, I join in, and as you know, there's slight change in program. I'm going first, and my friend and colleague of this is joining second, because I'm going to introduce the basal insulin, and he's going to take you to the different basal insulins. So mine is more of a generic talk about what's basal insulins, and that's what it says: redefining the insulin therapy landscape over 2 decades in India. Now, introduction: when to start insulin in a person with type 2 diabetes. I mean, there's a consensus that there's need for insulin in people with type 2 diabetes, but there's a big controversy as to when to start, how to start, which insulin to initiate, how to intensify insulin therapy. So I picked up these 3 words in one of the articles in 2006, and I think it still holds true in 2021. That is, we don't use insulin often enough, aggressively enough, and the last and most important word is early enough. And this is the landmark study, which is an ongoing study. You must have heard about this a few times, and you will hear about this over the next few years. It's a large ongoing observational study. If you see, there are 6,000 odd patients, which is not a countrywide representation. That's only 0.009% of the entire diabetes population in the country. But having said that, that's what we have. The mean age is 52, BMI is 27, and mean diabetes duration is about 8.5 years. And you can see the baseline HbA1c there. And look how many of these people at base, when they were introduced into the study, were on insulin. And that is only about 1/4. So about 8.5 years of diabetes, HbA1c is 8% already on a number of OHAs. Still, we are not starting insulin early enough, often enough, aggressively enough. And what about use of premix versus basal insulin in India? Remember, this is a basal talk. It's a sponsored talk. So we're talking about basal. So this is what was the use of premixed insulin. This is the study done by Dr. Mohan, way back published in 2014 in IJEM. This was a diet care study, a good number of patients, around 6,000 plus patients with type 2 diabetes. And what they found was about 53% of the people who were using insulin. See, the number of people using insulin was still quite small. I'm stressing this fact again and again and again. We in India need to insulinize much earlier. So about 1/3 were on insulin, and of those 1/3 who were on insulin, majority of them were on premixed insulin. Now, this is data from 2014. This is Dr. M.P. Barua coming from the eastern part of the country, an audit of insulin usage and insulin injection practices in a large Indian cohort. I won't say such a large cohort, there were only 748 respondents, but fair enough, there were 748 respondents. And there, if you see, premixed insulin use is 78.5%, and basal insulin use is 20%. Published in 2017, the data was collected most probably in 2015. So if you see diet care study, and if you see this study from Eastern India, it proves, it tells you that majority of the insulin used in India was premixed insulin. And why is this underutilization of basal insulin in India? Many reasons. I'll take you through as many of them as I can, time permitting. I forgot to start my timer. So okay, the 3 minutes I'll minus. Number one, we are told that Indian diet is rich in carbohydrates. Maybe, maybe not. It's based on this study. Now, this study looks, I mean, I've listed the limitations of this study. It's a cross-sectional design. This study will hear everywhere, the START study. Any meeting you go where they want you to use premixed insulin, this is the slide they will tell you, that we in India use too much of carbohydrates. Now, you think for yourself, is it possible? Look at North, 63%. Look at East, 65%. Look at Central, 67%. That's total carbs. Huh? So is it a magical number of 61 to 67%? How is it possible that all across the country, everybody is having 2/3 of their portion as carbohydrate? Why is this data like this? Because number one, it's a very small sample size. There are only 385 diabetic patients. It's a cross-sectional study. There's measurement of diet, measurement error in diet. It was a single visit, and that too not in the villages or not in the towns. It was in the specialty endocrinology and diabetology centers from urban areas. So this is not a nationwide study. It's a small study done in specialist centers, one visit, cross-sectional in about 385 diabetic and a few non-diabetic patients. Having said that, yes, we in India do take large amount of carbohydrates, but don't put India under one umbrella. We have so many states. There are states where people have more meat eating states, presenting more like the Western diet. So just don't put everybody in one basket saying that everybody takes too much of carbohydrates. But that is a presumption. And that's why whenever you start insulin, by reflex, you start premixed insulin twice daily, thinking that you have to take care of the postprandial peak. Unlike Caucasians, both fasting and PP contribute to HbA1c. This is another fact, and which is used to push or start premixed insulin as opposed to basal insulin. This is what you have seen 100 times. The Monier's data dates back from 2003, which tells you that if your HbA1c is high, most of contributions from fasting glucose. As the HbA1c keeps dropping, fasting glucose does contribute, but the proportion of contribution keeps going down. And this is the famous study from Taiwan done with CGM, a very nice study, which now this is called inverted comma Asian. This is inverted comma Indian. It's not inverted comma Asian, not inverted comma Indian. It's from Taiwan. And here what you see, when the HbA1c is high and when the HbA1c is borderline high, contribution of fasting is almost equal. So this is interpreted as we have to use a premixed insulin to take care of both fasting PP. Why don't you think it the other way around? If you start with a very simple basal insulin, take care of this fasting glucose, then already your fasting is coming down and your PP will come down. We'll come to it later. Basal insulin does not target PP glucose. That's why we should use premixed insulin. It does. Now look at on the left side. Fasting is 250, PP is 350. Once your fasting is coming by the camera, once the fasting is coming down, PP is going to come down. And that's what exactly happens in this patient. So elevated fasting glucose with large PPG excursions. Once you bring the fasting down, your PPG excursions go down. And the next 3 slides that I'm going to show is a little bit more confusing. We may come back to it in question answer time, which is a nice study done in 2016, 5 years ago by Mi-Kyung et al. Characteristics of patients whose both fasting and PP were controlled by once daily basal insulin monotherapy. Little bit difficult to accept it, isn't it? That you're giving basal, fasting is coming down, proportionate PP is coming down, but what this study tells you is you get extra PP decrease more than what would be expected by getting the fasting down. How does it happen? They were doing a large study. This is a sub-study. If you see, there were 73 patients they took. Not all 73 had both fasting and PP control, because that sounds to logic, because basal will bring the fasting down. The PP which comes down is proportional to fasting coming down. But here, what they found was 15 out of 73 patients, which is 1/5 of these 73 patients, not only had their fasting down, but they had their postprandial coming down as well. So patients in the control showed significant postprandial reduction following breakfast, dinner, etc., compared to the other 80% who did not have PP coming down with basal. So this got them thinking. This was a finding they got. They said, how is this possible? And then they did analysis, and what they found was this was happening in people in whom basal insulin was being started early. So see all the parameters where this was significant. Those 20% who responded to basal with an extra drop in PP, as opposed to those 80% who did not have that extra drop in PP. The difference was that these 20% people were younger individuals with diabetes, had lower baseline HbA1c, had higher markers of insulin secretion, and lower OGTT 2 hours postprandial value. Which means what? Which means that you're starting insulin quite early in this type 2 diabetic patients. If you let the beta cell function go down, and we are left with very small insulin reserve, with a very high fasting, very high PP, that's probably where basal alone will not work. Either you have to choose premix or you have to choose for basal bolus. But if you are initiating insulin early, as the guidelines say, 2 or 3 OHA, failure, HbA1c above target, start insulin. How many of us follow that? Look at yourself. Go back and ask yourself that are you following the guidelines and starting insulin as early as the guidelines would want you? The fourth thought is pre-mixed insulins are more efficacious. And there are many studies to show that. There are many studies to show that pre-mixed insulin does better. And this is the famous 4T study, which was published a long time ago now, about 10, 12 years ago. It was a very complicated study, 3 years duration study. I'm just showing you the first year duration part where they compared basal, prandial, or biphasic insulin on glycemic control in the first year. And of course, you get slightly better HbA1c control. You get larger number of patients to HbA1c less than 6.5%. But at the cost of what? at the cost of excess hypoglycemia and at the excess of excess weight gain. Whenever you see these studies comparing basal bolus with premix, with co-formulation, with basal plus OHA, always take these studies with a huge pinch of salt. Try to see whether these three things are matched or not. If I use premixed insulin in a higher dose, I will definitely get much better glycemic control. But in the end, I will have more weight gain, more hypoglycemia. If I use basal in much higher dose and use premix in small doses, my basal will win because my fasting comes down, PP comes down, my HbA1c improves, but then I will end up getting more weight gain and more hypoglycemia. So whenever you see these studies, see how matched they are. And earlier studies were not smart enough. They did not do this. Criticism came. And then later on, subsequent studies do give you these three information. So whenever you're doing a comparison of these two insulins, think about these three aspects. And there are many meta-analysis. I don't want to bore you with this because I'm giving a talk. I've shown one meta-analysis to you. This is the people getting HbA1c less than 7%. Biphasic is better, but the message is strong and clear. That is more hypoglycemia risk. Basal is better as regards to hypoglycemia, and as regards to weight gain, basal is better. So you may get better glycemic control at the expense of slight excess hypoglycemia and slight a little bit excess of weight gain. Now, glycemic target can be achieved with glargine 100 despite high baseline HbA1c. There are so many studies. I could spend another 20 minutes going through all the studies. No point. No matter how high the baseline HbA1c is, basal insulin plus minus OHA will very nicely get down your HbA1c to below 7%, depending on when you start, how aggressively you titrate, how good your patient is with regard to diet control exercise. But never forget that the first treatment for type 2 diabetes is lifestyle modification, No matter whatever you do, if the patient doesn't modify his or her lifestyle, he will never achieve glycemic goal. The other reason why premixed is preferred is late initiation of insulin. And this is a study, very famous study, quoted so many times by Dr. Kamlesh Kunti et al. This is data from UK, which tells you that by the time insulin is being initiated, this is in UK, HbA1c is 9.8%. Median time to insulin initiation is 7.7 years delayed. Before initiation of insulin, HbA1c is more than 7% for 4 years, despite full OHA therapy. More than 9% for almost a year. I think if we look into our clinics, we might get similar bad results or maybe worse. So we need to ask ourselves, why are we starting insulin so late? Because if you start late, you have no option but to start with basal bolus insulin. When yesterday in my clinic, I saw a patient, HbA1c is 14.5%, had COVID 2 months ago, received a huge amount of steroids on 5 OHAs. But still they would not start an insulin. And when it comes to mid 14.5, fasting 300 pp 500, had no option but to go for basal bolus. But if we were starting insulin early, following guidelines, after 2 or 3 OHA failure, we are adding insulin, you can jolly well get away with the basal insulin because this was the study that I showed you, that if you start in younger people, low HbA1c, higher markers of insulin sensitivity, all of which adds to early initiation of insulin. The sixth misconception, basal insulin doesn't maintain HbA1c for too long, target HbA1c. Yes, it won't if you are starting it so late. If you're starting it early, you can get a very nice control of your HbA1c. And which is the study? I don't need to tell you, you all know that. And that's the Origin study. Origin study, what it showed, it started basal insulin so early, and it went on for almost 6.6 to 7 years. And look at the fasting glucose being maintained so nicely. Now, if Origin study was done in type 2 diabetic patients who had 10 years of diabetes, of course, they wouldn't have been able to do that. So start early. Basal insulin can maintain your glycemic control for a long period of time. The seventh point is the lack of appreciation and knowledge that only the basal insulins have cardiovascular safety data. Premixed insulin doesn't have cardiovascular safety data. Bolus insulin does not have cardiovascular safety data. The only 2 cardiovascular outcome trials for insulin are with basal insulin. One is with glargine, which is the Origin study. I mean, I don't want to go into details because you will have cardiovascular outcome sessions where somebody must be discussing this. All co-primary points, everything you see, I mean, you just see these pink points all on the line. And the other one is the DEVOTE trial where they did degludec and degludec. You just see these 2 lines, they are just same. So again, insulin and glargine do not cause any adverse cardiovascular event. So if you want evidence-based cardiovascular safety insulin, that is your basal insulin. Eighth reason is familiarity. See, the basal insulin glargine came to India in 2003, and we have been using insulin for a long period of time. And we had pre-mixed insulin with us. So we started using pre-mix, 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 and it's very difficult to shift. Habit shifting takes a little bit of time. That's why, again, familiarity pushes us to use pre-mixed insulin. Ninth is guidelines push. Now look at our Indian guidelines. Indian guidelines, I mean, I could go behind these also, 2006, 2008, but I'm just taking the later ones. 2012, Indian National Consensus Group, National Guidelines on insulin with pre-mixed insulin analogs. Second one, I was just discussing with Dr. Mohan. We had this consensus meeting in one of the DMIDUs about consensus on initiation and intensification of pre-mixed insulin type 2 diabetes management. This is 2017. But look, now the wordings are changing. Now what it says is it's not pre-mixed for all. Conclusion is in the setting of high carbohydrate consumption in India. So you to choose your patients. Not everybody has Tahir sadam 3 times a day. All Bengalis do not have rice 3 times a day. All Assamese, all people from Tripura do not have rice 3 times a day. There are people in Bengal who have a Western diet. There are people in Chennai who have a Western diet. So for them, you do not need to rush to pre-mixed insulin. Or in patients with predominant postprandial hyperglycemia, which is generally going to happen later on if you are starting insulin quite late. So if you see, I was a part of this consensus also. And then we said, Dr. Mukherjee, you're cheating. You're in part of this consensus also now, which says consensus on basal insulin in the management of type 2 diabetes. That was 2017. This is also 2017. So you are saying both, Dr. Mukherjee. You're confused. How come you're giving a talk on using basal insulin in type 2 diabetes patients? I will come to that later, as to why am I there in both the groups. And then if you see the change in Indian landscape, change in Indian guidelines, now comes the Be Smart guideline. Be Smart, this wasn't there in the Indian guidelines before, which is the basal early strategies to maximize HbA1c reduction with oral therapy. So if you read through, basal insulin is the most effective option for insulin initiation in majority of patients, and basal only regime is the most convenient initial insulin regimen. Selection of an appropriate insulin regimen, initiation titration is important. Basal insulin combined, of course, basal alone will not do. You need to combine it with oral therapy, including sulfonylurea, to get your PP under control. So I have taken you through a long journey. You'll be confused. I have another 4 minutes. So I'll take you to my take-home messages. First take-home message, we are not using insulin enough. With folded hands, my friends, those of you are listening, it's early in the morning on Sunday. Please initiate insulin early. Maximum 3 OHAs. With SGLT2 coming, we are pushing the border. We are going up to 5 OHAs before we are thinking of insulin. Please don't. Because the earlier you get your HbA1c to goal, the higher the chance of preventing complications. The pros of starting basal insulin is it's very simple to start. 1 pen, low incidence of hypoglycemia, low incidence of weight gain. Cons are mainly controls PPG, but if you start early, in some proportion of patients, you may get not only not only the usual expected PP drop, but additional PP drop. You may have lesser control of HbA1c if you are starting late. And when you intensify, you have to add a bolus. That is a con for basal. Pros for pre-mixed are simple to start with, effective HbA1c control of both fasting PPG, option to intensify with the same insulin. Cons are, as I've told you, slightly higher risk of daytime and maybe nocturnal hypoglycemia, slightly more weight gain. So you can use both. That's why you see, I told you, there are premix guidelines, there are basal guidelines. Same people are there in both the groups. Why? Because you can use both. You can use basal 1, basal 2, basal bolus, or you can use premix for formulation once, twice, or thrice daily. You have to choose your patient. Each option has its beneficial points, depends on the doctor and the patient, what they're willing to accept, and always a debate. And the debate, I am in favor of basal today. Why? Because basal is once daily, convenient, getting your fasting control, getting your PP control, easy to titrate, you just monitor fasting blood glucose. But the caveat is you have to start it early. The reason why premix was more used in India earlier on was because we were starting insulin late. And this is how the landscape has changed. This was a diabetes study, Dr. Mohan's study, which I showed you, 52% were on premix. And now the landmark study, which also has the baseline use of insulin, is now.
Kind reminder, sir, just 2 minutes left.
I'll finish in 1 more minute.
Yes.
54% are on basal insulin. So this is the one slide which I could have shown because that was my topic, change in landscape of use of basal insulin in India. It's in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Diapcare, Dr. Mohan did, that is Indian data on 6,000 patients. Landmark is also about 6,000 plus patients. This is just the baseline data. As I said, Landmark, you will have lots of more publications coming, and you see how the numbers have changed, 52 from premix to 54 to basal insulin. And if we say science, the biggest thing is the industry, and look at what's happened to the industry. Premixed is still higher up than basal, but look at the number of points the basal insulin has jumped. 2017, it was the fourth largest selling drug in India. 7 out of 10 are diabetes drugs, so we should all feel safe and happy. The top 10 selling drugs in India are the drugs used to treat diabetes. So basal has come up. So why? It fixes fasting, holistic control. How to start basal insulin? I have another 60 seconds. So it's basically start 0.2 to 0.3 units per kilogram. So depending on your baseline HbA1c and your weight, you will decide. So I hope I'm able to convince you that start with basal. You may have to start with premix if you're starting late. You may have to start premix in people who've got very high postprandial glucose as opposed to fasting glucose. But if you're starting early, you can get away with basal insulin. Now, the second part of the talk, my colleague Dr. Avdesh will be touching upon is which basal. Dr. Mukherjee, you have told us basal, but sir, we are confused. We have glargine 100, glargine 300, degludec, we have NPH insulin. Which one should we use? So to that, I will hand over the podium to the organizers, Dr. Pradeepa, and you can invite Dr. Avdesh for that part. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I enjoyed myself, and I hope you all enjoyed the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Wonderful.
Thank you, Mukherjee sir, for presenting us with an array of studies supporting the use of basal insulin and associated PP control also with basal insulin. This would be definitely useful for the clinicians, and this will help them to avoid the clinical inertia and initiate a basal insulin as early as possible. Now I'll hand over the session to my next co-chair, Dr. M. Sudhakar.
Doctor, before you introduce, I just wanted to welcome Avdesh. Thank you, Avdesh, for being here. JJ, great talk. And now it's almost like a baton, changing of the baton in the relay race. You've just handed it over to him. Now he's going to run now. And he's going to run very fast right now. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Avdesh K. Singh, popularly known as Dr. A.K. Singh. He'll be talking about the second generation of basal insulin, a new benchmark in redefining glycemic control. Dr. Avdesh K. Kumar Singh is a senior consultant endocrinologist and diabetologist at GD Hospital Institute, Kolkata. He was a principal investigator for several phases 3 and 4 clinical trials. He has contributed more than 100 publications in peer-reviewed journals in Lancet, BMJ, and Diabetes Care. He was a contributing author for Indian insulin, biosimilar insulin chapters in APA textbook of medicine. He was a reviewer for several journals, including Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism, Journal of Pediatric Endocrinology and Metabolism. He was a recipient of several awards, including Most Inspiring Diabetologist and Endocrinology of India Award, and Sam G.P. Moses Oration Award, and C. Munichurupa Oration Award. We welcome you, Dr. A.K. Singh, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, for the kind word. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Mohan and the entire team, Dr. Anjana, Dr. Ranjit, Pradeepa ma'am. It's always a learning opportunity to be the part of Dr. Mohan's international conference. Happy birthday, Dr. Suguna Priya. So my job is to take you through where Dr. Mukherjee left, and I hope I have been given permission to share my slide. Yeah, thank you. So this is a Sanofi-sponsored symposium, morning symposium. So these slides are primarily made by Sanofi medical team, which has been reviewed and edited by me as per my flow of presentation. So what I'm going to take you through is to understand when we are choosing from different insulin, where we are right now on the modern basal insulin analog, which we popularly call generation 2.0. Remember, there is no such definition in medical dictionary. These are words coined by pharmaceutical industry, right? So we didn't define generation 1.0, 2.0, 3.0.
It's more of an IT term.
Exactly, exactly. Well then, so I will just going to give you the overview of what is happening in this basal insulin space. So I have got a 3-point agenda. First, I am going to take you through understand what is these generation 2.0 basal insulin. As you all know, that's glargine 300 and insulin degludec. I look into their some pharmacological head-to-head trials, some real-world studies, and then head-to-head comparison between two longer-acting modern basal insulin analog. You can call it as a generation 2.0. U300 is I would say that it is a newly formulated insulin preparation of the gold standard insulin, that is glargine U100. Now, interestingly, when you concentrate insulin, the entire PK/PD changes, and glargine U300 is not an exception to this rule. We have seen with many insulin, if you concentrate the formulation of insulin, the entire pharmacokinetic and dynamic of insulin changes. We have seen even a shorter acting insulin, if you use in a concentrated formulation, it is no longer a shorter acting insulin, it becomes an intermediate acting insulin. Now, in case of glargine 300, the beauty lies that, this insulin becomes more flatter, means not necessarily if you concentrate your insulin becomes good. It, of course, it changes PK/PD. Sometimes it goes haywire even, and it has happened in past. However, in the case of glargine 300, it came as it is expected that the entire PK/PD changed, and whatever the drawback we had with glargine U100, more or less all of them were overcome, barring the bioavailability, which almost went low compared to glargine U100. So everything is good with glargine 300 compared to glargine 100, except that you need a little bit higher dose because we have lost some of the bioavailability while concentrating this insulin. Now, I'm not going to detail, perhaps you have heard several times how glargine 300 concentrate has been made. So in nutshell, you need to inject a smaller volume of injections. You are basically putting a deep pot. Let me put it as a laser pointer. You are just put it as a subcutaneous pot in a smaller surface area. This is important. Volume of insulin is important, I can tell you. We have got a limited subcutaneous space while you are injecting insulin. If you are injecting the larger volume of insulin, you may not extract all the insulin which you have injected in a small subcutaneous space if volume is high. For example, if you put a larger drop of water, even on an earth, it takes a lot of time to get it absorbed compared to the smaller volume of water. And that's the entire concept of subcutaneous space. If you inject the smaller volume, the chances of getting entire volume of insulin absorbed would be larger. And I can tell you this is very important when your insulin is requiring very much higher dose or higher volume. And we have seen many studies done. If someone is requiring more than 40 to 45 units of insulin in one go, if you divide this insulin into two parts and give at same time versus giving, for example, a 40 unit of insulin in one go versus 20 given same time in two different spots, you get a better response with a divided dose compared to a larger unit of insulin. Because the moment you put a larger volume of insulin, you don't expect that entire insulin would be absorbed from the subcutaneous space. And here lies the importance of glargine U300, that if you inject lesser volume, you expect that entire insulin would be absorbed to the subcutaneous space. And not only that, you are increasing the half-life of insulin. Remember, almost 20-25% of insulin requiring glargine U100, especially type 1 diabetes, might need double the dose of glargine U100. And therefore, we need even a better version of glargine U100, and now we are presenting with glargine 300. So this is how this 2 insulin looks like. You can see glargine U300 in one side and digludec on other hand. Both basically has got a very interesting pharmacokinetics that both makes a larger hexamer, and then moment you put it into the subcutaneous depot, gradually they are broken down from hexamer to monomer, and then how it works. Well then, let's look into then where is the evidence between these 2 modern generation insulin analog you call version 2.0. Now, before we started doing a clinical trial, we had head-to-head PK/PD study between 2 insulin. So one was sponsored by Novo Nordisk on your left-hand side, and another was sponsored by Sanofi. The Novo Nordisk one was not exactly comparing digludec, which is available in India. Remember, digludec is available in 2 formulation, U100 in India, and both U100 and 200 in United States. So 200 is again twice concentrated formulation of digludec U100. Although there are some studies which compared digludec U100 to 200 and found similar, but then, as I said, it cannot be similar if you concentrate the insulin to twice or thrice. So the Novo Nordisk study compared digludec U200 to glargine 300, while Sanofi compared digludec U100 to glargine U300. And what was surprising or intriguing that in 2 studies, the finding was opposite to each other. And not unexpectedly, in Novo Nordisk study, they found digludec U200 to have a better PK/PD profile compared to glargine U300. Suppose in the Sanofi study, they found glargine 300 to have a better PK/PD compared to insulin digludec U100. Now, as I said, when we are using U100 in India, my focus would be to talk on digludec U100. This is a new study which has came in Diabetes Care in the month of December, and this is not sponsored by any pharma company. So this is an investigator-initiated PK/PD study comparing glargine 300 to insulin digludec 100. And in this independent study, not sponsored by either Sanofi or Novo Nordisk, surprisingly, glargine 300 was found to be having a better PK/PD compared to insulin digludec U100. As you can see on your left-hand side, 22% greater insulin peak with insulin digludec and 23% lesser within-day variability with glargine U300. So that's one of controversial zone of PK/PD study. Now, as a clinician, we are not interested in this. Our job is to look into the data in clinical trials or in real world. Now let's come to the some head-to-head study. So we have got 2 sets of study. In the upper hand, you can see these are a program called addition program where glargine 300 was compared head-on to glargine U100. Remember, these are treat-to-target studies, so you can't expect any difference in HbA1c control. But what we found in this head-to-head study between glargine U100 versus glargine U300, that despite similar glucose control, there were significantly less anytime and nocturnal hypoglycemia with glargine 300. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that when we are looking into a newer insulin, we are not looking into whether they actually control glucose better than the previous one. None of the newer insulin has actually beaten their older version when it comes to glucose control. We have got a head-to-head trial between NPH and glargine. NPH has never been beaten by glargine on glucose control. Similarly, even glargine was never beaten by insulin digludec on HbA1c control. But hypoglycemia outcome was different between these older and the modern insulin. Similarly, when we did the trial and across the BEGIN program, again, there was no difference in HbA1c control between 2 insulin. However, the risk of nocturnal hypoglycemia were significantly lesser in insulin degludec compared to glargine U100. So in both the trials, the modern basal insulin analog generation 2.0, glargine U300 and insulin degludec was better in having less nocturnal and overall hypoglycemia with the newer modern insulin analog compared to insulin glargine U100. Now, we also have meta-analysis that looked into this addition and the BEGIN program. Although this is not a head-to-head comparison between insulin degludec and glargine U300, but from these meta-analysis, indirectly there was a suggestion that both insulin are similar than the different. Now, as I said, in the BEGIN program, insulin degludec had lower nocturnal hypoglycemia compared to glargine U100. In the addition program, glargine U300 had additional daytime hypoglycemia lesser, along with nocturnal hypoglycemia lesser compared to glargine U300. So basically, from these indirect evidence, it looks like that glargine 300 would be similar to insulin degludec. But then this is not a head-to-head. Now, in the real world setting, this is one of the retrospective observational studies called DELIVER. Here in the real world setting, people were either put on insulin glargine U300 or insulin degludec insulin, and this is a DELIVER D. So these are naive patients, never received any insulin, and we didn't find any difference. If you see the people achieving HbA1c target of HbA1c less than 7 or less than 8, both insulin degludec and glargine 300 achieved a similar glycemic target. In one of this study, this is DELIVER-2 conducted in elderly population, we could see that people receiving glargine U300 had less hypoglycemia and positively impacted the utilization. But then these are some real world evidence, and it's not the head-to-head, randomized controlled trial. So let's look into what we are waiting for. So in this space, we had two trials. The first one was BRIGHT study, and it was sponsored by Sanofi. Another one was CONCLUDE study. Remember, there was difference. The BRIGHT conducted head-to-head of glargine 300 to insulin degludec 100, whereas CONCLUDE conducted head-to-head with insulin degludec 200. So you have to keep in mind when looking into this two. BRIGHT study, as you all know, this was head-to-head trial comparing glargine 300 to insulin degludec. It's an open label. Remember, very few randomized head-to-head trial of insulins are double-blind. So this was again open label, 1-to-1 randomized. And you can see these are people who were insulin naive, and they were either put on glargine 300 or insulin degludec 100. And here is the result. No difference in HbA1c control, and you can't expect because these are treat-to-target trial. So the primary objective of non-inferiority of HbA1c reduction was met between two insulins, suggesting both are fine and similar in glucose control. But where lies the difference? That although at the end of the day there was no difference in hypoglycemia outcome, overall hypoglycemia between two arms, but you divide this hypoglycemia into titration and maintenance phase, it looked like that glargine U300 arm had little lesser hypoglycemic incidence as well as event rate, suggesting less recurrent hypoglycemia with insulin glargine U300 in the titration phase compared to degludec. So that was a minor difference in this BRIGHT study. But again, at the end of the day, if you combine titration and maintenance phase, there was no difference in hypoglycemia between two insulin arms. The second study was called CONCLUDE. Remember, the BRIGHT was a non-inferiority study. CONCLUDE is a superiority study. There is difference in a statistical parlance that when you are conducting a head-to-head trial, having a superiority as a target, so if you don't achieve your primary outcome, all other secondary outcome would be null and void. That's the basic rule of game if you are conducting a superiority trial. So what happened in CONCLUDE? First, CONCLUDE was done in people who were already receiving insulin and then were switched to either insulin degludec U200 or glargine U300. Again, this is the open label 2-arm parallel group trial. Now, the problem happens in conclude was the glucometer went haywire. So initially the trial was planned for a 52 weeks trial, the initial 16 week of titration and 36 weeks of maintenance phase. But while the trial was undergoing, it was found that the patient who were using glucometer was, and therefore they extended the trial for further 36 weeks. So the original 52 trial become now 88 weeks trial, and they changed the glucometer on the second maintenance phase, which we call as M1 and M2 phase. So during the M1 phase, maintenance 1, the faulty glucometer was used, and during the M2 phase, the correct glucometer was used. So, this trial went a little haywire. Now, why it went haywire? That the trial has to change the entire plan, because the glucometer was faulty, so there was amendment was done, and therefore this trial was totally messed up because of a faulty glucometer. I'm not going to detail because of paucity of time. Suffice to suggest that you can't conduct a trial with a faulty glucometer, and you are going to suggest us the primary outcome, which is the hypoglycemia outcome when glucometer is faulty. Even if you have done a maintenance phase 2, if the trialist has already had hypoglycemia during titration and maintenance 1, changing the glucometer will not change the goalpost, because the once you have messed up, you can't actually make insulin gives lesser hypoglycemia. Nevertheless, what happened in the conclude trial, the primary outcome was overall symptomatic hypoglycemia, and there was no difference, statistical difference between insulin degludec U200 and glargine U300. Because it is a superiority trial, as I said in the very beginning, if you don't achieve superiority, the next all other outcome would be considered null and void. So be careful while you are interpreting the conclude data, because the primary outcome was not superior, so all other endpoint has got no statistical power to suggest that other outcomes were different between two. Now, so then how to use glargine 300? This is a new paper which came in Diabetes Care 2021. So how to start for glargine U300? Starting dose is 0.2 unit per kg. You can use at any point of time because that's a longer acting insulin, unlike the glargine U100, where we are preferring at the bedtime or in the evening. Glargine U300 can be given at any point of time. That's the benefit of flexibility. You can use any other oral anti-diabetic drug with glargine U300. What dose you can titrate? You can go up to 0.5 unit per kg per day. The advantage of this longer acting is that it is 24-hour genuine acting basal insulin. It has got a much flatter profile, so it causes less hypoglycemia. You have got a flexibility. It causes less weight gain, despite it needs 10% higher dose we saw in the randomized control trial. But the beauty with glargine 300 is something in this pen recently launched. And I didn't find any other pen in the past which has got such novelties. The beauty is that it has got a penalty-free dose correction, that even if your patient has dialed 2 units extra, you don't need to throw the insulin, you can put it back. Second, the advantage with this Tau Star pen of glargine 300, it is sleeker pen because you need very low volume. You don't have a mechanism where you can miss the last dose. So if your pen has got only 5 unit insulin left and your patient needs 10 unit, you cannot dial and take that 5 unit and you miss the dose. So you can take only 5 unit from that pen and next 5 unit from the newer pen. So these two important point in this pen really makes little unique when you look into other insulin. So to summarize my presentation, both glargine U300 and insulin degludec is of course modified version of the previous basal insulin. Although glargine U100 is still the gold standard and the most wise basal insulin across the world. But because of lesser hypoglycemia, both nocturnal and anytime with glargine U300, we are preferring glargine 300 compared to glargine U100. When it comes to comparing insulin degludec, to me, there is hardly any difference, although we did notice a little lesser hypoglycemia in the titration phase with insulin glargine U300. But if you ask me, I feel whatever the evidence available, it looks like that both insulin are more similar than dissimilar. But in my opinion, the cost is a huge factor in our part of world, where glargine U300 is significantly cheaper than insulin degludec, and therefore I prefer, very frankly, between these two insulin glargine 300, because in science I don't find much difference between two insulin, but in commerce, see, our patient pays their cost from their own pocket. It's not insurance based like the western part of the world. And when it comes to pinching the pocket with a similar HbA1c control, why should I waste my patient's money to achieve similar glucose control and the very similar hypoglycemia? So the commerce makes the difference between two insulin, in my opinion. Thank you very much for your patience.
Sir, thank you, sir. We had a very good, nice lecture. You explained us very nicely about the glargine 300 and degludec comparison and all. You have highlighted about the Triton study and conclude study. Very good, sir. We'll go to the question answer session. So first of all, I would like to ask you a question. When do you start glargine 300? In which age? What is the minimum age, sir?
Age. Did you ask about age?
Yes, sir. In which age do you initiate glargine 300?
So when you have got a permission to use both glargine U100 and U300 in anyone in pediatric age more than 2 years of age. Please remember, in initial part, the age criteria was to more than 12 years of age, but recently it has been given for a pediatric approval. So basically, you can use it with any age group.
Okay, sir. And this is a question to Dr. J.J. Mukherjee. So the basal insulin on postprandial glucose control and basal insulin uses in gestational diabetes mellitus.
I think both are quite clear cut. Regarding postprandial glucose control, I had a few slides. I think I rushed through them because of such a vast topic in 20 minutes. So as I said, they're very simple. If fasting is high, PP is high. Very simple. You get the fasting down, corresponding PP comes down. That's one way PP comes down. Second, which is a little bit intuitive, a little bit difficult to understand, is there are some patients who will respond beyond that what is expected in postprandial drop based on fasting drop. And that's why I shared that study by Kim et al., where they had about 73 patients. They gave basal insulin and they looked at both the 7-point glucose curve, and they found that 20% of them, 1 in 5, now had not only the fasting coming down, PP coming down corresponding to what come down with fasting, but excess PP coming down. So they went and looked into the characteristics of these patients, and they found that if you're starting insulin early, younger patients, lower HbA1c, lower PP, not as high PP, and more insulin sensitive, i.e., you're starting insulin early, then you can expect fasting coming down as well as PP coming down a little bit extra. Having said that, don't depend on the basal to bring your PP down. It's always basal plus, it's called BOT, basal associated, oral associated therapy. That's what the B-SMART guideline is also about. The beauty about basal is patient is on 2 or 3 OHAs, continues with the same, even if it is sulfonylurea, and they just add a basal, get the fasting down, get the corresponding PP down, observe the patient. If you start early, my friend, start it from tomorrow. Start early, you can go on for a long period of time with basal alone. But if you start late, HbA1c is 10.2%. I mean, of course, that's what we read, that basal insulin fails in 6 to 8 months time, and you have to add basal bolus. Why? Because we are coming into the pitch quite late, because 400 runs in 60 balls, we're going to lose the match. So start from the very beginning, the 2020 match, scoring high. Basal in GDM, 100%, you should use basal in GDM. See, GDM management is very individualized. No matter whatever guideline you read, it's very, very individualized. So many of us in the panel, we will all tell you that some guidelines say people can get away with only bolus. Some say they need basal. It's very, very individualized. Having said that, many of them can get away with lifestyle modifications. So whenever you see GDM, if the sugars are not very high, give them a week to 2 weeks of lifestyle modification of diet control and exercise. If you fail, then you know your targets for glucose control in pregnancy. They're very tight, fasting 60 to 93, PP 60 to 120. So depending on which part of the glucose is high, you start initiating insulin. Majority of the GDMs that I manage, even though the text writes that you may get away without a basal, majority of the GDMs that I manage require a basal. And amongst the basal, the two which are absolutely clear in GDM are the isopain insulin, whichever company you want to use, and insulin detamere. These are the two which are clear. With regards to glargine, there is controversy. There are some guidelines which would say that if a patient is already on glargine and well controlled, especially a type 1 diabetic, please do not stop, continue with it. So that is your call. Type 2 diabetic, I'll be more than happy to change the glargine to something which is absolutely safe. Can't be safe, absolutely safe. They're not grade A, but they are safer. So that's what the answer to your for your basal and GDM. Isopain insulin, NPH insulin, determine your all guidelines would recommend. Glargine is that plus minus situation is there. Any further follow-up questions? Happy to take.
I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, congratulations to both the speakers. Superb. All Calcutta team, smashed it. You won the IPL. So congratulations for that. And so I just wanted to make a general comment that, if this was a Novo symposium, there would have been a lot of things, oh, premix is better, premix is better. Being a Sanofi symposium, we say basal is better, basal better. Now, the fact that, we are able to argue so well on both sides shows that both are correct. See, why do you have a debate? So why do you, first of all, put up any debate? The debate is when you have equal evidence for both. And otherwise, there's no debate. I mean, who will ever debate, whether insulin is good for diabetic? There's no debate about it. So I think ultimately, some of these studies depend on the case mix, which patient went into which study and so on. So that's number one. Number two is ultimately at the end of the day, and I'm sure Anup has joined us, will also agree that the patient sitting in front of you is very important. You can't say this guideline said that, that guideline said this one said that. This is precision medicine of personalized. The patient sitting in front of you, what does that patient need? And that's how we treat. So while all these are very useful, and there is a lot of truth in both, ultimately it comes down to that particular patient, and it has to be individualized. So probably both can be done. Anup wants to say something. You can unmute, Anup.
There's always a debate between glargine and degludec and others and so on. And everybody forget there's an insulin called NPH insulin. I, for one, use a lot of NPH insulin, especially during the time of COVID when the sugars are absolutely uncontrolled, 300, 400. See, the moment lesser hypoglycemia occurs, that insulin is weaker by all means. So if you look at degludec or 300, there's a little weaker insulin versus glargine versus NPH. And so if there is a marked hyperglycemia fasting of 250 or something, we will take longer with the glargine or degludec to reach actually a fasting sugar of 120, 30. While if we use NPH, at least at this sugar, it will not cause hypoglycemia, it will bring down faster. So I and Nikhil and a couple of other groups, I'm sure, Mohan, there are only a couple of groups who are using NPH and soluble 2 times a day, which is a 30, 40-year-old combination with great success. So I will also bat for NPH.
I would say that ultimately it comes down to individualization of treatment.
So Mohan, exactly this is what I said in my presentation. Yeah. If you see, I said both you and I are in both consensus statements, correct, mixed as well as basal.
Yeah. So it's not that because one company said we are there and one company said there is truth in both, and that's the whole, because people criticize us and say one meeting you're saying this, evening you're saying the other one. There is truth for everything. And the end of the day, if you say you choose, you're the physician, we have given you all the data. The idea behind this is not to convert you or to, to make you into some other glargine user or mixed-rod user or something, or degludec user. The whole idea, we're giving you all the data. Now you are a good physician. You decide when the patient comes to you, which is the best patient, and then use it. The fact that all of them are being sold, means that including the old NPH has not gone. If what Anup is telling is also correct, if these insulin was the only ones, by now, NPH would have been removed from the market. It's not so. So there is a place for that also. There's a place for this also. For everything, there is a place. I think you have to choose your patient. What do you say, Avdesh? You've been quiet.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Sir, we have come to the end of the session. Actually, we'll be running late if we go on to some other questions. Thank you, sirs, both the chairpersons, for joining in the symposium of basal insulin. And thank you, JJ Mukherjee, sir. Thank you, Dr. AK, sir. Thank you, AK Singh, sir. Thank you, Dr. Suguna Priya, one of the chairpersons. Thank you, VM, sir, and Dr. Anjana, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Special thanks to Dr. Ranjit, sir. Thank you, sir. Suguna Priya, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mukherjee, sir, and thank you, AK Singh, sir, for an excellent presentation on basal insulin. And thank you, Mohan, sir, and the team for an excellent organization of this meeting.
Thank you all. Thank you, chairpersons and the speakers, for this wonderful session. So we will now move on to the next symposium for the day, which is on basic science to clinical diabetology. This session will be chaired by Dr. Samuel Satwik and Dr. Shanti. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the chairpersons. Dr. Samuel Satwik is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Chennai, and he has completed his MBBS at Kurnool Government Medical College, Andhra Pradesh, and obtained his Master of Medicine in Family Medicine from Christian Medical College, Vellore, and Fellowship in Diabetology from Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Education Academy, Chennai. He has also a postgraduate diploma in diabetes and clinical endocrinology from UK and a member of Royal College of Physicians, MRCP UK. His areas of interest include type 1 diabetes, CSII pump, and managing neonatal diabetes and gestational diabetes. Dr. Samuel has participated in several scientific conferences and member of several bodies. Now I would take pleasure in introducing Dr. Shanti. She is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Domalgoda, Hyderabad. She has completed her MBBS from Rangaraya Medical College, Kakinada, PG Diploma in Diabetes from Annamalai University, and Fellowship in Diabetes from Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Education Academy. She has over 7 years of experience as diabetologist and has participated in several conferences and has conducted several camps for diabetes screening. It is a pleasure to have both of you with us. And I would also like to welcome our speakers for this session, Dr. Anup Mishra and Dr. Kamal Sharma. I request the chairpersons to kindly introduce the speakers and conduct the session.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeepa, for this kind introduction. A very good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to profoundly thank my mentor, teacher, guide, Dr. Mohan sir, Anjana ma'am, and Ranjit sir for this opportunity. We've been having fantastic sessions for the last 2 days, and I've been learning a lot. Hope you're all having an academic feast. Yet again, we have a very, very interesting symposium for the next 1 hour, and we have eminent speakers. Without further ado, I would like to, it gives me such an immense pleasure to introduce one of the doyens in the field of diabetes, metabolism, and endocrinology, Dr. Anup Mishra ji. Can I have the speaker introduction slide? Dr. Mishra is an executive chairman, Forte Center of Excellence for Diabetes, Metabolic Diseases, and Endocrinology. He's a director, National Diabetes, Obesity, and Cholesterol Foundation. He's a president of Diabetes Foundation India. Mishra ji is a former professor, former professor of medicine of prestigious All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, trained at Royal Free Hospital in London, at Department of Medicine and Endocrinology at Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas, USA. His areas of interest includes diabetes, obesity, and nutrition. He has led countrywide consensus guidelines for obesity, the metabolic syndrome, physical activity, diets, and management of diabetes for Asian Indians. He's an editor-in-chief, Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome, Clinical Research and Reviews, and a member of Academic Board of British Medical Journal. He's a recipient of numerous awards, including the prestigious Padma Shri and Dr. B.C. Roy Award, published more than 300 scientific papers in the peer-reviewed journals, and a well-sought-out speaker. Sir, it's an honor to introduce you. We welcome you, and we can take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. I also would like to just add my welcome to Anup. It's always a pleasure and honor to have you with us, particularly since you present original work. And this year's topic also, adipocyte biology, is something very, very important. I know it's close to your heart, and we are all waiting for you. This is one of the highlights of the whole conference. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mohan, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks, Dr. Samuel, for introducing me. And I see Anjana and Ranjit. I'm very pleased to see them early in the morning, bright as usual. The topic for today is a little, little difficult in the sense that it is on the basic science. Can you see the slide? Can you see the slide?
You can. Can you make
it full screen? Yeah.
Make it full screen.
Yeah. It's good. Good.
Okay. So because it deals with basic biology, but I'll make it interesting, and there is a lot of implication as far as the Indian population is concerned, and there's a lot of implication for research as well as the future application of this biological research and understanding, especially for brown fat, brown adipose tissue. This is a presentation. We'll discuss white adipose tissue, beige adipose tissue, brown adipose tissue, structural biology and clinical implications, and specifically for Indian population. There is no conflict of interest. This is my team, research and clinical team. Now, just to introduce the types of adipocyte and adipocyte tissue compartments, this is white adipocyte. On the left side, I'll come to this structure again later on. Big cell with a lot of fat here. This is found in the subcutaneous area, in the intrathoracic area, intra-abdominal area, and while we refer to adiposity in general, but it is the abdominal adiposity which is metabolically more important. And there are a number of compartments in the abdominal site: pararenal, perirenal, mesenteric, subcutaneous, omental. In general, we refer to subcutaneous as one and intra-abdominal as the second one, leaving aside these subcompartments as separate divisions. And this is on the left side, you see the brown adipose tissue. Now, this is certainly different. I mean, you see in the previous slide versus this slide, it's certainly different from the white adipose tissue. There are a number of globules here, and I'll come to this again in a couple of slides. And you can see here, side by side, white adipose tissue and brown adipose tissue. Now, brown adipose tissue is found mostly in hibernating animals, but also is found in human being, not every human being. And it is, as far as the overall weight is concerned, it is very little. And only seen with some imaging techniques like 18 FDC PET imaging. This is the 18 FDC PET imaging and you can see this light bulb-like things lit up in the suprascapular, paraspinal area, and some around the kidneys, but mostly here, upper part of the body. So let's look at the structure and functions of white and brown adipose tissue. Now, this slide explains in broad terms the functions. Now, white adipose tissue is basically a storage tissue, but it is also a dynamic buffer for free fatty acid flux. Releases fatty acids, absorb fatty acid, also is the endocrine organ, specifically related to adiponectin, resistance leptin, and also inflammation. Now, beige adipose tissue is something intermediate between white and brown, and it is connected to thermogenesis, as is brown adipose tissue. But there are a number of other functions of brown adipose tissue which have been recently discovered in relation to satiety and relation to batokines as opposed to adipokines. So the number of factors are released by brown adipose tissue as well. Now, this slide in detail shows the structure of white and brown adipose tissue. You can see a huge fat droplet here. And in the brown adipose tissue, you see small multilocular lipid droplets as well as multiple mitochondria, high mitochondria density, and around this is the sympathetic nervous system innervation. So one can see from here that it is something to do with energy expenditure. This slide shows how plastic is the body and how the cells can convert from one to another, and there lies the opportunity for clinical application. Now, here is the dermomyotomal precursor, which can go on to develop skeletal muscle. On the other hand, the brown adipose tissue also develops from this. Here is a mesodermal stem cell, which can develop beige precursor. And given the stimulus of cold catecholamines and others, this beige precursor can go on to develop brown adipocytes. So there is the plasticity. But more importantly, if you see here, white adipocyte can also go on to beige and brown. This is important. And here is the star point here. That cold catecholamines, PPR gamma diet may cause browning of white adipose tissue. Now, look here. If we have more white adipose tissue and we convert a little bit to brown and increase calorie expenditure, it will be very beneficial to our body. That there lies the opportunity. As far as white adipose tissue is concerned, there is a huge effect of gender and age. Now look at this. In females, estrogen is protective while it is there. So through various intermediate peptides, white adipose tissue can be converted to beige fat cells under estrogen. And it stimulates leptin, increases SNS activity, increases energy expenditure. But the moment it is gone, as in during the menopause and post-menopausal state, and food intake increases, energy expenditure decreases, and what happens is what we see next, that instead of a marked subcutaneous adipose tissue in the thigh, buttocks, and so on, it goes on to redistribute. Fat redistribution occurs, and intra-abdominal adipose tissue is increased. And the adipocyte, which is small in size, goes to bigger in size, and with, you can see here, macrophages coming in. This is what is called as sick adipocyte. I'll come to this a little later again. Now, aging is more complex process. It leads to decreased ability to store lipid, decreased adipogenesis, and increased inflammation. So, a pre-adipocyte may go on to another version of that, what is called as mad cell mesenchymal adipocyte-like default cell, which has propensity to accumulate in the ectopic site. Or it can throw out a whole lot of free fatty acids, which increase lipotoxicity, and then adipocytes become bigger as we have shown and become more insulin resistant and have more inflammation. So with aging comes ectopic fat distribution and more insulin resistance and inflammation in adipocytes. Now let's look at the dysfunction of white adipose tissue. Now this is the inflated white adipose tissue, big adipocyte, and in between are the macrophages, which is seen here, and which increase NFK beta pro-inflammatory atherogenic mediators. So a big fat cell with co-localization with macrophages increases free fatty acid and glucose in the circulation. And with increased energy intake and decreased energy expenditure, the lipid overflow occurs to cause this intra-abdominal adiposity. Visceral adiposity is not the correct term. Increased liver fat, increased epicardial fat, increased muscle fat, increased renal sinus fat. I'll come to this in a little while. Increased pancreatic fat. And this is very important because both subcutaneous and intra-abdominal adipose tissue increase, and we have done number of studies, not going into detail, and it is the deep superficial adipose tissue which increase posteriorly. Look at a fascia here and deep adipose tissue here. Now with this, the other important point is accumulation of fat in the liver. I am sure this has been covered by somebody else. But these two are immensely important as far as the insulin resistance and diabetes and other metabolic diseases are concerned. Increase in the adipocyte size causes hypoxia. This is a start point here. And H1F1 alpha, which is the oxygen sensor, is upregulated. It is pro-fibrotic and inflammatory. So fibrosis is also related to the increased adipocyte size. And adipocytes gradually, they become dysfunctional. And you can see Indian with dysfunctional adipocytes. They're side-by-side adipocytes of whites and South Asians. South Asians have double or triple the size of adipocyte. And you can see here macrophages accumulating here. So this is what is called as sick adipocytes. And so, in summary, increased subcutaneous or intra-abdominal adipocyte size in obesity leads to hypoxia, fibrosis, decreased sensitivity to insulin, increased insensitivity to insulin, induced inhibition of lipolysis, increased fat outflow. So you can see here in the cartoon, the adipocyte says, "Help, I can't breathe." This is from a obese person. Now, this has implication to phenotype of prediabetes also. This is Stefan's group, 6 phenotype, but I'm not going into details. What concerns us are three phenotypes: beta cell failure, high insulin resistant fatty liver phenotype, and high risk of visceral fat and nephropathy, and specifically renal sinus fat. I mentioned renal sinus fat. These have high propensity or immediate propensity to develop diabetes. So look at this. High insulin resistant fatty liver phenotype, immediate propensity from pre-diabetes to diabetes, and high mortality is seen with where intra-abdominal fat is more and renal sinus fat is more. So these are some of the clinical implications of fat deposition at various places. So if we summarize this in as far as Indian patients are concerned, this is a good summary. Nor-morbid phenotype. If we take this kind of phenotype, if this person takes excess energy, mostly it is deposited in the superficial adipose tissue, subcutaneous, and some to deep subcutaneous. This is adipocyte hyperplasia. And there is not much of free fatty acid overflow, and there is not much of fatty liver. And look at this, with a huge subcutaneous tissue in our bodies, there is excess energy deposited into deep subcutaneous tissue with adipocyte hypertrophy and and decrease in adiponectin, increased free fatty acid flow, increased fatty liver, and markedly insulin-resistant inflammatory phenotype. This is what happens in Indian body. Now, coming to the brown adipose tissue, this is more important because their knowledge is somewhat recent and it is developing. A sympathetic nerve releases noradrenaline, acts on beta-3 adrenergic receptor. There is increased amount of free fatty acid, which actually combines with UCP. So look at a long chain free fatty acid and UCP combination leads to uncoupling and energy increase, non-shivering thermogenesis. Now, this can be activated, this pathway can be activated by beta-3 adrenergic activators like food and cold, and there are some drugs I'll come to a little later. This brown adipose tissue, we have recently discovered that it has crossed off with multiple organs, CNS, heart, immune cells, liver, skeletal muscles, through number of mediators called cytokines. We have investigated a couple of cytokines like myostatin earlier. So that is usually found in hibernating animals. It has remarkable capacity to disseminate energy via brown fat specific UCP1. Using 18 FDG PET scanning, new observations have been made, usually detected in 10% of the population. And so person can be BAT positive or BAT negative. Higher at young ages, decreases with age. Amount of BAT is inversely. The higher a brown adipose tissue, inversely proportional to BMI, adiposity, and intra-abdominal fat. And browning of white adipose tissue may increase thermogenesis and protect against adiposity. And this is a start point here. So look at this, white adipose tissue, and we have talked about increase in HIF1 alpha, increasing fibrosis, but cold-mediated fibrosis inhibition may occur when brown adipose tissue is activated through number of mediators. Now, Indians have lower amount of brown adipose tissue, as has been seen in this trial comparing with white Caucasian, where it is almost double. So resting energy expenditure in white Caucasian is much more. We are sitting, we are spending less energy. They are sitting, spending more energy, and non-shivering thermogenesis increase. This may have implication to the adiposity and diabetes also. Now, activation of brown adipose tissue is metabolically beneficial. Brown adipose tissue significantly contribute to whole body thermogenesis. So approximately 200 to 400 kilocalorie per day under cold condition, as much as SGLT2 inhibitor, and diet-induced thermogenesis. And BAT negative subjects in their 40s possess 6 kg more body fat than BAT positive subjects. Hence, it is tempting to propose BAT as the target for weight loss. Start point here. Now, if you look at this, if we activate BAT, here is the PET image. Non-activated, cold activated seen here. And improvement in the peripheral glucose utilization, insulin sensitivity, and fatty acid concentration. This is an old study, 6 years old study, which clearly shows that this helps as far as the glucose sensitivity is concerned. Now, how else can bad beach fat be activated? Again, a very important point. Now, look at this. This guy is going to Siberia. A passport control says, what is the reason for your visit? It says fat burning. Now, cold versus patients who are exposed to cold were compared to control. And look at, these are bad detected subjects only, and body fat decreased on exposure to cold after 6 weeks. And similarly, there are other compounds also, capsaicin, mircha, and that is chili. So this is a non-pungent chemical. And if we give in people versus placebo over 6 weeks, you look at the decrease in the body fat, and this is because of recruitment of brown adipose tissue. Now, the other things also can help. For example, catechin. This is a compound from tea and caffeine. And this has been given to two groups of people, high BAT content versus low BAT content. And look at this. Those who have a high BAT content, the energy expenditure increase further after this injection. And over 5 weeks, cold-induced thermogenesis is markedly increased. So this is also seems to be working as far as those people who have a high fat content. Very interesting. This lady is giving apples to her husband. Now, peel of the apple contains ursocolic acid, and this is our study in the mice, where mice given high fat diet were compared with high fat diet with ursocolic acid, and you can see the brown adipose tissue increased over a period of time when they were given ursocolic acid. UCP increased. Look at this, UCP increased, and body temperature in these people increased through increased AKT signal. So again, there is something in the apple peel, also ursolic acid, which may work. So this is a summary slide of various factors acting on the brown adipose tissue. Cold, we know, beta-3 and adrenergic activation, and this is the drug called mirabegron. This is licensed for use for at least bladder dysfunction. This may have some use. CB1, cannabinoid receptor activation, estrogen. Nutritional tea, catechin, and coffee, capsaicin, ursolic acid, and possibly resveratrol. And some drugs like melatonin, sildenafil, rosuvastatin, and 5-metazone and sitagliptin have been tried but have shown to be no effect. So these are final two slides. In Indian population, white adipose tissue is increased with increased free fatty acid, low adiponectin, insulin resistance, increased adipokines, inflammation, and possibly hypoxia, fibrosis. And brown adipose tissue is decreased with decreased energy expenditure, with low satiety. I have not shown you data about that and satiety because of lack of time. And as far as beige adipose tissue is concerned, induction in Indian population should be attended with exercise, diet, and possibly other nutrition, and maybe in future with drugs. So this is my final slide. There are gender, age, and ethnic differences in adipocyte tissue, adipocytes, and related biology. There are specific physiological functions associated with white, beige, and brown adipose tissue, which have implication for obesity and diabetes. Role of various drugs and dietary factors to increase that, and browning of white adipose tissue is increasingly being researched. Asian Indians have expanded adipocyte tissue stores, sick adipocyte, hypoxic adipocyte, predisposing them to very early dysmetabolic state. White adipose tissue should be lesser in Indians and back more. More recruitment of beige adipose tissue is required, and these should be exciting area for future research. So thank you, Dr. Mohan. Thank you, Dr. Anjana, Ranjit, all the team for this wonderful conference, inviting me to a wonderful conference and give this lecture.
Thank you, Anup. I think it was a novel thing. I don't think has ever been presented. The beige and all that is the first time we are hearing even this. And you have nicely brought it into the Asian Indian thing. So it's amazing, and it just shows we are only at the tip of the iceberg, and so much of research needs to be done. We keep wondering why we keep getting all these metabolic abnormalities at a young age, and so much the adipocytes can tell us. And it's a beautiful talk, very thought-provoking, and I hope all the scientists in the audience are taking note of what can be done in the research as well. Thank you, Anup. As usual, you keep us thinking.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Absolutely outstanding. I think there's some therapeutic drug targets also that you've brought out with this. Thank you, sir. It was really eye-opening.
Thank you.
So we will take the questions at the end.
You know what, Pradeepa, if there are any questions to Dr. Anup, we can take it now, because the next topic is probably a little different. It's a completely different topic. If there are any questions to Anup, we can take.
Now. Yeah, I can take any question.
Yeah. This high carbohydrate diet, you mentioned it, of course, the browning of the thing, but how much do you think is actually contributed by of course, physical activity is also very low. Genetic factors we still can't rule out, but it's probably a smaller thing. But this high carb diet, somehow I feel that the inflammation produced by it, as well as the stress on the beta cells and so on, how much do you think is this kind of metabolic physiology can be attributed to a wrong diet? It's particularly the high carb diet. And of course, it's not carb alone, as you say. We are also finding in a Cure study, although Pure had little different findings. Fat is always good. We are finding that fat is also equally bad in Cure study, and you have been saying that. And Indian studies, that's because Pure probably represents the whole world, and there may be differences getting mixed up. But when you look at South Asians, the wrong fats also, N3, N6 ratios, all these also seem to play a equally important role. How will you respond?
Yeah, absolutely, Mohan. So there are a number of studies now coming from Asia also and the rest of the world where a non-inflammatory so-called diet is divided into inflammatory diet and non-inflammatory diet. Essentially, is nothing. But a non-inflammatory diet has, as you rightly said, less carbohydrate, more of monounsaturated fatty acid, more of nuts, fruits, and things like that. Something like a Mediterranean diet. An inflammatory diet is anything which has a more of a saturated fat and more of a carbohydrate. Now, let me give you an example of one study, which is a wonderful study performed by Dr. Jarvin and his group, which is basically looking at liver fat using a HMR spectroscopy. And they used a saturated fat diet, and they used a high carbohydrate diet, and they used a third diet, which is a sort of a balanced diet. They found that balanced diet did not lead to too much of a liver fat accumulation. High carbohydrate diet externally caused liver fat accumulation, and as far as the fat diet is concerned, it caused external fat accumulation externally through the liver, and also de novo fat genesis in the liver. So these two, high fat means high saturated fat. I'm not saying MUFA. MUFA is good for liver. So high saturated fat and high not complex carbohydrate as a simple carbohydrate diet. And if we look at liver as a basic target, both are bad. And that, the moment liver fat occurs, there is inflammation and there is a whole lot of cascade of events. So I think this is what is specifically important for Indian population, where carbohydrate is also high and lots of people take a lot of saturated fat.
Absolutely. I mean, we couldn't agree more.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
What, sir? First of all, thank you for the wonderful talk. Sir, I have a question for you. It says, can increasing intake of tea and coffee increase BAT and lead to weight loss?
Well, I showed you some experimental data on a small number of patients, and if you were noticing that particular slide, that there were 8 to 10 patients, and so we have a clear theoretical evidence of that. However, practically, if you apply this to a larger population and what happens in the large number of people in uncontrolled situation, I don't know. But yes, tea has been, these things have been tried as for their influence on insulin sensitivity and weight. Whatever data is there as far as tea and coffee is concerned shows overall not much of a weight loss. But nobody has done a BAT activation study. These studies are very difficult. Unless you have a FDG PET study, you cannot see. How much is the brown adipose tissue? Just 400 grams in the body, versus around 15 to 20 gram of total fat, white adipose tissue. So that is the ratio between a brown adipose tissue and a white adipose tissue. If you have to see this, the brown adipose tissue, you have to use this study. And there are going to be people who are BAT negative. So there, these things will not work. I've shown you BAT positive people have more effect of these intervention, and BAT negative people may not have any. So who is BAT positive or who is BAT negative, I don't know. But in general, I've shown you the data that Indians have lesser bad than the white population. At least one study shows that.
So another quick question. Thank you for that. Are there any practical ways to recover or heal a sick adipocyte?
Sorry, say it again.
What are the practical ways to heal or recover from a sick adipocyte, the hypertrophied adipocyte?
Okay, the advice remains the same. Advice remains the same as for to maintain a healthy phenotype. So exercise is something which will activate brown adipose tissue also. The diet, which Dr. Mohan has already said, and so a healthy diet with a high MUFA and high complex carbohydrate and high protein. We have earlier shown that if we increase protein, vegetarian protein in the diet, it leads to amelioration of multiple parameters of insulin sensitivity as well as liver fat. So, and protein is anyway less as far as Indian diets are concerned. So, high protein, MUFA should be increased. So, oils are important, and carbohydrate should be the complex carbohydrate. So, diet, exercise, and if you maintain your weight within a very narrow category, and I would say in Indian population on the leaner side, then your adipocyte probably will decrease in size. It will be more healthy and less sick. Uh, there, I must say that the moment the BMI creeps up to 23, 24, which is also a borderline or a slightly increased, even then, Indians will have a sicker adipocyte than the rest of the world population.
So thank you so much. There are a lot of comments and compliments and a lot of questions, but I have to move on to the next session. Thank you so much for this wonderful
session. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu. Thank you so much.
Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Brilliant.
Dr. Shanti, you can take over.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Shanti, and keeping up with the momentum set by a very thought-provoking session by Dr. Anup Mishra, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kamal Sharma. He's an interventional. Can I have that slide, please? Kamal Sharma, he is a senior interventional cardiologist, SAL Hospital, and associate professor, UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad. He has vast experience in various angioplasties, valvuloplasties, pacemakers, and pediatric interventions like PD and ASD closures. He has performed world's first vagal nerve stimulation device implant as part of Anthem study in refractory heart failure. He is an investigator for several clinical trial studies, and he has published 205 articles in peer-reviewed journals, 8 books, and several chapters in textbooks. He is a recipient for Excellent Teacher Award from Gujarat University. Dr. Kamal Sharma, sir, please go ahead with your talk.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mohan, for this opportunity. I thank all the organizers for having me here for this wonderful meeting. And after the fantastic session that I was listening to about the brown fat and the white fat, I think we are now moving to another session, which is again at the center and the heart of everything. And that's why you have a cardiologist like me talking in a meeting like this. At the center of everything lies the energetics of everything. So what drives the metabolism for any cell is what's going to matter in the long run. And that's what we're going to talk about, ENCMBCD, cardiometabolic based chronic diseases. And we are looking at a therapeutic aspect of it, which is mitochondrial modulation. So I'll be talking in my talk about defining what is a cardiometabolic based chronic diseases, its burden, glycemic control, CVD risks, non-glycemic factors responsible for cardiovascular disease risk factors, mitochondrial dysfunction at the heart of CMBCD, and CMBDC and mitochondrial modulation. And then we'll try to connect the loop and discuss the potential therapeutic options and the evidences that exist as on today. So cardiometabolic based chronic disease and the metabolic drivers was a paper published in Journal of American College of Cardiology, and that's why you have a cardiologist talking about it, published by Jeffrey Mechanic and all, when they published first in 2020, when they talked about population-based strategy that warrants early and sustained use of intervention that are directed towards control of metabolic drivers, including adiposity, dysglycemia, and hypertension. So good old days are back. In a way, in the sense of practice, when we started off, going into a super specialty, and then you had a left heart specialist and the right heart specialist. I think the time has come that every diabetologist knows some amount of cardiology, and a cardiologist knows some basic diabetology. So cardiometabolic based diseases is the new entity which is conceptualized, which addresses the modifiable risk factors that can mitigate patient suffering, prevent social cost of CV diseases like micro and macrovascular complication, rather than trying to intervene when the arteries are blocked. The central abnormality, of course, is being the beta cell dysfunction and insulin resistance in diabetes, but that's not only for diabetes, it's also at the center and at the heart of matter of cardiovascular disorders as well. And this delineates an interrelationship between obesity, type 2 diabetes, which is distinct from the end of the CV diseases, and recognizes both of them as potential drivers of the chronic disease process. And this new model hence outlines the comprehensive approach of primitive as well as primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention of CV diseases, both macrovascular and microvascular disorders. So this is how we look at you before even you talk about pre-disease state, when there is increased overweight or abnormal distribution or abnormal cell function or a pre-diabetes that exists. It's been established that adiposity-based chronic diseases or diabetes-based chronic diseases have at stage 1 being driver for cardiometabolic-based chronic diseases, which are determined by both the genetic and the environmental factor, with insulin resistance and beta cell function driving ultimately to development of dyslipidemia, metabolic syndrome traits, and hypertension, which can all, in the crossover phase, can move either to pre-diabetes or subclinical CHD or dysfunction of the LV, or even diastolic dysfunctions of LA abnormality, then potentially progressing to stage 3 of disease, and then later its complication. And remember, there is a huge amount of interplay between all these at any point of time. So these are interlinked, as you can see in India point perspective. When you look of a population of 139 million, we are looking at a huge number of 78.9 million diabetics by 2025. You'll have 62 million diabetics with dyslipidemia, 26 million diabetics with hypertension, and you'll have 17.4 million diabetes will have all three of them. And then you're looking at potential microvascular complication in form of retinopathy in more than 10 million, nephropathy and neuropathy, while coronary artery disease is going to be potentially be affecting 11.2 million people with 4.3 peripheral vascular disease and 4.2 million stroke. So 72% of diabetics will either have hypertension, dyslipidemia, or both, and that's why you can't overlook just the other aspects of the disease. The overall mortality from the global point of view, if you look, ischemic heart disease and stroke are responsible for 85% of CV deaths, and 32% of the total global deaths are accounted by CV disorders. So glycemic control and CVD risk is a well-established concept, and I'm probably the least learned guy amongst the most learned audience here. We're talking about UKPDS, Accord, Advance, and REDAT, which looked at the baseline control in UKPDS versus 7%, reducing microvascular, not affecting mortality, while a tighter control in Accord actually led to a higher mortality, probably driven by more incidence of hypoglycemia-triggered CV events. Advance trial and VDAT trial looked at, again, reduction in microvascular complication without any significant mortality. With this background, we were evaluating newer therapies. We knew there was nothing that was changing mortality outcomes, and tighter control was actually leading towards potentially more mortality in Accord trial. But if you try to analyze this in terms of long-term follow-up, again, microvascular went down. The UKPDS did show CVD reduction beyond the long-term follow-up with mortality reduction as well, but that was not the case with Accord or any other trial. With this heterogeneity of cases for CV diseases, if you look at the newer trials that have broken in now with EMPAREC, Canvas, Credence, and Declare-TME for SGLT2, the established CVD, the hazards ratio for the CVD risk factor, the interplay value of interaction between the two subgroups was not statistically different. So you had patients who had established CVD, or you just had CV risk factor. You had influences, as published in this paper from Jeffrey Mechanic and Jack, looked at no significant different outcome, barring the EMPA-REG, because you did not have much of this patients. Almost 98% in EMPA-REG were patients with established ASCVD. So the benefit to decrease seems to decrease when the patient with CVD risk factor instead of established CVD are looked at. And non-glycemic factors in CV disease, when you compare in the look ahead trial, which was looking at the weight loss, it did not improve CV risk in type 2 diabetes in long term. So weight loss, intensive lifestyle intervention versus the patients who are on a simple otherwise endpoint of a composite of CV death, non-fatal MI, stroke, and hospitalization for angina was not statistically different in the studies. So despite the use of multiple parameters and for years of decade, many patients of diabetes are still not reaching CV goals. A1C, as we all know, patients who achieve that are never exceeding more than 60%. Irrespective of what A1C they are, and whichever decade of era of therapies we are looking at, from 88 to 2010. And even if you look at the same in terms of the blood pressure reduction or LDL or on statin, the numbers are not satisfactorily enough rising quickly. If you compare, say, this with the A1C below 7 and all the 3 targets met with the blood pressure and LDL reduction, the percentage is very meager. You just don't even have more than 20% of patients who achieved control in all the 3 aspects. Now, what about the mitochondrial dysfunction in cardiometabolic based disease? The problem at the heart of the matter is that the mitochondria has a capacity to switch freely between glucose and fatty acids, which is basically impaired and lost in cardiometabolic based chronic diseases. And that's the primary reason being hypothesized to be the reason for disease progression. We all know that the glucose pathway, how AMPK and PDK and BCK are ultimately using CPT1 and beta cell oxidation, utilizing and marginalizing and using the TC or the citrate cycle with the NADP-NADPH ratio getting altered in diabetics, leading to progression and worsening of the cell kinetics or metabolic ability of the myocardial cells to switch between the glucose and fatty acid metabolism in various states of fasting and exercise, or being dysregulated. So overloaded free fatty acids with dysglycemia will cause increasing mutation, mitochondrial biogenesis, and aging will cause mitochondrial dysfunction, which will lead to decreased beta oxidation, free radical injury, and a decreased ATP production with altered ADP and NADP-NADPH ratio, which will translate into beta cell dysfunction, ultimately affecting all the 3 aspects of dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, and hypertension, and further progressing the pathways of CMBCD. So Indian phenotype, which we have discussed a lot of times in this meeting, beta cell dysfunction, insulin resistance, dysglycemia, along with micro and macrovascular complication, will be mediated not only through the visceral adiposity, chronic inflammation of the same, and macrophage infiltration, and Dr. Mishra's talk was talking about. You also, on top of that, have low expression of anti-inflammatory adipokines and high expression of pro-inflammatory adipokine, all together with the renal dysmodulation lead to atherosclerosis. So CMBTC and microvascular problem disorder, it's connected into a loop. You have energy flexibility, which is required for both mechanical as well as metabolic point of view. When there is a rapid power versus efficiency for various different states of stress versus at rest, and you have rapid energy abundant glucose, which is again sparing efficiency being targeted through the modulator at the mitochondrial level. This inflexibility will lead to a fuel inefficiency as well as functional limitation and the increased risk of cell death because of improper utilization of energy. So there is increased insulin sensitivity, glucose control, decrease in the lipid and oxidative capacity, alteration leading to type 2 diabetes, dyslipidemia, blood pressure, and CV risk being potentiated in these subgroup of patients with the dysregulation at the level of mitochondria. So CMBCD is an early, sustainable, evidence comprehensive, integrated approach to target metabolic disorder involving subclinical adiposity and dysglycemia. And despite multiple risk intervention, the CVD risk remains an elusive and it's huge. Indian phenotypes are prone for development of CMBCD burden, warranting additional intervention at the level of mitochondrial modulation, even developed before development of pre-diabetes. And therapies, hence, which look at altering the mitochondrial dysfunction, hence may be a good potential target of preventing CVD associated with CMBCD. We have data for that emerging from SGLT2. There are data of talking about the same in DARE 19, which actually looked at patients with acute insulin stress, insulin in patients with COVID-19 who had insulinopenic state, but still they were able to tolerate. So I think with these kinds of availability of evidence, we have to move towards therapies that can alter mitochondrial energetics and can play a big role. Thank you. Thank you for the session.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal Sharma, for such a lucid session. Sir, I would like to ask a question. What about this keto diet, which increases this LDL levels? Is it harmful for with the blood glucose control, blood glucose in control with the keto diet, increased LDL levels? Will it increase the CVD risk, sir?
Yes, so I think keto diet has been a topic of the town for diabetologists. For the cardiologist's perspective, it's always a no-no. So, I mean, cardiologists were never investigating keto diet for that matter. You know? I mean, there were more of talk on DASH diet plans and other plans like Mediterranean diet, etc., that have always been evaluated. And the keto diet, as you clearly mentioned, and I think Dr. Mohan is here, he's the right person to elucidate on the same. I think that's more been a trouble than of benefit in cardiology, at least. I mean, I'm not sure how it's been fancy of the town in diabetology. For a while, it was a big, the talk of the town. But then I think, as you, Dr. Shanti, mentioned, there have been data to talk about how dysregulation, it can peep into the metabolic modulation that is required primarily because of the alteration that may exist at the level of mitochondria. So it's very imperative that you brought it out in this session, because I think keto diet is ultimately going to work through the mitochondrial energetics. And once you are again trying to, alter it the other way around, you probably are going to give more harm than the benefit. Dr. Mohan, your comments?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm a, totally against keto diet. I'll tell you why. Number one, it is not a balanced diet. So forget about any diet that in the world that you want to take. It must be nutritionally balanced. So you must have some carbs, some protein, some fat. If you have 100% protein diet, it's bad. If you take 100% carbohydrate, it's wrong. If you take 100% fat, it's wrong. Then why are there different components? And once you're completely making it zero just for some short-term benefits, I think you're playing with nature, and it's not good. We are meant to have a little bit of everything. Of course, if you have too much of carbs, it's bad. Cut it down a little bit. That's all you need to do. And we have shown tremendous results just by reducing that's the first part. Second is the LDL level. Now, when you take 100% fat or 80% fat, 20% protein, I mean, any child will tell you that your LDL will go up. You don't have to, do much of experiments on that. And the published studies have shown your LDL goes very high. Then, of course, they'll argue and say LDL is not important. So that's only social media will say that, all the studies are cooked up. All the 100 studies on statins are cooked up. Everything is done by pharma. All doctors are frauds. This is what social media says. I mean, we are not fools, for 30, 40 years to do, 100 trials in 25 countries, and then everything is cooked up and everything is, common sense, but the public believes it, gullible public, somebody will post it because statin has to be hit. So something they will hit, and everybody will forward, and they think it becomes a truth. A lie told 100 times doesn't become truth. Third, and the most important thing is, I tell people, whatever diet you want, you take, but that should be your diet for the next 10 years. Are you prepared to do that? How many people continue keto diet beyond 3 months? 6 months is, a stretch. You go beyond that, you're a paranoid person, who will not eat one grain of salt. But I know one man who was sitting for breakfast with me, and he took a slice of bread and cut it into four, quarter slice. I said, can't you take half? No, that will be too much of carbs. So he's actually taking a thing and cutting it and making quarter slice of a bread, So that's the kind of people who will follow keto diet and swear by. And of course, when you cut off carbs, you lose weight. And when you lose weight, your sugar will normalize, your regimen will become normal, everything will become normal. You're posting that on social media. I ask the same people, have you posted when your weight gained back? How many people posted back? No, I tried it, but now it's all gone back. They'll never do that. No, before, after pictures, only when you're at your best. When you regain that other before picture, you're never going to post it again. So these are all gimmicks, and they're all bad for health. And I don't think you should. just cut down. We're eating too much of some fat, cut it down. We're eating too much of carbs, cut it down. Have a balanced diet, which for the next 25 years you can continue. I've never been on a diet in my life. And my pant size is the same as it was 35 years ago. You know, being just a little bit careful with what you do, and moderation and everything is what is nice. No keto diet, no paleo diet, nothing.
True. I think it's again, if we look back at the oldest theories of preventing aging, it looked at calorie restriction rather than supplementing calorie in one form to the other. And again, the heart of that would come to mitochondria, because when you starve, what triggers is the mitochondrial regulation that I showed in the slides. Again, what I feel very strongly for SGLT2 and why CV benefits are emerging, one of the important postulates is the ATP1 receptors. And on top of that, you have, of course, the TCA cycle and beta hydroxybutyrate, etc., contributing to the mitochondrial energetics. So I think the benefits that we are seeing in heart failure studies where the patients are non-diabetics, and if the SGLT2 is showing benefits in those subgroup of patients, a lot of it must be coming through the mitochondria. That's my belief. Otherwise, why should a myocyte start behaving in a very different fashion? And, heart would start behaving in patients with heart failure, improving functional class 1 beyond your loss of fluid, which was, more aggressive. Let's not talk about interstitial versus the intravascular diuretic versus SGLT2. But barring that, I mean, that was the congestion that you're talking about. Why would a LV function or a functional class or a BNP would go down? Why would the LV volumes regress beyond what the diuretics could regress? I think it has got to do with the energetics of the myocardium, which are regulated at the level of mitochondria. And that's where the potential next line of intervention in cardiology, diabetology, or CMBCD is going to lie.
I think I must congratulate Torrent. I've told them this because they're opening up a completely new line, and this coming from India. I think I'm very proud that in something from India completely novel comes up, and I'm glad that they chose you to speak. I've been hearing all about your oratory skills, and today you have proved that. So thank you so much for being part of this. I'll stop here. Are there any other questions others can take?
Thank you so much, sir. We had wonderful sessions. There are a lot of questions and also compliments and comments, but because of the time, we'll go ahead with the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the speakers and the chairpersons. So we now move on to the next symposium on the mixed bag. This session will be chaired by Dr. Pavan Kumar and Dr. Ranjit Unikrishnan. It gives me pleasure to introduce our chairpersons for this session. Dr. Pavan Kumar is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Hyderabad. He has completed his MBBS from Dr. NTR University, his fellowship in diabetology from Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, and the certificate course in evidence-based diabetes management from PHFI. He is a member of various scientific associations, including RSSDI and Diabetic Food Society of India. He has participated in several conferences. We welcome you, Dr. Pavan Kumar. The co-chair is Dr. Ranjit Unikrishnan, the vice chairman and consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan Diabetes Specialty Center. He is the regional faculty for CCEBDM, CCGDM, and CCDR. He has been conferred the FRCP Glasgow, Edinburgh, and London, Fellowship of American College of Physicians, FICP, FACE, and the and certification, specialty certification in endocrinology and diabetes, Royal College of Physicians and Society for Endocrinology, UK. He has been awarded several awards and has contributed 180 publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals. We welcome the speakers for this session, Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan, Dr. Nikhil Tandon, and Dr. Samad Banerjee for this interesting session. I now hand over the virtual podium to Dr. Ranjit and Dr. Pawan Kumar.
Thank you, Pradeepa, for the introduction. And before I hand it over and the mic over to Pawan for introducing the first speaker, this particular symposium is rightly called the mixed bag because we run the whole gamut of diabetes from the foot at one end to the air that we breathe at the other, with the liver somewhere in between. So one suggestion, if I may, is that we should be taking the questions after each talk rather than at the end, because the three talks are not really related to each other. So maybe with the permission of the organizers, we will take
I agree.
We can do that, sir.
So with that brief introduction, let me hand the mic podium over to Dr. Pawan Kumar, who will introduce our first speaker, Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan.
Yeah, and before Pawan introduces, I'd like to just welcome my younger brother, Vijay. Has always been a source of support to us. I don't think there's a single meeting over the last so many decades, maybe, which he has not participated. And also his unique contributions in several fields where diabetic foot today is the president of the whole world for the Diabetic Foot International. It's a great honor. I think he's the first Indian to have been conferred this honor. It's like being the president of IDF or something. So heartiest congratulations, Vijay. We are very proud of you. Thank you.
So Pawan can now.
Yeah. So good morning and warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers and audience to the final day of 8th edition of Dr. Mohan's International Diabetes Update. I'm Dr. Pawan Kumar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, VM, sir, Anju ma'am, and all the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to co-chair along with my teacher, Dr. Ranjit Krishnan, sir. So coming to the first topic, the topic is Caring for the Diabetic Foot, a Global View by the pioneer himself, Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan, sir. Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan, sir, is the head and chief of diabetology, MV Hospital for Diabetes, and he's the president of Professor M. Vishwanathan Diabetes Research Center, Raipuram, Chennai. He's the president of D-Foot International Society. He's the current national vice president, RSSDI. He has conferred medicine in he has conferred PhD in medicine by Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. His areas of interest are diabetes and foot, diabetes and kidney, diabetes and TB, and socio-economics of diabetes. He's the first recipient of Vivian Fonseca Award from ADA in the year 2013 for his work in diabetes and TB. And he has also got the Hochest Senior Lectureship in Diabetes at the Diamond Epicon 2005 at Mumbai. He has trained over 2,000 physicians in prevention of amputations. He is appointed as adjunct professor by Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. He has a credit of over 200 research publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals. Sir, it's an honor having you here, sir. Kindly carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pawan and Dr. Ranjit. Let me share my slide. So I think it's always an honor to be a part of Dr. Mohan's fantastic meeting, the International Update. This was a live program in 2019. And I think it's always an honor to be invited to one of the best scientific programs in India, organized by Professor V. Mohan, Dr. Ranjit Krishnan, and Dr. Anjana, and the wonderful team. They have Dr. Guha, Pradeepa, and all others who do such a fantastic job by organizing probably the best scientific meeting in the country. So I'm just searching for my laser pointer. So in the next 12 to 15 minutes, I have arranged a program like this, the flow of presentation. In the first 6 minutes, I'll talk on the burden due to diabetic foot across the world. I have some data from across the world. I think it's important for us Indians to know what's happening in other countries. And then in the next 6 minutes, I will talk about solutions to reduce the burden due to diabetic foot, which is applicable to the developed and developing countries. And finally, last 3 minutes, just make you aware of something called the International Working Group Guidelines on Diabetic Foot. So this is the state in which many people come, and this even third-year MBBS student will tell us that this patient requires nothing less than a below knee amputation because there is no blood flow, there's already gangrene, there is infection. This is called an unsalvageable foot. So this is a state in which most people come. This was a patient who came, lady patient who came to us during the acute lockdown when the police were not allowing people to move on the streets. She had maggots here, still lunch is 2 hours away, so I don't think it's bad to show you this picture. But it took 3 days for us to debride and remove all the maggots. They say you can put ether and remove the maggots. These are dirty maggots, not the healthy maggots which you get in the United Kingdom, which they put into the wound. And then after a few weeks, the wound becomes good granulation tissue, and then you do a skin grafting. So this is how most people in India present. You can see that this person has got already another foot ulcer waiting because there is a well-developed callus there. So this is a fact that foot ulceration is common, and it affects about 25% of people with diabetes during their lifetime. So this is a fact, and in India, maybe it's a little more. And let's start with England. So in England, it has been said that people with diabetes have a risk of about 23 times more likely to have an amputation than people without diabetes. This is, mind you, United Kingdom, where there is a lot of podiatry clinics and diabetes care is supposed to be very good. Now in Italy, my good friend Roberto Anicini sent me this slide. You can see that the dark line is a major amputation, and you can see that this is among people without diabetes and this is among people with diabetes. You can see that the risk per 1,000, the rates of per major amputation is 6 per 100,000 in people without diabetes in Italy. And among people with diabetes, it's about 40 times more or 10 times more, I'm sorry. It's about 40 per 1,000, 10 per 100,000. So even in Italy and United Kingdom, which are two developed countries, you can see that the rate of amputation is very high. Now in Vietnam, it's a developing country, you can see that there's a very high rate of major amputation, and that's because of the poor diabetic foot care and low interest in foot problems and so on. And if you take Mongolia, it's a beautiful country to visit. You can see that the infection rate and the fissures, and on the whole, it's about 40% if you include all the risk factors for diabetic foot. My good friend, Professor Zhang Rong Zhu from Beijing, he sent me these slides from China, and you can see that in China, from 1996 to 2008, there's a 30 to 40% increase in chronic wounds. And the fact is that 40% of the Chinese who have an amputation die within a 5-year period. We showed in India that about 30% die within a 3-year period. This was a study which we published a few years ago. Barbados, this slide was sent by Dr. Simon McConney, who stays in Barbados. The mortality rate after diabetes-related amputation is very high. And in fact, in Barbados, the rates of amputation is one of the highest in the world. What about India? So this was a study which we did from 31 diabetic centers across India sometime in 2011. And we found that the major cause for amputation, this was not a prevalent study, but we were looking at the causes for amputation. And we found that the major cause for amputation was diabetic neuropathy and infection. Now, if you look at the cost of amputation in India, this was a paper which we published a few years ago, you can see that people who undergo amputations not only die earlier, but they also spend a lot of money. You can see that the hospital expenditure for 2 years is about 4 times more if you start getting amputations. one by one of each toe, compared to a person with diabetes who does not have any complication whatsoever. So this is highlighting the fact that they not only die, but they lose all their money. This was a good study where we looked at three populations, Germany, Africa, and India. And we once again found that in Africa and India, compared to Germany, patients in the developing countries have a high amputation rate because of progressive infection and diabetic neuropathy. We have shown in 1999 that one of the important reasons in India is people have a very poor knowledge about foot care. Now it must be slightly better in 2021. But at that time, we found that especially those who have a lower level of education and socioeconomic status have a very poor knowledge about foot care. In the next 6 minutes, let me talk to you about the impact and what solutions we can offer to people with to prevent a diabetic foot problem. And if you have a diabetic foot problems, these are the problems which you have. And this is very interesting data, which goes on to show that if you have an ischemic ulcer, your 5-year survival is worse than even having colon cancer or breast cancer. So if you have an ischemic ulcer or an amputation, your 5-year survival is lower. So it's very important that it's not just you're losing a leg, but you're losing your life, money, everything. It's not just a question of losing a leg. Now, as somebody progresses from diabetes to limb loss, you can see on the x-axis, the healthcare costs go up, and on the y-axis, you will find that the quality of life gets decreased. So the quality of life decreases as somebody loses a leg going through the various stages of diabetic foot. Therefore, the only way we can reduce the burden is with us diabetologists or physicians. It's not with the surgeons. I'm very definite that the risk, preventing the risk of an amputation lies entirely with the diabetologist or the physician or the endocrinologist. And we have to detect people in stage 1 and stage 2. This is a beautiful algorithm given by Mike Edmonds from King's College and Ali Foster several years ago. We have to examine every patient's feet and make a diagnosis of what is called high-risk feet. Many people think that you need expensive gadgets to make a diagnosis of high-risk feet. Andrew Bolton has shown that all that you need is a 128 Hertz tuning fork and also a tendon hammer, that is a knee hammer, to look at your ankle reflex. And we showed some years ago, 20 years ago, that there is something called a graduated tuning fork, which is nothing but a 128 Hertz tuning fork. It looks like this, which is equal to a biothesiometer. We compared it with the biothesiometer, and this has got graduations like this, starts from 0 to 8. And if the patient can feel only up to 4, then he's got something like 25 volts in the biothesiometer. And this is a very good tool to do a bedside examination. Now, in the next 2 minutes of my solutions, we have Andrew, who showed in the Lancet that in 2005, a leg was lost to diabetes somewhere in the world every 30 seconds. But in Andrew's Lancet article in 2005, he said that it's becoming 20 seconds. That means every 20 seconds, somebody is losing a leg due to diabetes. Therefore, Jan Appelqvist from Sweden, what he said in 2001 is very valid. Strategies aimed at preventing foot ulcers. Strategies aimed at preventing foot ulcers are cost effective. It can be cost saving if increased education and effort are focused on those with recognized risk factors. So if you have somebody with neuropathy, then or with peripheral artery disease, you should spend more time talking to them. And we showed way back in 2005 that if you educate your patients, you can prevent an amputation. So this is the truth, that you have to spend more time educating a patient. And there is a delay in the referral. I showed you the patient with maggots. This was due to lockdown. But even before lockdown, people come in very late to the surgeon, to the diabetologist. And that is the reason why you're not able to save the feet. In the last 3 minutes, I would like to make you familiar with something called the International Working Group on Diabetic Foot Guidelines, which has been there for about 3 decades. And I was fortunate enough to be called to be a part in 2015, 2019, and also in 2023. The 5 pioneers are led by Professor Nicholas Schaper from Netherlands. Editorial board consists of 6 people. There are 6 working groups, and there are 50 international experts from 40 countries. Now, there are different topics written, and it's easily available in this iwgdfguidelines.org. This was a guideline on the prevention of foot ulcers. And I'll just talk about one particular IWGDF guideline, that's the prevention. If you do not have loss of protective sensation, you can examine the feet of your patient once a year. But if you have loss of protective sensation of peripheral arterial disease, it's low ulcer risk, but you should see them every 6 months. Or people say, I don't have any problem in the feet, doctor, don't examine. So they think we are out to make money by examining their feet. But if they have loss of protective sensation of peripheral arterial disease, the IWGDF says you should examine your feet every 6 to 12 months. And if you have a deformity, and then you should check every 3-6 months. And if you have a past history of foot ulcer or an amputation or end-stage disease, you should see every 1 to 3 months. So this is something which is totally lacking in India and in many countries. We do not examine the feet of our people with diabetes regularly. Again, I was fortunate in 2019 to be called to join this group of Sipobas, David Armstrong, Catherine, and Gustav and Carlo Caravaggi and Peter Lazzarini from Australia to write the offloading guidelines. It's all there on the internet, and in 2023, we are going to revise them. Therefore, to conclude the talk, I think we can't fix the problem until we know and acknowledge it exists. At this stage, if you realize that there is a leak, you can do something about it. But if you don't realize that, this is what will happen. You realize it, and it ends up in an amputation. And I think we have to join hands with our companions from different countries and try to salvage the limb in people with diabetes. I would like to thank all the regional chairs of this wonderful organization called DFoot, starting with Roberto Anicini from Europe, David Armstrong, Nalini from South and Central America. She's in a very small town called Dominican Republic. And Linda is from Brazil. Shigo is from Japan. Lee Rogers is from San Antonio. Ulapar is from Thailand. And Norina is from Romania. Sahid is from Pakistan. Sharad is from Nagpur. Maimuna is from Africa. And Simon is from Barbados. And Zulfikar Abbas is from Tanzania. So I would like to, I'm once again thankful to Professor Mohan, Dr. Ranjit Unnikrishnan, Dr. Anjana for giving me this honor of talking to you today and this wonderful team. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Sir, that was a very crisp talk, way ahead of time, sir. You're like an Indigo flight. So, I don't know what to talk. So, you have nicely highlighted about identification of at-risk foot by a primary care physician at the earliest will help a lot. And patient education will go a very long way in preventing complications. And use of proper diabetic footwear, offloading footwear, and treating infections aggressively in India will help in preventing foot amputation, sir. So with that, I have a question for you, sir. So during this telemedicine era, see, how should we assess a neuropathy while doing a telemedicine, sir?
Yeah, so I think neuropathy assessment is easy. There is a new instrument which is called Medipin. It's called Medipin, which the patient can examine the feet by himself. It's a safe. It's a pin, and when you press it on the skin, the needle comes out. It doesn't poke you. So we're just trying to do some studies, trying to validate it in India. So if something like that is there, just for sweating, we have a neuropad, and it changes color if you sweat. So if you apply it on your sole and if it doesn't change color, that means you lost sweating, you have autonomic neuropathy. It's not available in India though. Medipin is available in India, it is being sold, but we're just trying to validate it. Once something like that is there, people can check. But otherwise, people who have dense neuropathy are not aware that they do not have, unless they get numbness and burning sensation, which is too late. You've not caught the bus at the right time. So Medipin and Neuropad for sweating might be one option during the telemedicine. But otherwise, if you have a lesion, I think they have to come to the hospital somehow, because otherwise it's becoming very difficult. Dr. Ashok Kumar Das is asking some questions.
Yeah, he is asking about
food temperature.
Hyperbaric oxygen. They will use and back therapy.
Hyperbaric oxygen is a useful device, but if you take the RCTs, it is totally against usage of VAC. I'm sorry, usage of HBOT. But personal experience, it helps for people after revascularization to get your collaterals. If you put a balloon into the peroneal artery or into the anteritibial artery, the collaterals will not form that easily. The patient is coming with an ischemic ulcer, and the collaterals must form very fast. So we use hyperbaric to improve the collateral supply, and we use hyperbaric for about 10 days after revascularization. So hyperbaric oxygen has got limited use in specific use, but it's not for everybody. And the RCTs are totally against hyperbaric. VAC is a fantastic therapy, but I find surgeons using the VAC in the wrong setting. They use it in the theater after debridement, which is totally wrong. You should wait for the tissue to granulate and then put the VAC. When the infection is there, you should never put the VAC. And I have had some patients who went for a BK amputation, because I shouldn't be saying this against the surgeons, but they put the VAC a bit too early. So VAC therapy used judiciously, it is quite good. And should I answer this question about management of acute Charcot, or
You can take it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairpersons would like to ask me? Okay, there's a management of acute Charcot is that's where the offloading guidelines of the IWGDF comes in very handy. The TCC is grossly underutilized. So I was asked to write about offloading, whereas David Armstrong was writing about United States and removable casts and all that. I was talking about the TCC in the guideline. TCC is quite good for management of acute Charcot. It is not used much in India. An acute Charcot without an ulcer, you can definitely use as TCC. It's very cheap. And the patient, if you can put a Puttur Kattu for a fracture, why not you put a TCC on the leg for, they're ready to put a Puttur Kattu for 6 weeks. But if you put a TCC on the feet, they will complain. So, but I think we need to complain. We have to explain to the patient that a Puttur Kattu, which they have for 200 rupees, is good, but it can have bad results, outcome, without seeing an orthopedic surgeon going to the Puttur to put a Kattu, no? So I think TCC is a good option in India.
On a lighter vein, one of the chairman, I don't want to say who it is, the chairman of a very big corporate hospital setup. When he had a fracture, he went to Puttur to take his Puttur cut. He has a huge department of orthopedics in his own hospital. So that's how it is.
Sir, one more question, sir. So, is there any stage at which the primary care physician who is sitting at a periphery should refer to a higher center, sir, of diabetic foot?
So I showed you one slide, Dr. Pawan, that delayed referral. So I think this is the problem. Our patients don't come to us at an early stage. They wait for, and especially nobody feels a postertibial pulse. The first thing I do when I see an ulcer is to feel the postertibial pulse and the dorsalis pedis. You can't feel the dorsalis pedis in 6% of patients unilaterally and 0.6% bilaterally. But leave off the dorsalis pedis. But posterior tibial pulse, if you can feel the radial pulse, you can feel the posterior tibial pulse in the middle side of the ankle. So I think a primary care physician should try to detect an ischemic ulcer by feeling the posterior tibial pulse. What happens is they go and amputate a toe without any vascularity. It becomes black, it spreads, and then they come to us and say, save the leg, save the limb, save the foot, or save the toes. So I think at the primary care level, it's easy. I told you all that you need is a 128 hertz tuning fork and also the ankle jerk. If your ankle jerk is lost, peripheral neuropathy has definitely set in. And third is the feeling the posterior tibial pulse.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Vijay Vishwanathan, for the brilliant and enlightening talk on an often neglected complication of diabetes, that is a diabetic foot. Now, we will now move on to the next speaker, that is none other than one of my idols in medicine and endocrinology, Dr. Nikhil Tandon. He actually needs no introduction to an audience such as this, but I will be happy to do the formalities. Dr. Nikhil Tandon is Professor and Head, Department of Endocrinology and Metabolism at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He is also a member of the Board of Governors, which has superseded the Medical Council of India, and he is also the Vice President of the National Board of Examinations, New Delhi. His areas of interest, among other things, include diabetes in the young. He is a principal investigator for several intervention studies through NIH and Wellcome Trust, such as Empower Health Study, CAR Study, SimCAR Study, Independent Study, STRIDE, and so on. In many of these studies, we are fortunate and privileged to be his collaborators. He also works very closely with government departments such as the ICMR and the Department of Biotechnology. His work has led to more than 525 peer-reviewed publications in international and national journals. And he is a recipient of several distinguished awards, including the Padam Shri from the Government of India and the Dr. B.C. Roy Award. We welcome Dr. Nikhil Tandon, and he will be speaking to us on a very important complication of diabetes, that is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Welcome, Nikhil. Thank you for gracing the occasion. It's always a pleasure and honor to have you with us.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Thank you, Ranjit. Let me first start by, do I have the...
yeah, you should.
I'd like to share my slides? Yeah.
Should have.
So as my slides come on, I think it's, let me add my words to the plethora of congratulatory messages which I'm seeing flying thick and fast for a wonderfully organized meeting. It doesn't surprise me. It's been wonderfully organized from the very day it started. And I'm privileged and to have been part of every single edition till now. And the only plea that I have is, and it's not primarily to the organizers, but the Lord above, then next year we should have the opportunity to meet in person, because there's a different charm to that compared to doing these video conferencing. So I will, as mentioned, talk to you about an entity called metabolic associated fatty liver disease. So really, when you look at NAFLD or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, it depended on three key factors: some evidence of fatty liver by ultrasonography, evidence that the alcohol intake, if any, was not adequate to explain the fatty liver, and that there were no competing etiologies for the fatty liver. Now, this is like a bit of a trouble because this is a diagnosis by exclusion. You know, once upon a time, we used to say this person has a communicable disease, this person has a non-communicable disease. Now, the problem with the person who has a non-communicable disease, he says, fine, I understand I don't have a communicable disease, but what is my disease? So again, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease leaves you with a sense of incompleteness. I know I don't take alcohol, I don't have alcoholic fatty liver, but what do I actually have? So that's been one of the problems. Secondly, questionnaires to establish alcohol consumption have been not particularly very accurate, and we all know that people who drink excess amounts of alcohol are the last people to accept that they do so. And then, of course, there are issues about how appropriate this is to identify those who've got the fibrotic element or NASH as compared to those who've got earlier and milder forms of disease. And finally, because of the heterogeneity of conditions which fall under NAFLD, there's no single treatment. You don't treat non-communicable disease, you don't treat polycystic ovarian disease, you treat a facet of this. So because of this, an international consortium proposed this entity called metabolic associated fatty liver disease, with the plea that this was positive criteria and not criteria by exclusion. So the Asia Pacific Association for the Study of Liver generated these guidelines. And let me take you through a diagnostic criteria which has been proposed by them. So the high-risk population out here for MAFLD-related advanced fibrosis are people who are obese, people who have type 2 diabetes, and people who have, within quotes, metabolic dysfunction, right? So once you have this group, you are looking for hepatic steatosis, which is by imaging. Imaging could be ultrasonography, which could be a proton density MRI, could be whatever, could be a various range of scores, and I'll refer to them again in the passing, or in extreme circumstances, if prescribed by the gastroenterologist, hepatologist, even a liver histology. Once you have evidence of hepatic steatosis, then you need one of the following to make a diagnosis of MAFLD. Either you should be overweight or obese, and what they have proposed is that for Asians, including us, you should have a BMI of 23 kilograms per square meter as a cutoff, or you should have type 2 diabetes. If you have neither, then you should have at least one of the two following metabolic risk abnormalities, just like you use for metabolic syndrome: evidence of central adiposity by waist circumference, evidence of an elevated blood pressure of more than 130/85, plasma triglycerides of more than 150, a low HDL cholesterol of below 40 in men and below 50 in women, pre-diabetes, because once you have diabetes, you're automatically in the group, but pre-diabetes, and then two measurements: a HOMA-IR value of more than 2.5, or a CRP, HSCRP of more than 2 milligrams. So high-risk population, evidence of steatosis, either overweight, obesity, or type 2 diabetes, or both. If you don't have either, then this list of metabolic abnormalities with at least two of them to be present. So how does MAFLD compare with NAFLD in terms of definitions? Both require demonstration of fatty liver by imaging, histology, or prediction scores, right? What is not required in MAFLD as per the currently proposed diagnostic criteria are: you don't need to exclude excessive alcohol consumption. You don't need to do viral markers. You don't need to exclude secondary causes of fatty liver. But you must have, as already mentioned in the previous slide, presence of overweight, obesity, type 2 diabetes, or any two of the 7 or 8 metabolic risk factors mentioned. In contrast, NAFLD is more demanding. You need fatty liver, you need to exclude alcohol consumption, you need to include viral hepatitis and other markers, you need to exclude other causes of fatty liver, but you need not have overweight, obesity, or type 2 diabetes. So the metabolic aspects are really not mandatory. But how does this really impact the universe of people with fatty liver? Actually, there's more than 80% overlap whether you use one definition or the other. So if you use the definition of NAFLD, there's maybe 5 or 8% who will not meet MAFLD criteria because they're the ones who have no metabolic disorders or don't have two of them. And for those who meet diagnostic criteria of MAFLD, there may be 5 to 8% who get excluded from NAFLD criteria because of the presence of other causes of steatogenic states or alcohol use. So actually the overlap is not too bad. Now, once you reach the presence of MAFLD, how do you plan to manage? The first step, and this is an important concept which I think we really need to understand, is that we need to establish what is the presence or a risk of advanced fibrosis, because really things start going downhill once the fibrosis is there. And the hepatic fibrosis biomarkers, there are a plethora which have been advised. These could be FIB4, which includes biochemical markers and platelet function, could be other non-invasive markers, including that proposed by the European Liver Foundation. And or you need measurements of stiffness, which could be various forms of elastography, which could be either by an ultrasound-based device or an MRI-based device. And on the basis of this, you dichotomize individuals into those with low risk or intermediate and high risk. If the individual is low risk, you can actually sit back, give them overall general treatment, but don't need to monitor them more frequently than once in every 2 or 3 years. If, however, they are at intermediate to high risk, it's time to bring in the gastroenterologist or hepatologist at this point in time. A lot of them will then advocate a liver biopsy for advising a fibrosis state, but we don't get into all this because that's a decision and a threshold which is defined by the hepatologist. If there is evidence of cirrhosis, of course, you manage accordingly. If there's evidence of fibrosis without evidence of cirrhosis, then the therapeutic options come into play. And I'm actually disappointed to say that the currently established therapeutic modifications are not really spectacular. So it is lifestyle modification, it is exercise, it is a lot of metabolic risk management with managing dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, and hypertension. And there has been work done with pioglitazone and vitamin E. Minimum amount of work has been done with saroglitazar. And then there's work which has been shown with with GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors. But those are preliminary work, and they have not yet made it into recommendations. If you introduce any form of therapy, you must evaluate on an annual basis. Given the paucity of therapeutic options, you may even consider people for clinical trials if new medicines come in. And finally, if you have a person with a BMI of more than 35, and some say even more than 30 in an Asian population, you may want to consider bariatric surgery. I will not speak more to this because this is still a contentious issue, but all I want to do is to summarize this slide by saying, identify or dichotomous into risk, which is low or intermediate and high, then decide on therapeutic options and the frequency of follow-up, while recognizing that at the moment there is a very limited amount of therapeutic options available for us. So the question for you and me, as people who are not hepatologists, gastroenterologists, is, should a high-risk population be screened for MAFLD? And I think it should be. Like all people with overweight, obesity, type 2 diabetes, and metabolic syndrome should at least have at least an ultrasound, knowing that there are limitations for the ultrasound, but at least it puts into focus what you want. They should be assessed for other components of metabolic syndrome and treated accordingly, because you might prevent or retard evolution of hepatic fat accumulation and fibrosis. And patients with MAFLD should receive advice and support for lifestyle interventions to reduce the risk of events from the non-hepatic components of metabolic and cardiovascular disease. And as I said, also in an effort to reduce fatty liver disease. Now, before I end this part of my talk, I will also, for the sake of equipoise, say that there are still a large number of people who believe that any recommendation to move from N to MAFLD may be premature. And this is a very nice piece written in Hepatology earlier this year. It says, though MAFLD reflects the relevant risk factors to liver disease, the term is still suboptimal. The term metabolic does not totally remove the ambiguity around the etiology. And as we all know, the whole idea of metabolic health is an area which is still very much part of a discussion. And finally, other metabolic diseases which can lead to hepatic steatosis are not covered under this. So I think you will be hearing and seeing much more about this in the years to come, but this is an interesting and intriguing new addition to the whole area of understanding of fatty liver. The second part of my talk will be further split into two parts: population-based work, which we have done, and one example of a clinic-based work. So this is a task force project of the ICMR, which we conducted, which was looking at non-alcoholic fatty liver disease in India, prevalence and associated cardiometabolic risk. We studied the prevalence of NAFLD both in urban and rural National Capital Region of Delhi. We looked at the association between NAFLD, insulin resistance, and other components of metabolic syndrome. And we also tried to ascertain differences between urban dwellers and rural dwellers in this. This is a large study. I must say, though I say it myself, at the time we planned this study, it took a while for ICMR to give us money for it. There were actually only 2 urban studies which had been population-based, one by Dr. Mohan in Chennai and one by Dr. Amrapurkar in Mumbai. There was one rural study which had been done by Abhijit Chaudhary in Birbhum, but that was about it. Others were all small clinic-based studies and not really population-based studies. Let me first explain the bars to you. So the dark blue here refers to grade 1 fatty liver by ultrasound. The orange here shows grade 2, and the gray is grade 3. The yellow refers to an overall prevalence combining grades 1, 2, and 3. And the light blue out here is the overall prevalence, which has been age and sex standardized based on the 2011 census, which is all that we had when we did the study. On the left side are the urban data. On the right side are the rural data. Let me start with the urban data first. Actually, overall, the prevalence was very, very worrisome. It was virtually 2 out of 3 individuals with some evidence of fatty liver. But if you break it down, you'll find that actually 43% were really grade 1. And we all recognize that on ultrasound, grade 1 fatty liver may be an area of dispute and controversy between different examiners. But if you look at grade 2 and grade 3, we're looking at about 24%, nearly 1 out of 4 individuals in urban NCR Delhi had either grade 2 or grade 3 fatty liver. And this is usually much less of a controversial issue, and people manage to have a fair degree of concordance when we have different people doing the ultrasound. If you now look at the urban, the males and females separately, you'll find that urban females slightly higher risk. But actually, if you look at grade 2 and grade 3, 30% of urban males had grade 2 or grade 3, as opposed to about 17 or 18% of urban females, suggesting that the larger part of female urban fatty liver was grade 1. If you now shift to grade 2, you'll see overall 3 out of 5 rural dwellers had a fatty liver. Once again, you'll find that here, the numbers which were because of grade 2 and grade 3 were much less. So out of 60%, only about 1/5, 12% either grade 2 or grade 3 livers, which is clearly much less than what was seen in the urban dwellers. And here, the rural males had a higher prevalence overall and a higher prevalence of grade 2 and grade 3 fatty liver compared to their female counterparts. This is one of those very rare studies which have actually looked at fibroscan, which is an elastography for the population. So we had these data for all 1,600 participants, 825 odd urban, 825 rural. We looked at 2 parameters, as people know. One is CAP, and we had cutoffs of 275 for BMIs less than 30 and 285 for BMIs more than 30. This is for prevalence of stiffness, and for fibrosis we had a cutoff of 7, an LSM cutoff of 7, and for cirrhosis double that, an LSM cutoff of 14. All these thresholds were based on work earlier done in the Department of Gastroenterology at AIIMS, so there are local reference as opposed to standard reference. Now here again, what you'll find, and I will show you this in some brevity, that the increase in fibrosis, whether it was consistent with just fibrosis or cirrhosis, was about 20% in urban dwellers. And again, it was about 25% in males and about 17 or 18% in females, which is very similar in number to grade 2 and grade 3 fatty liver in ultrasound, suggesting that the grade 2 and grade 3 fatty liver, though I'm not saying they're exactly the same individuals, possibly identifies people with a higher propensity to fibrosis. Fortunately, the numbers with fibrosis and or cirrhosis in rural NCR was relatively small, about 6%. But that's still a fair number. This is a population-based study. Let's look at what the factors were which are associated with NAFLD. And I'm going to cut this through by pointing out the ones which are significantly associated. So in urban dwellers, anybody who was overweight or obese by international criteria using 25 and 30 was significantly associated with fatty liver, as were those with central obesity, diabetes, a HOMA-IR of more than 2.5, triglycerides of more than 150, and the presence of elevated SGPT or ALT as it is properly referred to today. As opposed to this, in terms of rural dwellers, you'll find that while obesity and central obesity remain consistent, diabetes is also there, but triglycerides and HOMA-IR did not meet significance. You can see it's just about on the threshold out here, whereas the liver enzymes again were predicted. So just to summarize then, you see that the significant and independent factors associated with NMD in urban dwellers were a higher BMI, overweight and obese, central obesity, diabetes, higher HOMA-IR, elevated triglycerides, and an SGPT more than 40. In rural areas, all of these except for the TG and the HOMA-IR. We did some additional analysis and we tried to look at the association of HOMA-IR and other metabolic components with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease compared to those without. And we then split NAFLD into those with elevated liver enzymes and those who yet did not have elevated liver enzymes. If you look at the urban dwellers, you'll find that those with raised liver enzymes, higher HOMA-IR, elevated TG, and central obesity, along with hypertension, were significantly associated with NAFLD as when compared with their non-NAFLD counterparts. And similar was found in those without raised liver enzymes, except that hypertension did not come into play. In rural areas, the two important things, whether you had elevated liver enzymes or not, was the HOMA-IR and central obesity, again, bringing to fore the importance of these metabolic parameters. So I'm going to stop the population-based part now, come to the very last bit of my presentation and take you through some interesting data on which we have looked at NAFLD in women with a prior history of gestational diabetes in comparison to those who were normoglycemic during pregnancy. These women, at the time of evaluation for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, were not diabetic. So they had obviously a tendency for metabolic abnormalities because they had GDM in the past, but at the time of assessment of fatty liver, they had no diabetes. So the primary objective was to see the prevalence of NAFLD in women with a prior history of GDM. And the secondary objectives were to see the differences in cardiovascular risk factors, glycemic status, insulin sensitivity, and resistance in women with and without NAFLD, and to evaluate the risk factors for NAFLD in this population who have shown that they are perhaps at risk for future diabetes. So what we did was, let me first talk about the controls. The controls were women. We unfortunately did not have a very long-standing cohort of women with normoglycemia. We've been concentrating on women with prior GDM. So we actually have started looking at normoglycemia during pregnancy only recently. So we had a restricted cohort of women with NGT during pregnancy who had a childbirth between 2017 and 19, and they were evaluated within 2 years of delivery. So that was our control population. We've had cases which have been worked up by us right from 2012. So this is about 7 or 8 years of a cohort of women with prior gestational diabetes. We've split this into two parts: women who corresponded to their timing of pregnancy with the control, so that, you know, that was a better comparison. But we also use the entire cohort as cases to compare with the controls. And I'll show you that. It'll become clearer when I show you the data. All of these women were subjected to an oral glucose tolerance test. If they had diabetes, they were removed from any further evaluation. If they were non-diabetic, we then would call them prior GDM, non-diabetes, non-prior GDM, non-diabetes, and then they were evaluated for fatty liver and the entire gamut of metabolic risk factors. So how did we diagnose fatty liver? We did actually an ultrasound and a fibroscan and all, though the preliminary dichotomization into fatty liver and non-fatty liver was based on the ultrasound. Because this was in a time when metabolic associated fatty liver disease had not gained momentum, we removed women with a history of significant alcohol consumption, long-term use of steatogenic medication, those who were markers, who had viral markers for hepatitis. And after excluding them, we came up with the cohort of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Those who had no fatty liver on ultrasound were the non-NAFLD. So this is the patient flow just to show you that a large bulk of people were removed from the GDM because they had already developed diabetes, right? But once we remove the people with diabetes, and you can see this itself is striking information, of those who were normal glycemic in pregnancy, only 2 had diabetes. Of those who had GDM in pregnancy, 1/5 had diabetes. So they went out. And after that, for a varying reasons of either systemic disease or alcohol consumption, very few got removed from this pathway. Again, saying that sometimes this becomes an unnecessary effort. You know, we had to screen for a lot of disorders, do viral markers, blah, 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 which takes a lot of time. We could actually have jumped directly from here to here and not seen much of a difference. So we had about 100 controls, 200 GDM, and we evaluate that. Busy slide, but let me first show you the worrying first finding. Let's look at the controls. Even among the controls, there was evidence of liver fat in about 50%. Fortunately, most of this was grade 1 fatty liver. Very, very few were grade 2 or 3, but still this is a matter of worry that this is happening. Let me actually say this is not some funny behavior from Delhi. There's a recent, very well characterized cohort study from Trivandrum, which also has about a 55% fatty liver prevalence amongst the population prevalence, right? The CAP score of more than 270, which I said shows stiffness, was about 1/4 of controls, and an elevation of LSM was about in 10%. So now you jump to the women with gestational diabetes, higher prevalence, but double the number had grade 2 or grade 3, double the number had a CAP score of showing high liver stiffness, and double the number had an LSM showing fibrosis, right? So this is clearly a significant difference in those, and this persisted whether we had women studied within 2 years of their GDM or women with a longer gap from their index pregnancy. And if you then looked for the association of GDM with NAFLD, you'll see for unadjusted odds ratio was about 1.7, but once you adjusted for age, economic status, occupation, education, live birth, breastfeeding, and hypothyroidism, that actually in the other models became, if you had a previous history of gestational diabetes, you had a 2-fold higher likelihood of liver fat compared to your peer who had a normal glycemic pregnancy. Very, very important. Let me quickly add that this GDM was diagnosed by the IADPSG criteria. Now, if you compare cardiometabolic risk factors and insulin-related parameters amongst women with prior GDM with and without NAFLD, right? So you can see 126 women with NAFLD, 75 without NAFLD. These are the parameters which are significantly different. So I'm not showing the whole list. Higher prevalence of prediabetes, higher prevalence of metabolic syndrome, higher BMI, higher likelihood of overweight and obesity, higher central adiposity, higher HOMA-IR, lower disposition index, and a lower Matsuda index. So everything which says something's bad metabolically or the dysmetabolic state was significantly more in women who had NAFLD when they were studied after their pregnancy. So that's when it's done at this point in time. Now, if you now look at the association of NALD with the metabolic variables, and let me explain this slide. So if you had no NAFLD, then the likelihood of having dysglycemia, if you had NAFLD as diagnosed by ultrasound, was 1.7-fold higher, which did not meet statistical significance. But the moment you made a diagnosis by fibroscan, your likelihood of having dysglycemia was 2.5-fold higher compared to your counterparts who had no NAFLD, and that's significant. And if you had NAFLD as diagnosed by both ultrasound and fibroscan, which is saying that, you know, there's no doubt at all that you have NAFLD, you've got nearly a 4.5-fold likelihood of dysglycemia compared to those who don't have NAFLD by both these parameters. And if you now do the same evaluation for metabolic syndrome, a 2.5-fold higher risk of metabolic syndrome if you have NAFLD by ultrasound as opposed to those who had no NAFLD, about a 4-fold higher chance of metabolic syndrome if you had NAFLD on fibroscan, and nearly a 6-fold higher likelihood of metabolic syndrome as opposed to those who didn't have it. Again, actually supporting the use of those 7 or 8 metabolic risk factors as proposed for the metabolic associated fatty liver disease. And the risk factors for NAFLD, again, reinforcing the significant relationship with metabolic syndrome and the metabolic factors, an elevated BMI, prediabetes, metabolic syndrome, borderline significance with sedentariness, elevated HOMA-IR, and the Matsuda index. Again, these are the variables which are significantly different, or in the case of physical activity, borderline significance, but again, consistent with dysmetabolic state and fatty liver. Let me stop here by summarizing this part because this is a relatively new component to work. So previous history of GDM was associated with about 1.7-fold higher risk of NAFLD compared to women with previous GDM. Without previous GDM, hepatic steatosis on both ultrasound and fibroscan was associated with a 4.4-fold higher risk of prediabetes and a 5.8-fold higher risk of metabolic syndrome. On univariate analysis, pre-pregnancy BMI, pre-diabetes, metabolic syndrome were positively associated with this future risk of NAFLD. HOMA-IR was nearly 50% higher in the prior GDM group, and the Matsuda index, which is a marker of insulin sensitivity, was about 30% lower in the prior GDM group. Again, showing a very, very tight association with the dysmetabolic state. So let me conclude here by saying there's a worryingly high prevalence of fatty liver disease in general population. Let me just, for the sake of, again, reassuring you, the ultrasounds were done by 2 different technicians. All the urban ultrasounds were done by 1 technician. All the rural ultrasounds for the population-based study were done by 1 technician. But the diagnosis was done. So all of these were reviewed by 1 consultant radiologist at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So images were required by 2 people, but the diagnosis one by 1. So there is no inter-observer error at all. And 10% of the scans were blindly reread by the same person without knowing what his original diagnosis was. So I'm pretty confident and assured about the diagnosis here. Very strong association with metabolic parameters. So I think metabolic associated fatty liver disease is a nomenclature which is really open up for discussion, and I'm sure we will discuss it and many will see more of it in the years to come. It reinforces the strong association of fatty liver with the metabolic state. We really need guidance on high-risk populations clearing. I know it's come up in a recommendation, but we as a country should think more about it. And for me, the most important message here is longitudinal follow-up is essential to see how those with fatty liver, with and without fibrosis or diagnosis, progress in future at the level of the clinic and at the level of the community. And I'm going to stop here and thank you so much for your patient hearing. And once again, thank the organizers for having invited me for this wonderful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Spellbinding as usual. I'm lost for words. Unfortunately, we're running a bit short of time. So what I will do now is, I can see Dr. Sama Banerjee waiting to deliver his lecture. And we'll start off with his lecture. We'll introduce him and we'll just start off his lecture. And depending on the availability of time, at the end of his lecture, we will take the questions for both the speakers. I hope that will be okay.
There are questions, but I think we can take it after. Oh, okay. Right.
I can even try and answer some on the chat.
Yeah. You can see those in the chat box.
Yeah. Couple of questions. Something about MAFLD, six-pack, and Ashok has asked a question about GDM and rural association. Probably you can answer it there.
I'll try and do that.
Yeah, great. Yeah?
So it gives me great pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, who is none other than Professor Sama Banerjee from Kolkata. He's a professor of medicine at the Vivekananda Institute of Medical Sciences. He is the president of Association of Clinical Diabetology and Indian Society of Hypertension. He has also been involved with RSDA and DIPSI as its president in the past. He is a member of the editorial committee of the well-known Davidson's Textbook of Medicine and the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Clinical Diabetology. He has received several prestigious awards, including the Presidential Oration of the RSDA, Sam G.P. Mose Award of RSDA Tamil Nadu, Leadership in Diabetes Award by ADA, and the Lifetime Achievement Award by the DIPSI. He has contributed more than 100 publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals and has authored several textbooks, some of which I have been fortunate enough to read. So I welcome Dr. Sama Banerjee, and he's going to talk about a very interesting topic, which is very relevant in the current scenario, that is air pollution and diabetes. All of us living in urban India and many of us in rural India are also all exposed to it. And what is the link between pollution and diabetes is what he's going to be talking about in the next 20 minutes.
Welcome, Professor Samar Banerjee.
Welcome, sir.
Honor to have you with us.
You can unmute yourself, sir.
Sir,
You can unmute yourself, Professor.
you need to unmute.
Yes.
No, it's again muted.
Still muted.
Just one click. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah.
I think my slides are visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's a nice pleasure to meet over the computer screen, Mohan, Ranjit, and Anjana. But we'll have to accept this. I am going to share some thoughts. This is very upcoming thoughts. That is the environmental pollution and diabetes. What I like to think that we have destroyed ourselves, our bodies, our environment by the industrial pollution, by the traffic pollution, and probably Corona has gifted us with some control of the pollution where we'll have to, most of the time, someone is going for the cycling, and the result is this. And I just like to place before you some data that 4.3 million deaths occurred due to indoor air pollution. 26% have got coronary heart disease, 22% COPD, 6% lung cancer, 12% pneumonia, and 30% of stroke. And do you know that air pollution is a leading cause of insulin resistance and incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus? So the scientists are beginning to understand the links between air pollution and diabetes. The recent observation indicate links between exposure to environmental factors in air, water, and propensity to the development of chronic diseases. The inhaled pollutants contributes to systemic inflammation, autonomic imbalance, weight gain, insulin resistance, and all these stimulate innate immune response, influencing endoplasmic reticulum, glucose and lipid metabolism, and activate the central nervous system. The link of environmental exposure to metabolic disease is evidenced by persistent organic pollutants, toxins that consistently are associated with insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. Subjects exposed to tetrachlorobenzene dioxin or other persistent oxygen pollutant in occupational or other settings show increased risk of diabetes and insulin resistance. In Asia, Latin America, Africa, and other countries, air pollution is a significant public health problem, especially where there is people have much cornered focused about the lung disease, heart disease, but now we are very serious about the diabetes development also. There are extraordinarily high concentration of pollutants called as particulate matter, briefly called as PM. Thick population density and pervasive nature of air pollution are all damaging us. The majority of the observation reflect an association between air pollution, particularly from traffic, and diabetes. Type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome behave as a susceptibility factor for air pollution effects and cardiovascular morbidity and mortality. In the Danish NARS cohort, 4.7% developed a significant positive association between PM 2.5, particular material numbered as 2.5, a pollutant, very frequent pollutant, and diabetes, but weaker association with PM10. Association with PM 2.5 persisted in 2 pollutant models, significantly enhanced in never smokers, augmented in obese and subjects with myocardial infarction. Another study suggests that fine particulate matter may be the most relevant pollutant for diabetes development among women and non-smokers, obese, and heart disease. The heavy pollutant, they settle and they don't get the chance to create problem. Chen et al. Found 11% increase in diabetes risk and enhanced effects in women of 17% for each 10 microgram per meter square increase in PM 2.5. Studies reported link between short-term NO2 exposure and small increase in serum glucose, but larger association seen with short-term PM 2.5 exposure and serum glucose in diabetic individuals. In the USA, PM 2.5 NO2 exposure was significantly associated with prevalence of diabetes and increased A1C level among both non-diabetic and diabetic participants. So there is worsening of the diabetic status and precipitation of diabetes in non-diabetics. The air pollution can be a key risk factor for abnormal glucose metabolism and diabetes in the elderly. Exposure to air pollutants like PM10, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone, PM1, PM2.5 are significantly associated with increased diabetes prevalence, showing greater effects on the younger, less than 50 years, or overweight or obese. These are all organic pollutants coming from the environmental pollution. Positive associations were found between most air pollutions and daily mortality from diabetes, as well as among subjects diagnosed with diabetes 1 year before this. The greater effects were found generally in the warm season and among the diabetes and with any cardiovascular disease. Type 2 patients, the flow-mediated dilatation, which are concerned with the vascular supply, decreases with PM 2.5 during the first 24 hours. So this is very important with exposure. By first 24 hours, the endothelial function is hampered with 2.5 particular material. And more higher among patients with high A1C, low adiponectin, elevated myeloperoxide levels on the examination day. This is a study from Korea, 1,110 participants with diabetes studied. Overall, the fasting blood level increased by 7.83 milligram per deciliter per interquartile range increment of NO2, 5.32 milligram for PM10 within 0 to 6 days, and 4.69 milligram for PM 2.5 at a moving average of 0 to 5 days. A1C increased by 0.57 with PM10 by 0 to 60 days and 0.34 of PM 2.5 at a moving average up to 75 days. There are changes. The changes in the A1C and fibrate increased both in the diabetic, more in the diabetic group, especially in males, elderly above 65. There is a strong association between elevation in diabetes-related parameters and exposure to air pollution. For the development of type 1 diabetes, the children odd ratio is significantly high for cumulative exposure to ambient ozone and sulfur dioxide. For the children, nitric oxide and others are not that detrimental, ozone and sulfur dioxide. Passive smoking for the children was very damaging. Diabetic patients showed evidence of pro-inflammatory response to both recent and chronic exposure to PM10. But Madriagano et al. Assessed the link between PM 2.5 and cell adhesion molecule and found that black carbon particles coming from the traffic pollutant during the 2 days prior to blood test was significantly associated with smooth vascular adhesion molecule 1 and larger effects of black carbon on the SVCAM in obese subjects. The effects of PM 2.5 on the range of insulin resistance were incremental to that of high fat diet alone. That means the damage which is caused by high fat diet is more or less similar with PM 2.5 on the insulin resistance, and the mean concentration of PM 2.5 was 10-fold concentration from the ambient level. There are also rise of TNF alpha, interleukin 6 resistance, and leptin with PM 2.5 exposure, and PM exposure also led to elevation is PI1 and intercellular adhesion molecule and E-selectin. These are all damaging our vessels. Particular material exposure was also associated with impairment in phosphatidyl inositol 3 kinase AKT endothelial nitric oxide synthesis signaling in the aorta, decreased tyrosine phosphorylation of IRS1 in the liver, which leads to steatosis, and abnormal insulin signaling in the vasculature. The plasma level of the ICAM1 intercellular adhesion molecule, VCAM1 vascular cell adhesion molecule, and von Willebrand factor, which all leads to inflammation with particle exposure in diabetes patients showed consistently positive association with inflammatory marker, and they are all raised with the pollution. Among participants not taking statins and those with a history of smoking, association between PM 2.5, blood cholesterol, and VCAM1 is particularly strong. And by 5-day exposure on PM 2.5, so 42% increased in CRP, 81% increase for diabetes, obesity, and hypertension. There is also a link between interleukin-6 in PM10 exposure in presence of diabetes, obesity, and hypertension. Exposure to PM2.5 decreases phosphorylation of AKT in the liver and skeletal muscle, leading to steatosis, accompanied by hepatic lipid deposition, decreased gluconeogenesis. And there is also problem with the endothelial reticulum stays, also called as unfolded protein response, or EPR. And they lead to alleviate protein misfolding in response to diverse pathophysiological stressors. In vitro studies have documented that PM2.5 is capable of inducing endothelial stress and with the PM2.5 toxicity. For long-term exposure to PM2.5, visible decrease in interscapular brown adipose tissue and mitochondrial size. There is increase in excessive oxidative and nitrosative stress in the brown adipose tissue, leading to more insulin resistance. And this bad expression also decreases with PM2.5, etc. Some genetics have been studied, which may lead to more and more relation with the link between air pollution and the development of the diabetes, and they are related to arsenic exposure. And the genes are IL-8, R8, PXN, NR3C2, COX5A, and GCL, and they have association with urine total arsenic with diabetes. And these results support the role of arsenic on diabetes, and arsenic is coming from the pollution. And the importance of controlling for seafood arsenical. You know that seafood are most contaminated with arsenicals. And chronic inflammation from the pollution may lead to air pollution exposure and may be a potential link between development of metabolic dysfunction. In case of type 2 diabetes, there is increased level of inflammation with cytokines, which are already higher in diabetes. There is recruitment and activation of innate immune cells in depots such as visceral adipose, and in addition, alteration in autonomic balance also occur. The pulmonary receptor like transient receptor potential ankyrin 1 may be stimulated by pollutant inhalation and from sympathetic activation to central mediated pathway. Among participants with impaired fasting glucose, there were decrease in the RR interval with PM10, which shows autonomic involvement. PM10 was strongly associated with flow-mediated dilatation, indicating impaired endothelial function. Many pathways are involved in the pathogenesis, activation of hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, insulin-sensitive tissue perfusion due to endothelial dysfunction, vasoconstriction, dysfunctional activity of high LDL proteins, epigenetic alteration. The other links between immunity type 2 diabetes are toll-like receptor and nuclear binding, oligomerase and domain-like receptor NLR. The alveolar macrophage and bronchial epithelial cells are the initial cellular sensor of PM and express TLR, NLR. The biologic components intrinsic to PM, like liposaccharide and peptides and gaseous co-pollutants such as ozone, can directly activate these receptors. The level of lipopolysaccharide is lower in PM2.5 than PM10, but there are data linking levels of such components in insulin resistance. Different innate immune signals are seen. Direct inflammatory or oxidative stress of cells such as of the alveolar macrophages, which lead to impaired protection of the alveolar lung. Uptake by macrophage of particulates may result in adaptive immune response. Direct penetration of components such as reactive oxygen species, transition metal, and stable organic compounds like quinine, semiquinone, and aldehyde all may lead to vascular inflammation and potential insulin resistance. Central mechanism for inflammation by apparent pathway through the sympathetic nerve between the lung and brain also may work there. The homeostatic mechanism to prevent exuberant lung infection is also true that humans did not evolve to be continually exposed to dietary and inhalation stimulation over the years. Original human being created to be rest and stay in the environment of planets and plants. Alveolar macrophage, if are continually exposed to the particular material, may have particle overload leading to a state of perpetual low-grade inflammation. In bronchoalveolar lavas, surfactant D and surfactant D, which are all protective, both inhibit TLR4 and TLR2. Surfactant and phospholipid components, when undergo oxidative modification, cannot protect the alveolus, may lead to inflammation. One study showed that serum SPD concentration was significantly decreased in subjects with obesity and type 2 diabetes and negatively associated with fasting, post-load glucose, A1C, plasma triglyceride, insulin sensitivity, and inflammation. So surfactant, if diminished from the particulate material or pollution, may lead to alveolar inflammation. Regarding GDM and relation with pollution, higher and pre and post-pregnancy exposure to PM 2.5 and sulfur dioxide for mothers well associated with significantly but modestly elevated risk of GDM. In the GDM patients, serum level of polychlorinated biphenyls are raised, 30% higher among those with diabetes, particularly type 1, than among non-diabetes. And in addition, the distance from the main traffic road and noise are also potential risk factors for GDM, so as to passive smoking during the pregnancy. The results of one meta-analysis showed that maternal first trimester exposure to sulfur dioxide increased risk of GDM, while pre-pregnancy ozone exposure inversely associated with GDM. No significant effect were observed for PM 2.5, PM10, and NO2. Type 1 diabetes, drinking water may be contaminated with nitrates from the fertilizer. Many food also contain nitrates, nitrites, and nitroso. Intake of cured mutton, a source of N-nitroso compound in early pregnancy, had a high incidence of type 2 diabetes in male offspring. Paslow showed that a rate of 305 higher diabetes among those in water supply zone with average higher nitrate level. A 50% increase in ketosis-prone diabetes rates are seen when nitrate level exceeded 25 milligram per liter compared with levels of less than 10. What about the non-air pollution? The children are born with 287 chemicals in the umbilical cord. 207 of them are neurotoxic. They are all getting from the mother. The chemicals are pesticides, phthalates, bisphenol A, flame retardants, and heavy metals like mercury, lead, arsenic. All of them exert a broad range of negative effect on the human biology. They are neurotoxic, carcinogenic, and obsogenic, obesogenic. Bisphenol A, a petrochemical that lines water bottles and canned food containers, increase the risk of diabetes and heart disease. A very striking correlation between blood vessels of 6 common persistent organic pollutants from petrochemicals and diabetes has also been seen. Persons with high serum level of pollutants had a dramatically higher risk of diabetes. Air Force veterans who are exposed to Agent Orange dioxin had a much higher risk of diabetes. And Canadian Aborigine and Great Lakes sport fishermen working in the sea had contaminated seafood and higher rates of diabetes also. The ubiquitous exposure to persistent organic pollution like DD, PCB, PPD had been linked to obesity and diabetes. Toxin interfere with slow metabolism and contributes to the weight gain and diabetes. Arsenic exposure increases the risk of type 2 diabetes. Mercury from fish consumption, dental amalgams, and vaccines also may lead to diabetes. The mechanism include enzyme disruption, impaired glucose transportation, oxidative stress, inflammation, and mitochondrial injury. Persistent organic pollutions are considered as the organic compounds that are resistant to environmental degradation through chemical, biological, and hospitality process persist in the environment. They are capable of long-range transport, bioaccumulate in human, and commonly they are the PCDT, PCBA, PCB. They are seen in pesticide, polybrominated flame retardants. One of the POP that is commonly used is DDT. The exposure to POP, the pollutant exposure, are primarily through the consumption of fatty fish, meat, and dairy products. These lead to insulin resistance and diabetes. Low dose exposure to organochlorine in the insecticide and PCB show separate association between POP, insulin resistance, and diabetes. High farmers using pesticide for agricultural patients also show higher degree of diabetes. Chronic noise exposure more than 85 decibel per day for 4 hours every day. Exaggerated multiple metabolic abnormalities like diabetes, insulin resistance, fasting hyperglycemia, and dyslipidemia. They are also exhibited a paradoxical impact on fat accumulation, circulating levels of free fatty acid, and potentiating stimulating effect of noise on lipolysis. More and more fat is broken down. Indoor and outdoor road traffic noise and incident diabetes mellitus. A 10 decibel increase in outdoor road traffic noise was associated with a risk reduction of 1.09 confidence interval for type 2 diabetes in the fully adjusted model. Analysis suggests that long-term exposure to indoor and outdoor traffic noise may increase the risk of developing type 2 diabetes independent of air pollution. One study has shown compared between two schools, one in front of a very busy road, another in the rural area, development of diabetes in the children in the busy area were more, and how we can remove this toxin. A reaction of chemical exposure was associated with a 13% reduction in prevalence of diabetes. Dietary phytonutrients, antioxidants, and nutrient supplements which can induce phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification combined with exercise and hyperthermic therapy may also help. For heavy metal users, heavy metal chelators help to lower the incidence of diabetes. If we can go for more organic food where chemical fertilizers and insecticides are not used, this can also help us. These foods are cruciferous vegetables like cabbage, broccoli, collards, and Brussels, Chinese cabbage, etc., turmeric, curry, etc. They garlic, eggs, and onions. They are all helping us. Glutathione is a helping agent. Zinc and selenium also help for detoxification. N-acetylcysteine, milk thistle, buffered vitamin C. And one important information is hyperthermic sauna bath, where much heat is created and there is more and more sweating, increases excretion of heavy metals like lead, mercury, cadmium, or fat soluble such as polychlorinated biphenyls and polybrominated diphenyl. The 10 best ways to reduce air pollution, we'll have to go back to save environment, save life, more trees, more plants, using public transports, minimal car use, go for cycling, turn off the lights when not in use, recycle and reuse, no plastic bag, reduction of forest fires and smoking, use of fan instead of air conditioner, use filters for chimney, avoid uses of crackers, avoidance of detriment chemicals, save and plant more and more trees. Future task with us, now there is no other way but to accept that newer evidence has emerged to correlate inflammatory response to diet and environmental factors with emerging epidemic in diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Practically, we are killing ourselves. It is a sort of suicide by going against the environment and the mother nature. Genetic, environmental factors, physical and social environment in determining susceptibility to chronic disease appears to be critical. There are a number of untouched areas for further studies. We'll have to do that. Studies are needed to go in depth for the effects of air pollutants and cure for them. In conclusion, I like to place the sustainability of our environment and sustainability of our health of the globe are interdependent. As we kill, as we torture, as we damage the environment, we are damaging ourselves unknowingly. The effect of toxins, human metabolism are well confirmed. A newborn, again, coming to life with 237 toxins, and we are giving more poisons to them. The connection between our addiction to energy, industrialization, and the millions of tons of toxic chemicals and heavy metal released every year into our lovely environment, which we desire to have around us. The role of a new ecological intelligence in the production and consumption of products and services has so long been poorly respected. Environmental medicine should come to the forefront of clinical care, guide us to effectively treat the global burden of the chronic disease and offer a desirable, enjoyable life for our future generation. I request all the participants here to take an oath from this place that doctors are the best educators, whose words patients and people follow. Start campaigning, they save the planet, save the plants, and reduce the exposure. With this, I like to place before you majority of my topics which I discussed and placed in my lifestyle in diabetes book, and recently I have published on cardio diabetes book. I bow down to everyone for making all my books successful, 8 books. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Samar Banerjee, for that comprehensive talk, not just touching on air pollution, but also on water as well as noise pollution, things which generally don't pay any attention to as we go around our busy lives. Now, Dr. Nikhil Tandon has already given comprehensive answers to all the questions that have been asked. If you just look at the chat box, it is a tour de force about NFLD that he has mentioned in the chat box. But I have just one question to him, if I may, and that is because we have used ultrasound abdomen to diagnose steatosis and NAFLD, and which is the gold standard. And you and I have the benefit of having trained sonologists and ultrasound equipment for diagnosing this. But is there any way that we can utilize biochemical tests such as liver enzymes? I know you looked at it to look at the stratification of the severity of the disease, but just for the initial diagnosis, do you have any cutoffs of the liver enzymes to make a suspicion of NAFLD? Because we know a lab is much easier to obtain than a sonology in many parts of the country.
So from a logistics point of view, I totally agree with you. That'd be so much nicer if we could do that. The problem is that by the time the fat irritates the liver enough for the enzymes to be high, the question is, have you sort of missed at least one bus by then already? I'm not sure how many people are aware that the National Program for the Prevention of Cancer, Diabetes, CVD, Stroke has now NAFLD added to it.
Correct.
I'm not sure how the operationalization is going to take place. It's going to be a challenge. But remember, so what we did was, and you know, centers like yours have actually been pioneers of telemedicine and tele-ophthalmology. You can actually do teleradiology without difficulty here also. And we actually did that. We didn't do tele, but all our rural cohort was measured. So the acquisition, it's a very straightforward acquisition of image. You know, we actually got a non-medically trained person to acquire the image. And then you need a centrally located reader to answer that. So I'm sure you can supplant this need for radiologists by a central image review and answer your problem.
Two brief comments. One is that Narayana Hridayalaya did that with echo as well. Devi Shetty also did the same thing. There is an additional problem though, Nikhil. This ultrasound, taking it to rural areas in this, this PNDT Act, that's another problem because they can come and arrest you if you, even for just take it for a study. And so getting government permissions is another added layer of complexity. But I think the other problem is that you can have NAFLD without raised liver enzymes, and you can have raised liver enzyme without NAFLD. So probably we should say MAFLD.
So very quickly to sort of give you a partial solution to the genuine problem you've raised, when we started doing this work, we initially thought we'll have a van in which we'll go and do it. But as you know, the ultrasound machine has to be housed in a physical structure.
Fixed place.
But like all good Indian rules, there is a caveat. If you say that this van is a medical mobile unit, in which there is a doctor who's also prescribing and dispensing medicines, you will get permission to have the ultrasound in the van.
Oh, okay.
So you will not have it for a mobile ultrasound, but you will have it for a mobile medical unit.
Okay.
But then we still didn't do it because you will need to get permission from each district separately.
Correct.
So then we decided to bring the patients to AIIMS, and we identified one hospital in the rural area where we took all the rural participants out there. But here we are looking at people with diabetes or obesity going to see a doctor. So if the ultrasound is available on that site, then the images can be transported subsequently.
Yeah. We are running out of time. So just a couple of questions to Dr. Sama Banerjee. The first question from the floor is, does air pollution cause prothrombotic changes in a person with diabetes?
Thank you. Actually, this is a very big lecture, and I have cartoons, but I have showed there is changes in the vascular structure. There are changes also in inflammatory markers, and some research is going on also platelet function. But theoretically, based on the increase in the inflammatory markers, it is accepted at present moment that definitely there are changes in the thrombotic pattern because there are increased incidence of coronary artery disease with air pollution. But I'll have to go for more search whether any research is going on specifically on platelet function. Thank you.
The second question is from Dr. Ashok Kumar Das. Organic food versus food with organophosphorus. Is there a difference in diabetes prevalence?
I have shown that our so-called non-organic foods which are using, they are with either the pollutants like the fertilizer, also insecticides, or sometimes it is mixed with arsenic. So I have shown one data also that use of organic food can lower the incidence of the damage which are occurring in the system on the insulin resistance or type 2 diabetes or hypertension or coronary artery disease. But I don't know when we will get all the foods as organic foods. That is a very costly one also. Government should take the leading, and Sir Ashok Das is one of the government authorities. So they should take the leading so that the organic food development and availability is more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Nikhil Tandon. Thank you, Dr. Sama Banerjee. And
brilliant session.
Brilliant thoughts.
Wonderful.
So thanks to Dr. Pawan Kumar for assisting me in chairing this session. So as we have now run out of time officially, I hand over to Pradeepa for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. I thank the chairpersons as well as the speakers for the excellent session. So we now go to the last symposium. So the last scientific session of the 8th International Diabetes Update, brought to you by Dr. Mohan's group of diabetes institutions, is on the continuum of diabetes control. This session will be chaired by Dr. Prasad Jason and Dr. Vinod Babu. It gives me pleasure to introduce both the chairpersons. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Prasad Jason. He's a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Chennai, and he has completed fellowship in diabetology at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Education Academy, Chennai, PG Diploma in Diabetology at Annamalai University, and Diploma in Diabetes at the University of South Wales, UK. He's also completed certificate courses in diabetes from Joslin Diabetes Center and has more than 15 years of experience in the field of diabetology. His potential areas of interest include diabetes, obesity, and dyslipidemia. And he is also active member of professional bodies, including IMA and RSSDI. We welcome you, Dr. Prasad Jason. Dr. Vinod Babu is a consultant diabetologist at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Bengaluru branch. He has completed MBBS from Gandhi Medical College, Hyderabad, DNB from St. Martha's Hospital, Bengaluru, and fellowship in diabetes management from Christian Medical College, Vellore. He has served as a junior consultant internal medicine at Columbia Asia Hospital, Bengaluru, and general practitioner at Apollo Hospital, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. He has been certified as basic life support and advanced cardiac life support provider by American Heart Association. He has also delivered several lectures and at webinars and conferences. We welcome our speakers of this session, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, and Dr. R.M. Anjana. I request the chairpersons to introduce the speakers and take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha, for the introduction. I just want to know if I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final session of this year's update. I hope all of you had a very interesting...
Can you please put on your video? Thank you.
My video is on here.
On. Now only switch it off. It was on.
Okay.
Is it okay
now?
now?
Switch it off. Now you can put it on again.
It's off now.
That's right. Okay.
Looks off. Okay. Doesn't matter. You can carry on.
Okay. So hope you all had a very interesting and informative 2.5 days. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor V. Mohan, Anjana Madam, and Ranjit Sir for giving me the opportunity to chair this session with very eminent faculties on board. This is going to be a 3-speaker session. So we welcome all the 3 speakers. The first session is going to be by Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, who will talk on pre-diabetes and macrovascular disease. And then we have Dr. Rajiv Chawla. The topic would be managing new onset diabetes in the current pandemic. And then we will have a talk by Dr. R.M. Anjana on oral anti-hyperglycemic drug response and prescribing patterns in novel clusters of type 2 diabetes in India. So all the 3 speakers are very familiar to this audience. They don't need any introduction. In fact, But to complete formalities, can I now request Dr. Vinod Babu to introduce Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, and we will go ahead with the first talk.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prasad, and thank you, Madam Sir, for the opportunity. And I feel so sad that such an academic feast is coming to end so soon. And I feel like it's a revision of our entire post-graduation here with the latest updates from the eminent speakers. So, without much ado, can we get the
welcome, Sanjay sir.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
The update is going to end with some great talks now.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All sad it's ending now.
Dr. Sanjay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, he's the director at Eagle Clinic Diabetics there and head of the Department of Medicine, and Ruby Hall Clinic, and senior consultant in diabetes at Jahangir Hospital, Pune. He's also a fellow of American College of Endocrinology, and he's the honorable secretary for Governing Council of National RSSDI. He's a member of the editorial board for BMJ Open Diabetic Research and Journal, and also member of the writing committees for RSSDI Inpatient Management of Hyperglycemia, Consensus on SMBG in Type 1 and Type 2 Diabetes, and ESI Clinical Practice Recommendation for Type 2 Diabetics. Author of the book Clinical Atlas in Diabetes, and he has various publications at various national journals and several chapters in several textbooks as well. And delivered lectures in several national and international diabetes conferences. So welcome, sir. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank Dr. Mohan sir, Anjana, Ranjit, and the entire team of the meeting for inviting me today for this prestigious meeting. I'll just share my slides so that. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And I think this is a very important session where we are going to look at some of the very interesting aspects of diabetes. And I'm really going to be focused on speaking about pre-diabetes and macrovascular disease. Now, it's important to know that 80% of diabetic mortality that we have, 75% of it comes from coronary atherosclerosis, 25% from cerebral or peripheral vascular disease. And more than 75% of all hospitalizations for diabetic complications. And more than 50% of our patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes have coronary heart disease at its presentation itself. Now, if you look at the Framingham Heart Study, and they looked at the relative risk of cardiovascular disease with and without diabetes, you can clearly see here that presence of diabetes increases the risk of all possible cardiovascular events, whether it's stroke, claudication, cardiac failure, coronary heart disease, MI, angina, or coronary mortality. And there could be gender differences in some of these that may be seen here. But here you can see that the risk can be more than 2 to 6-fold in various of these events that we see. Now, more than 50% of the patients who come to us with diabetes rarely come with only diabetes as a diagnosis. We know that the patients can have dyslipidemia, which is seen in this study in about 16% of the people. You can have a combination of diabetes and hypertension, about 18%, but majority of our people tend to have a conglomerate of diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. It may occur at various timelines during the course of his disease process. So if you have to sum up in a typical patient who has type 2 diabetes, the metabolic abnormalities that we see is a high insulin resistance, high triglyceride values, low HDL cholesterol, an increase in the small dense LDL particle concentration, and majority of the patients tend to have obesity. Now, it's keeping this in mind, if you look at this paper, which looked at precise phenotyping of pre-diabetes, we could help to improve the stratification of disease risk. And we need to focus on the extreme metabolic phenotypes between healthy obese and metabolically unhealthy normal weight, patients with insulin secretory failures, insulin resistance, visceral obesity, and NASH, to decide on interventions to alter risk. And you can see here that if you see the prevalence based on BMI category, and I'm just going to take a pointer, then patients who have normal weight and prediabetes, overweight and obesity, and you're looking at here the incidences. But what is important to see is that if you see a combination of all these, your risk for developing any sort of prediabetes tends to escalate with a combination of each of these individual factors. So these overlap, you can see from 6% to 24% to 53%. Now, if you have to see the same thing based on glucose status, and here you can see IFG, IGT, and IFG plus IGT, when these factors come together in various proportions, you can see here the risk increases from 29%, 27%, and when you have a combination of two, it goes up to almost 64%. So it's important that if you have to make any interventions, that we need to address all these possible pathophysiologic mechanisms if you have to reduce the risk of prediabetes in our country. This article, which was very good, and they looked at basically the effect of insulin resistance and hyperglycemia in cardiovascular disease pathogenesis, and they looked at that insulin resistance is tightly correlated with obesity, which increases the free fatty acid and ROS levels, which ultimately contribute to atherosclerotic changes and development of macrovascular complications. So there's a whole bit about inflammatory pathway leading to increased incidences of atherosclerosis and contribution to macrovascular disease. Now, this is a very complex diagram where you can see the interplay of various factors which ultimately lead to macrovascular complications. And here some of them are reversible factors. And if I have to really focus down into a small portion of this, you can see here that hyperglycemia, insulin resistance, and hyperinsulinemia ultimately lead to endothelial dysfunction, which is responsible for atherosclerosis and arterial stiffness, which ultimately is the basis from which macrovascular disease actually stems from. So if you have to really, this paper looked at that if you have somebody with obesity and weight gain, we definitely know that there is an increase in the inflammation and the inflammatory cytokines tend to go up. Just loss of weight may cause an inflammatory homeostasis. And they have looked at interventions with various anti-inflammatory agents, salicylate, and nutrition modification. Can this alter the entire pathophysiologic process and lead to reduction in the macrovascular risk? This is a very important and a very interesting slide where we know that while control of diabetes early in the course of the disease may lead to reduction in macrovascular complications, what is important is that we have to look at the risk cluster for macrovascular complications, and this may occur very early, even before the diagnosis of diabetes. So while genes you cannot alter, but the epigenetic phenomenon which ultimately leads to occurrences of increased macrovascular complications, and that's the weight gain, dyslipidemia, hypertension, and prediabetes, whether it's IFG or IGT, where you find that the predominance of hyperinsulinemia, just alteration of all these reversible factors may bring down the incidence of macrovascular complications in a particular individual. This is a very good paper by Ralph DiFranzo, and they looked at assessment and treatment of cardiovascular risk in prediabetes, whether it's impaired IGT or IFG. And I'm going to really read this out paragraph because every line is really important. And they said that individuals with IGT or IFG are at high risk for development of macrovascular disease. But not only do they develop diabetes, but you know that adverse cardiovascular events like myocardial infarction, stroke, and cardiovascular death later on in life do tend to increase. The underlying pathophysiological disturbances, whether it's insulin resistance or impaired beta cell function, are responsible for development of type 2 diabetes, which are maximally or near maximally expressed in patients with IGT or IFG. And these individuals with so-called prediabetes manifest all of the same severe risk factors which we have just outlined. That's dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, hypertension, obesity, physical inactivity, insulin resistance, progranulin state, endothelial dysfunction, and inflammation. That puts the patients with type 2 diabetes at a high risk for macrovascular complications. And in the next couple of slides, I'm going to show you that this entire gamut of risk for macrovascular disease does not really start with the onset of diagnosis of diabetes, but it occurs much earlier in the pre-diabetes state. And if you look at this wonderful study by Epic Norflock, what they looked at was occurrences of all-cause mortality events and presence of coronary heart disease and CVD events in men and women. And they studied about 4,000 odd men and 5,000 odd men. And what they did show that 1% A1C increase was associated with 20 to 30% increase in cardiovascular events or mortality. But interestingly, it is important to see that they looked at also the patients who had A1C less than 7% all the way up to 5%. And clearly you can see that the graphs never touch the baseline. That means the risk continuum for patients who are going to ultimately develop macrovascular disease starts even within the normal A1C ranges and even a rise in the normal A1C right from 5 to 5.4 and above, you find that the risk tends to go up. And this is again true in both men and women. So we need to really start identifying patients who are going to be at a risk for future macrovascular disease even before the onset of the diabetes process itself. This was another paper, and they looked at the hazard ratios for coronary heart disease by clinically defined categories of fasting blood glucose concentration. And they looked at almost about 279,000 participants, and they looked at the hazard ratios. It corresponded to the fasting plasma glucose. And here you can see that while it's very clear that patients who had a fasting plasma glucose of more than 126 had a high risk for coronary heart disease, but they looked at less than 126 and they sort of did a sub-analysis from 70 milligram per deciliter all the way up to 126. And you can see here that when you look at patients with 70, between 70 to 110, from 110 to 126 and more than 126, you find that there is a gradually increasing occurrences of coronary heart disease as the patient tends to get more and more hyperglycemic and the A1C tends to go up. Mind you, you're already looking at patients within the normal range, but there is a category of patients who are at a high risk even within the normal A1C range. And this is basically what we need to identify early. If we have to develop, we have to avoid late onset of macrovascular diseases. This was another paper which looked at the glucose levels and risk for cardiovascular events based on postprandial and fasting plasma glucose levels. And here you can see clearly that the graph tends to diverge even at a concentration of 72 millimoles per 72 milligram per deciliter. And this is true for both fasting and plasma glucose. So really you don't have to say that once you diagnose diabetes, the clock starts ticking much earlier, even within the pre-diabetes and even earlier than the pre-diabetes ranges as such. Now, this data comes from the Nurses' Health Study, and where they looked at the risk of MI or stroke according to dysglycemia study and the atherosclerotic CVD risk. Basically, you found that patients who are non-diabetic through the study, they were taken at the unity line, but patients who are at, who were diagnosed with diabetes later on, even prior to the diagnosis of diabetes, had a higher risk for development of risk of MI or stroke. And obviously, after the diagnosis of diabetes, the risk tends to go up. And when you have basically diabetes at baseline presentation, the risk is almost 5 times as more. So you have to understand that it's not good that we start screening for diabetes complications and macrovascular disease after the patient has developed diabetes. You need to start screening much earlier in our patients. Now, this was a paper in BMJ that looked at association of prediabetes and risk of all-cause mortality, composite cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, and stroke. These were the definitions of the diagnosis of prediabetes by ADA, WHO, by OGTT. And what we're really going to look at is, if you look at this forest plot, patients for all-cause mortality, irrespective of the definition that you use for impaired fasting glucose or IGT, also based on A1C, you find clearly there is an increase in the occurrences of all-cause mortality, whichever definition of prediabetes you used. Similarly, for composite cardiovascular events, they tended to increase in the prediabetes ranges. Occurrences of coronary heart disease and stroke, similar patterns. And these were basically looked at in the general population who had prediabetes and the risk for all-cause mortality, composite cardiovascular disease, or coronary heart disease and stroke. But if you look at, again, the same data in patients with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, you found that the entire data or the occurrences of events tend to get magnified in the pre-diabetes patients. So patients who did not have established cardiovascular disease at the baseline in pre-diabetes tended to have a higher incidence, and patients who had established cardiovascular disease, the entire process tends to get more escalated or magnified. But this is another paper which looked at Q-risk scores or risk scores to categorize the risk for cardiovascular disease. And they looked at Q3 risk, the ASA, AHA risk scores, and score 3 risk. And you found clearly that unadjusted or adjusted hazard ratios, the occurrences of macrovascular event rates tend to be higher in pre-diabetes much before patients with undiagnosed diabetes. So there is a whole segment of patients who come to us at the time of diagnosis much later on with incidental diagnosis of diabetes. But even in the undiagnosed diabetes, the risk for macrovascular events tend to be very high. And you can see from this paper from India, from Samit Ghoshal and Binayak Sinha, the MARK study, and they looked at asymptomatic cardiovascular risk in Indian diabetic patients. And they found that majority of the asymptomatic males were more than 45 and females were more than 55 years, which had a high CVD risk. So although they were not symptomatic diabetics, but they tended to have a high CV risk as such. This was one more paper which looked at the risk and management of pre-diabetes. And again, clearly you can see that irrespective of the definition that you use for pre-diabetes, the composite of CVD, coronary heart disease, stroke, and all-cause mortality tended to be higher in patients with pre-diabetes. This is an important paper which looked at 11 TIMI group studies, and they looked at post-myocardial infarction mortality. And they showed here that patients without diabetes versus with diabetes, the occurrences of post-MI mortality, irrespective whether the patient had STEMI or unSTEMI, NSTEMI or unstable angina, tended to be higher in the presence of diabetes. Now, what makes our patients stand apart? There are 5 alarming facts of cardiovascular disease in India. We have premature atherosclerotic disease. We tend to develop this 10 years earlier. We have comorbidities like diabetes and hypertension, which strike at a younger age group. There's a greater prevalence of LV dysfunction at presentation. We have smaller arteries, and we have a difficult PCI and complex CABG surgeries. Patients do come to us with the high cardiovascular risk, and the presentation may be with 14 to 21% of our patients may present with coronary heart disease. 19 to 26% patients may present with heart failure. 16 to 29% may have a peripheral arterial disease. 8 to 10% may have strokes. 29 to 61% may have nephropathy, or they may have cardiac autonomic neuropathy or retinopathy at the presentation itself. The importance is that prevention of microvascular complications are driven by A1C reduction, irrespective of the treatment prevention. But the prevention of cardiovascular disease is driven by a strategy which is beyond A1C reduction, and you need to have multiple intervention strategies for risk reduction, which is going to drive the cardiovascular disease burden down. We have data to show that early intervention with strict glycemic control have beneficial effects. That came from the UKPD and DCCT and the follow-up studies. But the same thing, when we start intensifying at a later onset, do not seem to have any benefit. And clearly you can see from this different studies, the UKPD clearly showed benefit, although the immediate study did not show clear benefit, but the follow-up study showed a lowering of the cardiovascular disease and mortality. But this was not true where the ACCORD, ADVANCE, and the VADT studies were shown. And so there is a big case to say that we need to intervene early, not late, and we need to intensify our treatments with appropriate therapies. And with all the CVOT trials that we have now, there is a clear case that we cannot delay our intensification process, and we need to identify drugs which are going to have CV benefits to use much earlier for patients who are at the risk for development. But we need to identify the patients who are going to be at high risk. And that's the biggest challenge, because if we miss this bus of identifying a high-risk patient, you may probably diagnose them with the patients who have already come to us with presence of cardiovascular disease. So while we know the traditional risk factors, the age, sex, family history, smoking, hypertension.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. We are slightly running out of time.
Yeah, I'll wind up in just 2 minutes. We have high-risk conditions with the duration of diabetes, low GFRs, metabolic syndromes, patients with severe hypoglycemia, NASH, and NAFLDs, or OSAs which have a high cardiovascular risk. We have various intervention trials that have shown the benefits, and we now have, of course, changed our guidelines so that we can intervene with the most appropriate drugs. We have, of course, got to have multiple risk intervention, which we have data from the STENO2 study and the InterHeart study, where we have shown that multiple risk interventions have beneficial effects. And these are various studies which have shown that if we probably address all the risk factors, you're going to reduce the risk of macrovascular disease. So in conclusion, what we really understand, and this is what I want to really ponder in the thought process, that patients with diabetes are at an increased risk for coronary heart disease. There's no question, we have good data to show that. Are all patients with diabetes to be treated as coronary heart disease equivalents? This is questionable. We don't have convincing data. Can we identify populations of patients which need more intensive care for aggressive intervention? Sure. Look at the age, duration of diabetes, lifetime risk versus short-term risk, total risk burden, the coronary artery calcium scores. Identify asymptomatic versus symptomatic, and you need to sort of optimize whom are you going to screen for coronary heart disease, and we need to put our prevention strategies into place. We know that the clock starts much early, and we have got various studies to show that it probably starts much earlier, even in childhood or at birth, and we need to identify and put probably a cardiovascular risk assessments into place. We need to identify patients for hyperglycemia, obesity, physical activity, and these are the intervention points that is going to reduce the later on macrovascular burden. Identify obese population, intervene early, make them more physically active, address the dyslipidemia, hypertension, the procoagulant state, endothelial dysfunction, and inflammation with appropriate treatment strategies. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Beautiful talk, Sanjay.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful talk. I think you beautifully showed us the link between pre-diabetes and macrovascular disease. So since we are running a little late, can we have the questions at the end, sir?
I think so. I think somewhat related the three topics are. So if Sanjay can wait, we'll take the questions after the other two topics.
Sure, I will wait, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Meanwhile, welcome Rajiv.
Welcome,
sir.
Welcome, sir.
The last day is packed with all superheroes, with all the Amitabh Bachchans and the Sachin Tendulkars. I don't want to say Sindhu because she just lost.
Or it is that they are the only left behind one.
Not true, not true. They are the busiest, so they kept on Sunday.
So nice.
Can't get them on other days.
Always obliged, sir. Thanks. Welcome,
sir. Welcome. Go ahead with the second talk, sir. The topic is managing new onset diabetes in the current pandemic. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Rajiv Chadla. He's the Director and Senior Consultant Diabetologist, North Delhi Diabetes Center, New Delhi, the Honorary Professor of Jaipur National University. He's been the past President of the RSSGA and the past Chairman of the RSSGA Delhi chapter. He's been a Director for various courses, including the RSSGA accredited 2-year certificate course in diabetes.
Doctor, it's enough. Let's start. We are already late.
Over to you, sir.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. We can see.
It's in slideshow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, I am extremely thankful to Professor Mohan, Dr. Anjana, Dr. Ranjit, and the entire team for this opportunity and for giving me this preferred time. So thanks a lot, sir. Task assigned to me, well, it is a contracted session, but task assigned to me by you is managing new onset diabetes in current pandemic. We all know that we are through a very, very serious emergency or a pandemic, and everyone is looking possibly still towards the help from God that how to handle everything, because we are still in the challenging times, and it has been a toughest time to all of us as medical professionals, not only to the mankind, more so to the medical professionals, because of the need changing, challenging times and the changing treatment patterns also. Flow of my session will be first to introduce the problem, the prevalence of new onset diabetes in this COVID pandemic 19. What is the correlation between diabetes and COVID, and how do we risk stratify these patients so that we can deliver at least the patient, those who immediately require our attention, and the management during COVID-19, whether it is little different than the previous one in new onset patients. So to introduce, we know diabetes is an independent and primary risk factor for development of severe and a septic cause due to any viral infection for that matter. We knew, and it occurs in around 20% of patients globally. So any sepsis or a viral infection will predispose and will also predispose diabetic patient to a greater risk. CDC reports the risk of a fatal outcome for COVID-19 is up to 50% higher in diabetes patients than those who don't have diabetes, especially those patients who are having a poor glycemic control. So I think it becomes essential to manage diabetes intricately during this current pandemic. That is what is a dire emergency. And
Sir, sorry, sir, we can't hear you. I think mute button is pressed.
was I mute from the beginning or?
No, just for the last few seconds.
Just a few seconds.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we know that when we talk about prevalence of comorbidities in COVID-19 pandemic, we know there has been a meta-analysis of 8 studies with almost 46,000 patients, those who were having COVID infection, and they have shown that hypertension, presence of CVD, respiratory diseases, but it was most common, which was diabetes per se, which was accounting for comorbidities amongst those patients who were at least having moderate to severe COVID-19 infection. So let's see what has changed during this pandemic, why we are talking, why this topic has been taken up, that during pandemic 19, whether there is a increased prevalence of diabetes and those who are getting new onset diabetes, are they getting more severe hyperglycemia? So possibly because of the fact that during this pandemic, during intermittent lockdowns, the frequency of snacking has increased by almost 23%. So carbohydrate consumption has also increased by almost 20%. Of course, once there was a total lockdown, obviously exercise was not possible. Only very, very motivated patient could do some amount of exercise at home. So overall, there was a reduction in duration of exercise by 42%. So there had to be a weight gain, which happened in almost in 20% of patients, and an overall increase in ADA diabetes risk score by 7%. And I'm not sure whether Professor Mohan has done on his own IDA score, whether this pandemic has increased overall risk of developing type 2 diabetes based on our IDS score. New onset diabetes during this pandemic, definitely, as I said, because of home quarantine, the risk has increased. Most of the patients, they are not able to do regular exercise. They are eating more. They are consuming more of carbohydrate. They didn't have an access to medical support. Of course, the stress, the panic during this, most of the patients, they have become jobless and there have been cuts in their salaries or packages. So all this has definitely led to increased onset of diabetes during this pandemic. And of course, COVID-19 itself, that is also I'm going to take up, has increased the risk of developing maybe type 1 or type 2 diabetes. Well, talking about the diagnosis of new onset diabetes, it was standard like before, fasting more than 126, HbA1c 6.5 or more, and a random blood glucose with symptoms of hyperglycemia with sugar more than 200 milligram. That is typical by ADA and RSSDI, Endocrine Society Joint Consensus. Also, the criteria for diagnosis have been the same. Let's see, diabetes and COVID, what is the association? These are all hypotheses which need to be proven in long-term randomized controlled trial, but these seem to be true. We know once there is an entry of COVID virus, that SARS-CoV-2 that hijacks that endocrine pathway, which is ACE2, which is a receptor for coronavirus spike protein. And we know it has a very crucial role in blood pressure management, metabolism, as well as inflammation. So moment there is acute hyperglycemia, it has been shown to increase or to upregulate ACE2 expression on cells. So that actually could increase the entry of SARS-CoV-2 virus into the cell. But if you have persistent chronic hyperglycemia, that is supposed to reduce or downregulate ACE2 expression. So they then making, of course, that cells more vulnerable to inflammatory and damaging effects of the virus. And furthermore, the expression of ACE2 on pancreatic cells. This is also very, very important. There has been one publication by Dr. Mohan and Dr. Anu Mishra that new onset diabetes in COVID-19, and that too with significant hyperglycemia right at the time of diagnosis, could also be because of the fact that there could be cytopathic effects on the pancreatic beta cells also. And we know on beta cell there are ACE2 receptors, so it could be a direct link between a new onset of diabetes in pandemic 19 because of SARS-CoV-2 affecting ACE2 cells on the pancreatic beta cells. So COVID-19 infection reduces ACE2 expression, inducing cellular damage, leads on to hyperinflammation, and then leads on to subsequent multi-organ failure. We know new onset diabetes, as I said, has been very, very common during COVID-19. Overall prevalence, I'm not sure in terms of numbers, but definitely if you see overall, definitely there has been a 20% increase in new onset diabetes, or maybe up to 30% increase in new onset diabetes during COVID-19. This possibly could be because of beta cell injury, which triggers a plethora of pro-inflammatory cytokines, enhancing autoimmunity in genetically predisposed individual because of downregulation of ACE2 receptors on the pancreatic beta cells. Then there is a definitely increase in insulin resistance, so insulin receptor defects, interference with the receptor signaling also, which then leads on to significant hyperglycemia because of severe insulin resistance if your beta cells are not able to compensate for that. And we know there is going to be an increase in counter-regulatory hormone, cortisols, and cytokines, all which, along with glucocorticoids, which will definitely lead on to significant hyperglycemia. There could also be, we know that people with diabetes have an increased risk of infection because of innate immunity, because of persistent hyperglycemia. So T cell mechanism and that impaired natural killer mechanism is affected. We know that there is going to be an increased risk of severe infection because of increased cytokines also, which predisposes for severe outcomes. And we know glucose and glutamides are preferred sort of fuel mechanism for SARS-CoV-2. So that also predisposes to, it is a sort of cycle which gets sets in. It is an ongoing thing that persistent hyperglycemia predisposes to severe infection, and a severe infection predisposes to more persistent hyperglycemia. So COVID-19 infection will definitely heighten the state of insulin resistance. I told you it directly affects beta cells also. So there is going to be, in that result, increased episodes of persistent hyperglycemia or new onset hyperglycemia in those patients, those who were never having any hyperglycemia prior to COVID-19. So COVID-19, either by virtue of having direct effect on beta cells through direct cytopathic effects, or through insulinitis or acute pancreatitis, or through immune-mediated destruction, will lead on to beta cell damage and destruction. I told you there is going to be increase in insulin resistance as a response to stress response, cytokine storm, and corticosteroid, which many patients required. So new onset hyperglycemia or new onset diabetes has been very, very common in COVID-19 pandemic. And all those who had already an existing diabetes, the worsening of glycemic control has been seen in pre-existing diabetes also. Even if there was no COVID infection, because of, I told you, lockdown, stress, lack of access to care, and inability to comply with medication, lifestyle advice, and all that, that has also predisposed to new onset hyperglycemia, and even in those patients who were not diabetic prior to COVID-19 infection. So moment you have new onset type 2 diabetes or worsening of hyperglycemia in these patients, levels are going to be extremely high, not only in setting of type 2 diabetes, but also in setting of type 1 diabetes, because it has been seen that many type 1 patients have got admitted because of persistent hyperglycemia, and they got admitted because of decay. Here is a study by Dr. Ghosh. 555 patients, those who were having new onset diabetes, either they were new onset or they were having COVID infection with new onset diabetes, and both the groups, they had very high average, they had high BMI, which is always a predisposing factor, although they were almost similar in terms of their phenotype and C-peptide response. But what was important here was that they presented with severe hyperglycemia at the time of presentation or at the time of diagnosis. Even new onset type 1 diabetes has been seen very high onset in COVID-19 pandemic. We know whenever there is a persistent hyperglycemia or new onset hyperglycemia, which manifests something like beta cell dysfunction or total beta cell destruction, they will present either with ketoacidosis or with severe hyperglycemia. More patients during this pandemic, they presented with ketoacidosis, or actually there was an increase in new onset type 1 diabetes also. And even severe hyperglycemia was reported in new onset type 1 as compared to before that pandemic. So all those patients who have been presenting with new onset type 1 in COVID pandemic, it has been seen that onset was with much severe hyperglycemia, and many of these patients, they presented with decay. So fortunately, telemedicine and digital medicine had offered some help to these patients even during the pandemic time. So this is a wonderful publication from British Journal of Diabetes in 2021, that we need to stratify, we need to risk stratify these patients, because it is not like our scenario where patient can walk in, even in Dr. Mohan's chamber on 1 or 2 or 3 days appointment. In NHS, especially where there is a centralized health system, those patients need to be risk stratified before they could be offered treatment. So they need to be classified either as a red zone or in amber zone or in green zone. Red zone will be those who will immediately require a help. Amber zone could be those patients who could wait for 3 to 6 months and then they can have a subsequent review. Green zone will be where even 6 to 9 months or a yearly review might be enough. So risk stratification of patient with diabetes during COVID-19, those patients who had HbA1c more than 10, they had a uncontrolled hypertension between systolic 160 and diastolic 100, or those who had already an established CKD with EGFR less than 30, where the risk of hypo is very, very high, or those who were already having hypoglycemia unawareness, or where the risk of admission was high, either because of honk or maybe ketoacidosis, and they had multiple comorbidities like diabetic nephropathy, heart failure, or presence of CVD or CAD. And those patients who had established diabetic foot disease, or those who were planning for pregnancy in 6 months' time, they were categorized in red zone. And of course, they required an immediate treatment strategy as early as possible, maybe either through a physical visit or through a televisit, and subsequently a follow-up every 3 months up to 1 year. Those who were classified into amber zone were those who had an HbA1c between 8 to 10, they had elevated hypoglycemia risk if their HbA1c was less than 6 and they were already on sulfonylureas or on insulin. Those who had EGFR between 60 to 45 and they had persistent albuminuria, they were at a greater risk for foot infections. And all those patients who have not been reviewed in last 15 months, and even if they were reviewed, that time their targets of HbA1c, blood pressure or lipids were not met as at last visit. So they actually mandated a visit within 6 months or as early as possible, and maybe 1 to 2 follow-ups over 1 year period. Those patients who had HbA1c less than 8, they were not at a greater risk. Their EGFR was good. It was more than 60, and they already had one visit in last 12 months where their targets were already within the range. Their cholesterol or HbA1c or their risk of diabetic foot was not very high. They were stratified as per the green zone, and their maybe even a yearly review will be good enough, because based on this risk stratification, I think they need an attention as early as possible. Now, coming to the diabetes management in COVID-19, it is standard, like treatment goals are to individualize the glycemic management, to educate those patients about MNT, exercise and lifestyle modification, go on pharmacological management if it is required, and irregular monitoring and follow-up. But I think it is mandatory, like even by Ministry of Health and Government of India policy, that all those patients who get hospitalized once for any illness, that should be viewed upon as an opportunity to screen, and their immediate first sugar, a capillary blood glucose has to be done, and then subsequently maybe a 2 hours post meal also, if it is possible, it can be done. So if their pre-meal is less than 140 and post meal is less than 180, they can be simply given a healthy diet advice, and we may not do much of screening. Of course, if fasting and an HbA1c may be sent next day through the lab. If their pre-meal is more than 140 and post-meal is more than 180, then of course they need to be tested by SMBG before lunch, before dinner, and after dinner also. And next morning you will send their fasting sugar and HbA1c to the lab. Those who had sugars more than 180, pre-meal is high or post-meal is more than 200 or 250, of course they are the one who will require immediate attention. Those patients who were falling in the window 140 to 180, and if their sugar is not very high, it was something like 140 to 150, you could still wait with dietary advice. But if their sugars were pre-meal more than 150 and post-meal was already more than 200 milligram percent, then of course they required at least starting an OHA after doing a fasting sugar in the morning and a HbA1c proven by lab next day. So newly detected patients, based on their values, if pre-meal is between 150 to 180 and post-meal is between 200 to 250, will be immediately started on oral anti-diabetic drug. If they have a mild to moderate illness, if that patient is already admitted in a very sick state, then obviously it goes beyond saying that they have to be on insulin irrespective of their blood glucose level. Someone who has pre-meals more than 180 or more than 250 milligram as post-meal, obviously then needs to be started on insulin. But again, target stratification has to be done based on the levels. Someone who is non-elderly and has COVID illness, there, of course, if patient is not having a severe illness, there you should target strict to tight control. Someone who is elderly, already on steroids, there you could have moderate control. Someone who is elderly and is at a greater risk of hypoglycemia, already has comorbidities like cardiac or CVD or other diseases like CKD, then of course you need to have softer targets for those patients. Then we know there have been issues that there could be metabolic interference of various drugs on the presence of COVID-19 infections. A standard protocol is then when patient is on metformin, we need to keep them very well hydrated because the risk of lactic acidosis is very, very high. And during any severe illness, I normally tell my DNB students, someone having a hepatic failure or a renal failure or a respiratory failure, any situation where there's going to be a tissue hypoxia, their metformin needs to be stopped because greater risk of lactic acidosis. GLP-1 analogs, well, only risk is that many of these patients right in the beginning may have nausea, vomiting, especially might have dehydration. So someone having moderate to severe illness obviously should not be started on GLP-1 analog. That way, DPP-4 are the safest drug because of placebo-like side effects, and these have been very well tolerated even in COVID-19, especially when we have been doing teleconsultations, because risk of starting DPP-4 is least and there are no side effects, and these are very well tolerated generally. With SGLT2, well, initially, again, the concern was there that those patients may be at a greater risk for diabetic ketoacidosis or dehydration. AKI may be much more, but thank God, there 19 that has proven that DAPA was found to be as safe till moderate to severe illness as any other standard drug, although we don't have long-term trials to say that whether we should start a new SGLT2 in this situation. Till then, I think till we have enough evidence, we'll still go with the warning that anyone who has moderate to severe illness should not be started on SGLT2 inhibitor. The various proposed mechanism of these drugs where they could interfere with COVID-19 through ACE2 receptors, it's a very busy slide. I'll not going to go into the details. Yeah. Suffice to say that metformin, we know it is an anti-inflammatory drug. It has shown some role in protection in pneumonia. And we know pioglitazone, it increases ACE2 expression in liver, and it has been proven in mouse models. So there could be increased risk of developing overexpression of ACE2 and high risk of developing pneumonia. DPP-4, I told you, there are no concerns. In fact, Mars COVID infection, it was found to be better. Sitagliptin trial has proven that ACE2 entry was blocked by DPP-4. SGLT2, there is an increased ACE2 expression in kidney, and with GLP, we know there could be a increased ACE2 expression in lungs. So these drugs preferably should be avoided.
Sir, we have exceeded the time.
I'll be, just concluding. When coming to insulin initiation, we know anyone who has pre-meal more than 180 or post-meal more than 250, they need to be started on insulin, maybe 0.4 to 0.5 units per kg per daily basis, and it has to be divided into 4 doses as basal and bolus. Indications for being on insulin infusion are standard like DK, someone is NPO, uncontrolled hyperglycemia, or fasting is more than 300 or postprandial more than 400. Even on basal bolus, they need to be stayed on an insulin infusion. And this is a simple clinical guidance for those patients who are detected to have hyperglycemia at the time of admission. So same guidelines, someone having pre-meal more than 150 to 180, there you could continue metformin or gliptin. Someone having pre-meal more than 180, post-meal more than 250, they of course need to be on basal bolus insulin. And if still controls are not achieved with pre-meal more than 300 and post-meal more than 400, they need to go on insulin infusion. So toward the end, I'll say that type 1, well, we know those patients will require a more special care because of their severe hyperglycemia at the time of diagnosis. That we need to have regular glucose monitoring 2 to 3 hourly, and they should be ideally on either on a pump or in a basal bolus. Type 2, I've already said, mild COVID, you can continue with the oral drugs. Moderate to severe illness, especially with severe illness, those who are on steroids having severe hyperparexia, they need to be on insulin or on infusion. Those who are already on steroids because of COVID-19 infection will definitely require basal bolus regimes, or maybe at least a long-acting dose NPH or glargine in the morning with maybe a bolus at lunch, because they tend to have high sugars post-lunch towards pre-dinner. So to conclude, mild infection, oral drugs can be continued. Insulin can be considered if targets are not met. Of course, a frequent blood glucose monitoring is required. Moderate, these patients need to be on insulin, especially if they are not on the target. It could be pre-mixed. In many of these patients, those who have moderate illness, but those patients who are towards the severe illness, they will require basal bolus regimes. We need to follow 6-day rules. And to conclude, specific measures during this pandemic are SMBG has been found to be extremely important. Targets are as good as was previously, 70 to 180. They need to be on protein-rich diet and correction of deficiencies by any minerals and vitamins. We have seen the role of zinc, magnesium, vitamin C and all that. Influenza and pneumonia vaccination is must even in COVID-19 patient to avoid bacterial pneumonia as a second infection. And of course, teleconsultation and video calls have been found to be very, very handy, and these need to be carried. I think we had a paper in ACE, which we may write a manuscript on that. We suggested that this model of teleconsultation, maybe one visit and followed by 1 to 2 physical visit, could be reality in the near future. Thank you very much for your patience listening, and I'll be happy to answer any queries if these are there. I have stopped sharing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Raju, sir, for that wonderful session, highlighting the difficulties that we face in controlling the sugars during this pandemic, and the suggestions that you offered will go a long way in maintaining the patients further in the pandemic as well. Sir, I have no questions as of now, but in the interest of time, we'll proceed with questions
after Dr. Anjana's talk, because Dr. Sanjay Agarwal is also waiting. So I think we'll finish up one more talk, and that's the end of the thing. We'll take up all.
Yeah. Thank you. So next topic for the day.
Wonderful topic.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It was really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next topic for us today, that will be the last topic, would be.
I'll be very keen to listen on this, because this paper has been done by Dr. Anjana and we have all been partnering.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So I'll be very happy to hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. So moving on to the next topic, that is the oral antidiabetic drug response and prescribing patterns in the novel clusters of type 2 diabetes by none other than our MD, Dr. Anjana. Ma'am, needs no introduction, but again,
just skip this. It's been done like too many times, this conference.
Yeah, ma'am. So we'll straight to the point now.
Yeah.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vinod. I'm just sharing my screen, which you can possibly see now. Yes?
Yes,
Sanjay.
We can see, ma'am.
Make it full screen. Yeah.
1 second. Yes. Give me a second. Yes. Okay. All good. Can you hear, see everything? Right. Perfect. So this is the last, talk for the day. And I know I stand between you and lunch. So let me get this done really quickly. I'm going to be talking about not just the novel clusters of type 2 diabetes, but I've gone one stage more, and I'm going to be talking about the drug response in the subclusters. And I have no conflict of interest to declare. So yesterday, Dad spoke about the subtyping of diabetes. I'm not going to go into details here, but just to say that Leaf Group was the first to show that type 2 diabetes had many, many subtypes, and these clusters were based on GAD antibodies, the age of diagnosis, BMI, A1C, HOMA-IR, etc. This was done in a Scania cohort on 8,900 individuals and was then replicated in 3 other European cohorts. So what he showed was that there were 5 subtypes of diabetes in general. The SAID is type 1, and we won't be talking about that further. But after that, there is SID, which is severe insulin-resistant diabetes. The SIRD, which is severe insulin-resistant, the first one is deficient diabetes, resistant diabetes. Then there's MOD, which is obesity diabetes. And there is age-related MARD. So these were the 4 Scandinavian clusters shown by Leaf Group. So obviously the question then is, can this be applied to our population? Now, the Asian Indian phenotype is rather unique because we have greater ethnic susceptibility to type 2 diabetes. We all know about the low birth weight, the Barker hypothesis, the thin fat Indian. We have increased inflammatory markers. We talk so much about adiposity today, the visceral versus the subcutaneous adiposity. We do have lower age of onset of diabetes, which is in the age group of 25 to 34 years, which is a clear shift to the left by at least 2 decades in our population. We also have lower threshold BMIs for diabetes. So you have at the young age, you have thin people having very high blood glucose levels, increase in insulin resistant, and we talked a lot about the HDL being characteristic low in our population, low levels of adiponectin. So suffice to say that we have increased propensity to type 2 diabetes and premature cardiovascular disease. So this is a study which is called INSPIRED, funded by NIHR UK. It's a collaborative study between us, the Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, and the University of Dundee, Scotland. And INSPIRED stands for India-Scotland Partnership for Precision Medicine in Diabetes. So this is what happened when we tried to replicate the exact same variables of the Scandinavian cohort into India. So if you look at the Scandinavian cohort, you'll see that SID were the thinnest individuals, SIRD and MOD, of course, were the most heaviest people. But if you look at our kind of classification, what happened? SID was thin, yes, low BMI, but look at the MOD. They actually weren't very obese, and we found that SIRD was more obese, MARD was more obese, etc., etc. So I'm not going to go through this in detail for want of time, but suffice to say that their classification didn't seem to sit very well in our population as such. So then we thought, okay, let us recluster and see what we get if we independently do this. And this publication came out in July 2020. So this is from the Dr. Mohan's group, and from about 500,000 registered patients, we took 19,000 individuals with new onset type 2 diabetes, aged 10 to 97 years, with duration less than 5 years at first clinic visit. And these were the variables. Now, where are these variables coming from? They're coming from the Asian Indian phenotype. So we've used age at diagnosis, BMI, waist, which is very important in our population, the A1C, triglyceride, HDL, which we talked about. We've also added the C-peptide, the fasting, and the stimulated. These are the clusters which we were able to show. So the 4 clusters, if you look at them, we had the SID, which is the severe insulin deficient diabetes, similar to the Scandinavian group. We had the MARD, which is the mild age-related diabetes. So the 2 ends of the spectrum, we were able to replicate what we found in the Scandinavian population. But then we have 2 novel clusters, one of which is called the insulin-resistant obese diabetes. So what we're showing here is that in our population, obesity and insulin resistance go hand in hand. And that's the group that we're showing here with a 26% prevalence. And the most important group is called the SIRD group, or the combined insulin resistance and deficient diabetes. So this is a unique group that has been described from the first time in the world, given, yes, that the prevalence is low, so not many people have it, but it's important because if you do have this type of diabetes, then the progression to complications is very high, as I'll show you the next few slides. So this is the cluster kind of phenotyping. So the age of diagnosis for MARD was around 50 years. So I know that old age is not at 50 years, but MARD in our population starts at age 50 or so. BMI, as you would expect, is SID was the lowest BMI, and IROD, which is your insulin resistant type, had the highest BMI. Waist follows BMI. A1C, as you would expect, were highest for the insulin deficient state. So that would be SID and SIRD. Triglyceride was very high for the SIRD, and HDL was best in the MARD. So these were the main clustering variables. If you look at C-peptide, least in the deficient, highest in the IROD. So here you have these kind of distinct 4 clusters, which were kind of moving well in terms of the ability to distinguish between each other. And the HOMA, beta, and IR were not used for clustering. They were just used for kind of validation. So remember, I started off by saying that we used new onset diabetes within 5 years. So we did sensitivity analyses to see whether within 3 years or within a year, anything changed. It didn't. It remained pretty much same up to decimal point. However, then you would argue and say, okay, this is a clinic-based study. Yes, given it's been done in many places, but then it's not an epidemiological study. So how does this then compare in a large epidemiological data set? The ICMR INDIAB study, which is the national study on diabetes in India. Now, luckily in India, we had 6 out of the 8 variables which we used for primary clustering. So we had age, BMI, weight, A1C, triglyceride, and HDL. We then reclustered in the INDIAB population using only the 6 variables which we had, and we found that these were entirely stable. So quickly to go through, age at diagnosis again was 55 in the general population, BMI lowest in SID, highest in IROD, waist follows the same. Look at the A1C, almost the same up to decimal point, highest in the SID and then in the SIRD, triglyceride being very high among SIRD, and HDL being kind of the lowest in the SIRD. So what we found is that this was replicable even in a national data set, and it was stable with a Jaccard Stability Index of 0.75. So now, what is the clinical relevance of the clustering? Well, these are the Cox hazards ratios for retinopathy, and as would be expected, the highest was for the SID cluster, and that was shown by Leaf Group as well. But interestingly, our third cluster, again with insulin deficiency, had an independent risk for development of retinopathy. Now let's look at nephropathy, here defined as albuminuria, both micro and microalbuminuria, and again here SIRD had the highest hazards for developing nephropathy. Now look at CKD. So you add GFR, the CKD epi into the formula. You have IROD, and that would be expected. But look at SIRD, such a high hazards, 2.3 times higher risk of developing CKD if you were in the SIRD category. So suffice to say that look at all the microangiopathy, it has a higher risk in the SIRD population. And that's why I started off by saying, even though the prevalence is small, if you do have and have the misfortune of falling into this subcategory, you have a high risk of microvascular disease. So now let's go on to the prescribing patterns and drug response here. And this is what Professor Chawla was talking about before. So I told you first we started with a clustering. We replicated it in a national data set, but we didn't know how prescribing patterns and what drug category fit into which subcluster. So for this, we went to the who's who of diabetology shown here. We had 15 diabetes centers, including Professor Chawla's and many others, contributing data into our DAS center. And we had a total data available of 32,000 individuals. So I'm not going to go back and show you the same cluster replication, but we were able to replicate the exact same clusters in the larger data set of 32,000. Now, then what did we do? We had to look at drug response. So we looked at the baseline drug available. That was available in 30,000 individuals. But then we needed one follow-up A1C to see whether A1C was coming down or up, or what is the drug response. So that was available in 14,000. Then they had to be drug naive at baseline. So we had 10,000 there. And then we had some other adjustment that we had to do for cleaning up. And the total kind of drug response analyses had 13,000 individuals in the study. So just to tell you here, I apologize for the number of numbers on the screen, but just to tell you here that traditionally, if you look on the left here, you have on the x-axis all the various drug categories, and we still have metformin and sulfonylurea combination still being across cluster categories, the commonest form of prescriptions, with 25% having an SU and metformin. So although we do say that metformin is the first line and then add in our country, I think sulfonylurea has always been something that we use, and drug prescribing patterns across the country shows us the same. We do use metformin also at 11%, but still the combinations appear to be the most frequently used. Now, what about the newer drugs? Again, we have the DPP-4s being prevalent among other cluster categories at 6.4%, and along with metformin seems to be a popular combination. So just to say that the older drugs are still very prevalent in our prescribing patterns, the way that we are treating our patients, in the newer drugs we still have to pick up. Now, what does this show? So this is an analysis which looks at, okay, guidelines say metformin is the drug of choice for every subtype of diabetes, right? So that's what it says. And then you have a second line add-on, third line. But in each of these cluster categories, we used metformin as reference and then looked at whether there was any additional benefit of lowering of A1C due to the other cluster drug categories. So what you'll see here is that obviously insulin does better than metformin. So what is circled here shows a 13% excess reduction of A1C compared to metformin alone. So that's how you read this. So you'll see obviously that in the SID category, which is a severe insulin deficient category, insulin was used a lot, and rightly so. A1Cs were high, and thus early insulinization was started, and you have a 13 and 15% response for the SID category. But the same thing, look at SIRD, look at the response. It's so much higher and better than even the SID category, with insulin having a 24 and 20% response. Now look at the secretagogues. You'll see that sulfonylureas, there was 7% response, DPP-4 showing a little bit. And each of these categories, you'll see that actually the SIRD was doing even better. So again here, sulfonylureas and DPP-4s, 12%, 11%, etc., showing that over and above metformin in these insulin deficient categories, number one, we may have to start insulin early. There's definitely a differential response, and the secretagogues also seem to be working quite well in these cluster categories. Now, if you go to the iRod, again here, insulin does well, but we also find the other sensitizers and metformin itself performing quite well in this cluster, whereas in MARD, just about everything, you're not finding such huge differences. Even insulin, look at it, there's only a 5% difference compared to the other cluster categories. So you do see that in MARD, just about everything, including AGIs, are working quite well. So then you might ask me, okay, so how do I do this? You've told me a lot of things. You told me there are clusters. You told me there are various drugs that are responding differentially. But how do I put all of this together? So this is a new tool, web-based tool that we've developed. It's called the Diana tool and stands for Diabetes Novel Subgroup Assessment. And I'm just going to show you this quickly in a video. So what you do is you put these variables inside. So you have the 8 variables, which I talked about, but you can also predict with just 6 variables without the C-peptide. And if you just enter the values, you will get an assessment that looks like this. The individual has a higher probability of being in the SID category. So it also tells you the probability for retinopathy and the probability for DKD. It also tells you which are the suggested drugs. So as we described in the deficient categories, we have the sulfonylurea DPP-4s with insulin. In the resistant categories, perhaps metformin and others. And then in the combined group, the combined deficiency, we possibly could start combined drugs. And we have shown there that triple drug combination seems to be needed early on. So you may have the use of an SGLT2, DPP-4, etc., along with metformin early on in treatment. So that seems to be something that is working there. So I'd like to summarize by saying that for the first time in South Asia, we've been able to cluster individuals using 8 variables. We clustered using 8, but we also had fairly good predictive accuracy with just 6, which we can use in the Diana tool. 2 of these clusters were same as Scandinavian ones, but we had 2 novel clusters, the iRod and the SIRD. Of this, SIRD was of particular importance because it was characterized by difficult to control hyperglycemia and increased risks of microvascular complications. We also show that traditional anti-hyperglycemic agents continue to be used widely. And we have this new tool which can then help us to use which form of therapy in which subtype. However, I would like to say that this is a retrospective analysis that we have done. And thus, once you adjust for baseline A1C, a lot of these use statistical significance. And thus, we do need larger randomized clinical trials to confirm these differential drug response between clusters. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Anjan.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for that wonderful talk and the subcategories of the new type 2 diabetes patients that we are talking about, and an effective guide as to how to go about treating these subtypes or clusters. Even Dianacule is new to me as well. I will start using that. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I
Dr.
haven't shown you yet.
Before we start the discussion, is this Dianacule specific to these subgroups only, or it can be used in general also?
So any suspected, so we're talking only about type 2, sir. So remove all the type 1s, the Modis and all of those people. Yeah. Any suspected type 2, you just put in age of, so this is going to be available in your data set. We've derived it from your data set only. So, age, BMI, and you put in triglyceride, HDL and waist. And the 6 parameters, if you put in, it will predict and tell you. And it will also tell you which drugs it wants, it recommends for you to start.
No, what I am asking is, this suggestion of the drug is based on our own data, what you have compiled, or it is in general?
Like, no. It's based on the analysis that I showed. So the ones that I showed.
Based on that, it makes sense. For example, for SID secretagogue or insulin, and it's only giving you a choice, and then you can then decide what you want.
Yeah, but it is based.
But
it is based on our paper.
Then all the more this data becomes validated if tool every time is replicating the same, and it becomes very creditable, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is this tool available on the
made in India thing from the help of also?
So we've just made it and we're validating it right now.
Validating it, we'll probably publish it, and then we'll make it available to all.
As soon as it's ready, we'll let you know, sir, so that we can.
First time is being presented. Nobody.
First time, I've just got it ready, and we just got it presented. I would like to say one very special thank you to the Biostats department of MDRF. They've been working very hard on this, and they've produced this tool.
There are a couple of questions to the speakers. If I can read it out. There's one question to Dr. Rajiv Chawla. How is steroid administration related to post-COVID diabetes?
I think for that matter, steroid used in any infection for that matter will increase the risk of developing. It may unmask many patients, those who have IGT. The moment you give them steroids, they are going to have hyperglycemia. But all the more in COVID-19, in fact, I have already referred to, I didn't discuss that paper in detail, paper by Dr. Anup Mishra and Dr. Mohan, that all those patients who were having moderate to severe illness, either by virtue of direct effect of COVID virus on the beta cell, or by virtue of increased insulin resistance, or by most of these patients, those who had moderate to severe illness, they were on steroids, either from OPDs or in the indoor, they had much higher new onset of diabetes, and their hyperglycemia at presentation was much higher as compared to any other epidemic new onset diabetes. So corticosteroids are in any case known to unmask IGT patients and to increase incidence of new onset diabetes.
I can just respond to that, Dr. Chawla. You're right about the steroids, but at the time when Anup and I published it, this was not really due to the steroid use. This is in the first phase because very early publication. So at that time, what we showed was that the idea that we wanted to see was there any specific new type of diabetes that we are picking up and so on. To be honest, we didn't. But then the type of diabetes, the type 2 diabetes that we had, A1Cs were high. And what we did was a whole year, 2019, before the epidemic was there, we took all new cases seen at his clinic and our clinic. And then in 2020, all newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic patients and some type 1 also we compared to see whether there is any difference between the two. And what we found was that the overall presentation was later, because during the COVID, they were not coming, lockdown and so on. So they had delayed, and that delay resulted in a higher fasting, higher PP, higher HbA1c. Surprisingly, the C-peptide was not very different. We thought there'll be more damage and C-peptide had gone low. That was a hypothesis. That was not true, at least in that particular very large series that we both studied. So that particular thing was, I don't think it was really due to steroids, because steroid use actually started coming only after August 2020, remember. And this data was a little before that. So this was really because people are scared to go. They didn't want to go to the hospital, and the delay resulted in the higher. But this year, if you do 2021, you compare 2020,
I think
it'll be much worse. It'll be much worse because
second wave.
Correct.
Second wave, the rampant use of steroid has definitely
Absolutely.
worsened hypoglycemia and new onset diabetes.
Absolutely.
So
I
there
had
are
a
a lot of
question to retinopathy to Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. I
Yeah.
have posted there. Should we be
Yes,
actually
sir.
screening for retinopathy? Because we see the basis of dividing pre-diabetes from diabetes that, oh, those guys won't develop microvascular complication, only macrovascular. That's what we keep talking. But study after study has shown, and we have just submitted a paper for publication to the eye, where a large series of Dr. Vishwanathan patients and our patient, we clubbed them, and then we did a prospective study, and we use retinal photography and so on. And we find about 5 to 8% of people with pre-diabetes never had diabetes earlier, having retinopathy. Of course, what the proliferative retinopathy only are only in some one case or something. So I'm not saying they'll have laser requiring retinopathy and that kind of severe one, but there is retinopathy all the same. So we cannot rule out that pre-diabetes will not develop any micro. We see often microalbuminuria coming. We often see a little bit of neuropathy also coming. So while it's not the same as in diabetes, it is there. So the question now comes, should we be screening them?
I think for that matter, microangiopathy, retina is most common thing which is consistent. 10% patient, while at the time of diagnosis, will also have background.
No, that is not. Type 2 diabetes, that is well known. I'm talking about pre-diabetes stage before.
And in fact, that is why based on epidemiological data, there is a pursuit that maybe fasting 99 or 100 is also not normal. It could be 97 because even at a cutoff of 97, you tend to have background diabetic retinopathy. That has been consistent amongst all microangiopathies.
Sanjay,
I think if you look at even the DPP4 population, they looked at the retinopathies which occurred in 3 years of diagnosis of diabetes, and they looked backwards. They found a quarter of them actually started their onset in the pre-diabetes time. So I think there's consistent data that has been coming even from your CURE study. You found that 5% of your patients at the time of diagnosis of diabetes had presence of retinopathy. So I think time has come that we stop thinking that does microvascular complications occur only after diagnosis of diabetes. I think it starts screening much earlier. At least in our center, we do fundus screening right at the time when the patient comes to us for the first time, and we see that does the patient have any microvascular complications at diagnosis itself. And then, of course, depending on the multiple risk factors that the patient may have, we can decide the frequency. If you have a lot of cluster of risk factors, then you probably do an annual screening. If you don't have too much clusters of risk factors, then you can do it once in 2 years. That should also be fine. And most of these patients, as you rightly said, tend to have a background retinopathy. They don't have a sight-threatening retinopathy as such. So to answer the question, I think everybody at the time of diagnosis should have a screening for retinopathy.
Good point.
So I think we'll wind up, sir, since we are getting closer to the.
There are any other?
There's one question.
Yeah.
One question is there.
Not sure it's related to the topic. Is hormone replacement therapy better associated with glycemic control in women with diabetes?
I don't know. Anybody knows?
This may be pertinent from the gonadism, hypogonadism, which comes from males. I think I don't know whether you're referring to the same sort of.
But they are talking about females. They are saying
postmenopausal replacement
in females. HH, if you correct that, onset of diabetes gets delayed and CVD risk also gets reduced in HH patients in males. I'm not sure whether hormonal replacement will sort of delay onset of diabetes or will help. I'm not very sure. Sir, any idea, Dr. Mohan?
I think hormone replacement itself is under a shadow because of the breast cancer risk. And so giving it to prevent diabetes, I think, is a long shot.
One question. I think the question is about whether when we start hormonal replacement therapy in post-menopausal women, whether it will have an impact on the glycemic control in such patients, already persons with the diabetes.
Also unlikely.
Usually not with the sort of low dose regimens we use. Generally, there's no deterioration in glycemic.
They're not steroids, so I don't think.
Even if we give only low doses.
I think that's the end of the questions. So,
so I think the suggestion to Anjana that you must share the Diana.
We'll be looking forward to Diana use.
Definitely do that. Yeah, we definitely do that.
Sure. We'll send Diana across soon. To all those waiting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent
Thank
session.
you. Thank you
Thank
so
all the
much.
Thank you,
speakers.
Dr. Anjana, Dr.
Excellent.
Ranjit. Thank you, Mohan sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir,
Thanks
Anjana.
to
Thank you,
team,
Ranjit.
and thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure to
Thank
meet
you, sir.
I think we have the valedictory function.
Valedictory, but there it's just getting over there. I'll just
We
check.
can start. We can start. They can come and join.
Joining now.
Yeah.
Can we start?
Yeah.
2 minutes, they will join us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the end of the 3-day marathon session, the 8th update, the second time in the virtual format. And I don't know about you guys, but I have been glued to this right from the first day until now. I've not left the seat, and I've been here and also switching from one hall to the other because something very interesting going on there. I can tell you it's not easy, but we've done that. This year we've got a little more ambitious because last year we had about 3 hours at least break in the afternoon. This time what happened was almost up to 3:30 we were going, then 4 o'clock we started. So it was almost continuous, 12.5 hours continuously. So we were thinking, no, fatigue will set in and nobody will be attending and so on. Actually, the numbers are much larger than last year. The other thing we're thinking is every week there is some meeting or the other. And then every other day every day there is some diabetes meeting, and every week there's a update happening. So we thought, whether the people will come. Actually, the numbers were much higher than last year, and the overall registrations crossed some 35,000 and from 35 countries. And at any given time, there is a large number of people attending. And when we had 2 halls, we thought, will they attend both? Both are also being attended, and sometimes it's very difficult to choose because both are so so good, so engrossing. Every day it was like that. And to me, I've learned a lot of new things. NAFLD become MAFLD, and I mean, you just name it, and there are so many things. 1 year, so much changes. This is a question which I asked in the first update when we had it, because for us, we do so many things. That update is only one thing that we do. And so it's too much of work. And so the first time, I took an audience poll and said, when we had it face to face, can we have it once in 2-3 years? They said, no, every year you should have it. Every year you should have it. Uniformly, all the hands went up. And so we said, all right. And so we started this yearly format. And then when, last year when we canceled it, we thought, forget it. Yeah, why do all this virtual and all that. That turned out to be, even a bigger success than the face-to-face one. And this year we thought, no, see, people will be tired now. Too many meetings, too many things. Should we have it? And this one became even bigger than last year. So, I mean, there is that hunger, hunger for knowledge is there. And I think it's that hunger which drives all of us. And of course, any meeting is only due to the faculty, because if you don't get a good faculty, nobody's going to come. People see who are the speakers, what are the topics, and then they decide whether to attend the meeting or not. And the fact that so many people are interested is a great source of enthusiasm, great shot in the arm for us. And of course, the delegates, because unless you have the delegates, what's the point in faculty coming? I remember Professor Ganguly once telling me, in a different context, he told me, Mohan, you better train some people to have interest in research in diabetes in this country. Otherwise, you'll be simply talking to a mirror, and listening to yourself. There'll be nobody to listen to you. They're saying better create some interest, and some younger generation of people are interested in research, he was telling. So I think ultimately it all comes down to the delegates. And if we don't have delegates, we'll be just simply sitting among ourselves and talking. And from the number of questions that are coming up continuously, you can see that there is good engagement. So thank you all to the delegates from all over the world who have from the US and Canada and all. I'm surprised that people have attended Middle East and from everywhere, Malaysia, Singapore, professors attending from there, simply as delegates. They're not even, taking part in the program, and they're simply as delegates. And so very humbling, and that's the greatest tribute that we can give. Before I, go to thank our teams, maybe 1 or 2 of you would like to. Ashok is there, and Ashok has been there all the 3 days, almost throughout. And maybe 1 or 2, you can start with Ashok, and if anybody else, from outside our center, and I can see Purvi there. So if anybody else wants to say a few words, and then I'll go on to thank my own team for all the work that they've done.
Mohan, I'll just be very brief because the reminiscences have to be very brief because everybody wants to speak. I must tell you that this year's meeting was a different one. You have pointed out few things which I will not repeat, but what struck me most was the diversity of the topics that you took. I mean, I never thought that you can have a mitochondrial responses to CCMBD that Kamal spoke about. I have heard him on clinical topics, but it was as good as on this. I mean, you have included topics which have got far-reaching consequence and which are totally new. And the speakers also, are quite a few of them were speakers. Even though Paul has spoken earlier, that the way he spoke was something totally new, and topic of circadian metabolic syndrome was something which is revealing. And when I met him in Melbourne in the Lions, where he was working before, you must have gone there also. He first thing he told me is about Sir Professor Vishwanathan. When I met him in 1988-89, I went from England to Australia and I met him there. I must tell you that the way the conference was organized was superb. Nobody exceeded the time. It was absolutely, Pradeepa, thank you very much for the way you conducted that. The timing was absolutely fabulously managed. And the other thing that struck me, Mohan, most was your personal touch. You had cared to address each one of us, each of the speakers, you and Anjana. It is great. And really, I'll put on record my sincere appreciation of calling the speakers one by one. That gave us such a great deal of personal touch and intimacy, which is not there in many conferences. Last but not the least, I'll end by saying what I said the other day, that this is one of the events people look forward to at the end of January. Like Arnav's nation wants to know, let it be Pranav's nation wants to celebrate last week of July on these aspects, which I call three things, which is a signature event for the country, which is a game-changing event for the country, practice-changing. You said yourself today, MAFLD, so many new practice points, so many practice-changing points. Diana, I've never heard of it before. Anjana, thank you very much. All the talks had some impactful, game-changing, practice-changing. It's a signature event, and I'm also sure it is nation's flagship event. Thank you very much, and I have no words. My words failed to convey my gratitude, love, and greetings. I just pray that we will continue to have this for eternity. Over.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Puri had a hand up. Yeah.
Go up.
Good afternoon, sir. I think the scientific expanse and depth of this meeting of Dr. Mohan's International Diabetes Update with the shining team has been simply spectacular. In my, own phrase, it would be like the Indian ADA. It's that good or even better because it even has your personal touch. So, sir, you, Dr. Anjana, Dr. Ranjit, Dr. Pradeepa, and the entire team, fabulous job. I can only pray that it should just remain this way. It should just get better. So heartiest congratulations, my pranams.
Thank you.
Truthfully, we do the least in this. You see all the faces lined up here. They're the ones doing all the work.
And I'm going to start naming them as soon as anyone else who wants to talk is finished. Anyone else? Anyone stand up? I can't see so many.
No, I think you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So then now let me go ahead and thank a lot of people. I have to at least mention their names. For us, as you know, we don't do anything slipshod. Anything that we do needs perfection, because making excellence a habit is something I've committed in a book, and I can't give up that excellence when we do a meeting like this. And therefore, everything right up to the last comma, full stop is checked. And for that, how do we get the confidence when you're doing a million things? How do you get the confidence to do a meeting because right from tomorrow we'll start something else, and so 365 days you're doing something or the other, including research and so on. It's because we have people like Pradeepa, and if I have somebody like Pradeepa, I can just leave it to her, and I can see how many people in the chat and in the WhatsApp group have congratulated her. So if I has to single out one person, it has to be Pradeepa, because she will, she won't spare us. You should see how many times. Like, Pradeepa, leave me alone. She said, no, sir, one chairperson missing. I can't go to sleep without that. Please, can you give me till tomorrow? No, sir. Please tell me today. I can't sleep without putting a chairperson. That's how she nags us and gets things done. And Pradeepa, you're amazing. So it's because we have Pradeepa around that we're able to do it.
Support, Anjana's support. All your support.
Yeah.
Dr.
Again,
Ranjit.
she's also supported by a huge team. And so in her own team, we have Miss Chella, Sunita, you can see all of them here, Nirmala Lungovan, Mrs. Lakshmi and team. And probably can hold the applause until the last and then give them all a big round of applause. There's your hands will start paining. And then, of course, we have the HR team led by Mr. Appadure, who's been doing a fabulous job. Sudha, I can't thank you for talking to the farmer. That's one big load off my head. I don't even talk to the farmer. If you want me to share a secret, I don't even talk to the farmer, and I say, talk to Sudha. I'm not even getting into this. You, whatever you want, you ask her, So Sudha is the, kingpin around whom.
She's the silent heroine.
Yes, silent heroine. So when one person is doing the scientific job of it, because without the pharma, we cannot run this meeting. Obviously, we need support and so on. And so she does that, and she does it remarkably well, and she's a better person to talk to than I am, because I'll go and say something stupid, whereas she knows this much better than me. So Sudha does that. But of course, we have Miss Pradeepa, Mr. Srijit, Mr. Karthik, Mr. Abdul, and the entire HR team. It's a tough job getting everybody on board. And then, of course, we have IT. Now, in every other meeting, it's normally outsourced and so on. But, we have our own team of Mr. K. Sundaraj, Mr. Pratap, Mr. Saravanan, Mr. Sheshadri, Ms. Murli, and the IT team. And believe it, somebody asked me, are you all sitting in the same place? No, we are not. We are sitting at home. This is my home. Okay, with all this is my home. And Anjana is sitting in another room. And Ranjit is taking another room. Just now he has come. So in the home itself, there are 3 places set up, And you can imagine all those 3 being coordinated. And then, of course, in the hospital, it's in a different place. And there also, there are a couple of places. And then all the, staff and everyone coming together from different places. Coordinating that itself is a nightmare, So again, there
were so many people who specially praised IT. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very smooth.
It's, we always ask my team, can you pull it off? And they say, sir, trust us, we'll do it. And I said, okay, from now on, I'm not going to ask the question. You do it and do it, So they are fabulous. I mean, absolutely too good.
And Pratap does all the designing. You would have seen
all the design, everything is done in-house. Can you imagine? Everything is done in-house, and it's fabulous, the talent that we have. And of course, we have 2 halls, and we have to have people who are, timekeepers who keep everything going. And so we have Ranjini. Ranjini, she lives in Bangalore, believe it or not. She works for us, but she lives in Bangalore. She has come from Bangalore to here just for this meeting. Can you imagine? Because sitting in Bangalore and then coordinating will be one more level of nightmare added. So she's traveled for 3 days, and she's spent 3 days. She left her family behind there, and she's come for 3 days only for this. And she's going now. Immediately after this, she'll catch her thing and go back to Bangalore. And so she's here. Yesterday was a birthday, and she was still here in spite of that, without spending time with the family. So she and Pradeepa, kind of alternatively managing that. It was amazing. And then, of course, we have Dr. Mehreen, Nitika, and the entire translational research team, Mr. Lata Venkateshan, Dr. Shushil, Dr. Hema Arti, Dr. Akshay, and the whole DMDEA team, the Education Academy team. Then we had our marketing team, Dr. Cynthia, Mr. Harish Ravindran, who puts up all the things on social media. It's Cynthia and Harish.
You've seen your pictures coming on Facebook.
Every one of your pictures coming there. Now we have to change it. You would have seen, there are about 6 or 7 medals. Did you notice that none of the music was the same? None of the visuals were the same. None of the colors were the same. So for every medal, we had to change the color, change the thing, change the music, change. Everything was changed.
Hari,
and
amazing.
Harish and Harish, Cynthia, and the whole team, amazing. And the entire corporate team as well. So Ganesh and the accounts team, there's a lot of things to be done, and that is Mr. Dandabani and the maintenance team. Right from the light that I have here, the light is switched off that way, you will get a different thing. The light has to be put in the right thing, So you have, and in every room, imagine that, there are extra lights, extra things. So that's the perfection that you're talking about. So that is done by Dandabani and his team, Mr. Aparsami and the housekeeping team, the Joseph and the catering team. You have to get some food in between. So all that is also done.
Thank you, Joe, for feeding everybody.
Yeah.
And special
I
lunch.
hope you all are fed well and don't, not been starved. And then, of course, coming to the virtual MNC team, they are the people who have helped us with all the platform. This time you would have seen, Anjana said, when we are creating the module, she said, no, I want the ITC effect. I said, how can you get ITC effect in sitting here? She said, no, we'll do it. So she never gave up. And so we created that ITC effect. If you see the halls and all that, exactly like ITC, from outside, from inside, from everything. It took so many days to see, that's not the important part of the conference. No, that's also important part of the conference. That's an image that we're giving. So we have to do that. So it was never repeated in any conference. 100 conferences have been held this year. Not one conference would have had that, because we created something unique for that also. The simple thing like a photo, you can just go there and click your photo and get this thing from that. That was also introduced. So behind the scenes, there's lots and lots of innovation which has gone on. And I think the virtual MNC team has helped us a lot. Thank you so much.
Anuj, Nimit, if you're
quietly,
here.
where are you all? Are you all there?
Anuj, Nimit, we can't
Anuj,
see you.
Nimit.
Thank you guys for everything that you're
They've
doing.
done a fabulous job there. They're all there. And they didn't even come in once into the program. Everything from the side they were doing, and they let us do everything, but they were there. Now I come to the pharma. Now, without the pharma, Professor Sam G.P. Moses used to say, it's like salt and pepper. You cannot have, who's salt and who's pepper, I won't tell you. But they used to say doctors and pharma are like salt and pepper. So, without salt and pepper, you cannot have any Indian meat. So without pharma, we cannot have any conference. So right from, all the company, I'll quickly read out their name because, I didn't even mention them in the welcome address. So I'm going to mention them all now. So bear with me. Mrs. USV, thank you so much. You've always been the pillar of support, but also Boehringer Ingelheim, Novo Nordisk, Dr. Reddy's, Lupin, Sun Pharma CVS, Novartis, Eris, Sanofi, Zydus Wellness, Torrent, Intas, Abbott Nutrition, Abbott Diabetes, Cipla, Biocon, Medtronics, Abbott AGP Division, Glenmark Healthion, Ipca, Eli Lilly, Zydus Cadila, Mankind, MCure, Johnson & Johnson, Serdia, Panacea, Primus, Franco-Indian Diabetics, Corona, Wokhart. Yeah, Wokhart.
It's called Mohan Corona Remedies.
Okay, I'll correct it. Corona Remedies, Wokhart, McLeod's, Roche, and Fortis. So it's a long list of companies. Many of them have joined us newly. And thank you for the confidence you have in us because, they have not flinched in supporting us. And I used to wonder when so many meetings are being held, whether they will still have the confidence. But then, like Ashok said, they said, no, your meeting is special. And for us, we always believe in your meeting. And so big thank you to the pharma. Thank you all for staying on. This valedictory is something which, we have at every meeting of ours, even the face-to-face. And people will be surprised that at 1:30, 2 o'clock, when the lunch is being served, people are sitting and listening to the valedictory function, just like all of you all are listening now. So that is another, that's only because of the love and affection that you have with us. I'm done, I'm gone. It's not like that. People are staying on. Why should Ashok Kumar Das come and, be here, or Purvi be here? I saw many other people. I saw Rajiv here. I saw Shalini here. So it just shows the love and affection. And it is that, if you want one secret as to why we do this, it is because of that love and affection. As long as we have that from all of it, I mentioned it in the welcome address, that more than the scientific part, more than anything else, it's a networking, it is a bonding. And that, I think, increases every year. And that is the real motivation for us to continue. So all good things must end, and so must DMDIU. And until we meet next time, au revoir from all of us.
So one more. Yeah. Can they all switch on and we just take pictures of?
Yeah, let's take some pictures.
Putra, Rajiv, whoever is there.
Please,
Sanjay,
can you
you're here, so it's okay. Shanti, are you there? Yes. Putra, Samuel. Yes. Get the picture.
Erin.
And a big smile. Say update.
Diabetes.
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 Once you're done, you can tell us.
They should be smiling forever.
That's what we want, Mohan.
I need your help in this.
Done?
Done? Are we done?
Yes, done.
There are a couple of pages.
Yes,
Fine, everyone.
it doesn't end without the hip hip hooray.
Yes, you forgot the hip hip hooray.
Yeah. Okay. So repeat after me. Hip hip
Hooray!
hooray! Hip hip
Hooray!
And hip hip
Hooray!
Thank you.
Well done, everyone.
Thank you. Bye bye, Anjana. Bye bye,
Bye, sir. Bye,
Ranjit. Mohan and Venkat.
Thank you, sir.
Bye bye. See you
Thank you,
again.
sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Dr. Guha?
Hi, Dr. Zamet.
Hello there. I just wanted to congratulate you all.
Thank you so much. We just concluded our validatory function.
I wish I was there to
Joined us
enjoy.
just few minutes earlier.
I wish I was there to enjoy it with you. But I've enjoyed the meeting. I've
Thank you so much. We
I've
saw
had
you.
the mute off, but you did a wonderful job. It's one of the great meetings, I have to tell you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just
So
now, we had the validatory function. You could have joined a little earlier and we would have been really delighted to have you with us.
you didn't add a economy ticket to the invitation.
Dr.
Anyhow, congratulations to all of you. And if no hands looking,
What a pleasant surprise. Yeah,
Oh
one
my
second.
God. Wow. We just had a kind of closing ceremony and,
So he's been there throughout the meeting as an attendee.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh
We
my
saw him on the first day and then,
No, every day he was there as an attendee.
okay, amazing. You
Mohan,
you humble
I
us.
have to tell you, this was an outstanding meeting. Absolutely outstanding. It was a privilege to be part of it. It was lovely to see your daughter there, of course, and the other people I know. And I was flabbergasted. I never expected it to be so great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Coming from you, it is amazing. And Professor Das was just sharing, in the chat box, as well as he mentioned about circadian rhythm and, Paul Zimet's talk, took us away. We thought some old thing is going to show and completely new data and new orientation. And we are all, breathtaking it was. And a lot of comments about your talk and fantastic. I mean, amazing.
Well, it was a pleasure and honor, and I just had to pop in and thank you.
So kind of you. So kind of you.
Okay.
We just had a valedictory function where I was thanking everyone and so on. So
Yeah. Okay, so I'll let you enjoy yourself.
thank you. And if you hear anything about the grant, you can write to us and we'll take it from there.
Okay, see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
வேற யாராவது வருவாங்களா போலாமா?
That's all.
சரி.
so Dr. Guha, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all your help.
You are most welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuj.
This is me, Raja from technical team.
Oh yes, okay. Thank you, Raja.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
So what next for me? Should I end the meeting or you need 5-10 minutes?
We can end, Sundar. Sundar, we can end. Raja is asking.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Bye.